You are listening to Dimensional Hotel by Yuan Tong, novel from Novelfire. Chapter 101, The Curtain Falls with Applause. Yu Sheng, still clinging to the quickly fading bits of the message he had overheard, hurriedly repeated every last word he remembered. He spoke so fast that he nearly bit his own tongue, relying entirely on instinct and whatever scraps of memory remained. When he finally finished, Little Red Riding Hood blinked at him and said, "Huh!" as though she hadn't understood a thing, leaving Yu Sheng on the verge of collapse from sheer effort. Fortunately, Little Red Riding Hood then reached into her pocket and took out a small voice recorder. "This is a habit of mine," she remarked, adjusting the device with quick, practiced fingers. "You should pick it up, too. Always keep a recorder running all day and night. Don't rely on those phones from the Special Affairs Bureau. They drain their batteries far too fast. A simple recorder is better. Strange things happen in the other world, and we humans aren't always sharp enough to catch every detail. It helps to have a record to go back to later." There was a faint crackle of static, and then the words Yu Sheng had just blurted out played back from the recorder. Little Red Riding Hood, Irene, and Foxy all turned their eyes to Yu Sheng at once. Their gazes carried confusion, curiosity, and a spark of interest. Foxy was the first to speak. "Benefactor, this is." "It was him," Yu Sheng said, pointing at the lifeless body lying to one side. "He spoke so suddenly that I barely had time to react. Luckily, my short-term memory's still decent." Irene and Little Red Riding Hood recoiled in shock. Only Foxy remained calm, still staring at Yu Sheng with shining admiration. "Your talent for spirit communication is extraordinary, Benefactor." "Why are you always so quick to accept anything strange?" Irene exclaimed, looking at Foxy as though she'd grown another head. Then she turned her crimson-eyed glare toward Yu Sheng. "What happened exactly? You were just standing on that platform, staring into space. Since when did that corpse start talking?" "Maybe it happened because I touched this," Yu Sheng answered, holding out his fingers stained with the corpse's dried blood. "The instant I touched it, it was as if the entire hall froze in place." He explained all that he had experienced, how the hall seemed to change, how Irene, Foxy, and Little Red Riding Hood had appeared frozen and unreal. After finishing his story, Yu Sheng tried touching the bloodstain on the display pedestal again, but this time nothing unusual happened. The corpse remained silent. "It looks like it only worked once," Yu Sheng muttered, rubbing his fingers together thoughtfully. "Little Red, does any of this make sense to you?" Little Red Riding Hood said nothing. Her expression was stuck in a puzzled grimace, as if this turn of events had completely short-circuited her ability to think logically. Yu Sheng guessed he wouldn't get any sensible answer from her. Just like so many other strange happenings in his life, this was one more bizarre event that defied all normal reasoning. The small doll, after a brief spell of confusion, seemed to piece a few things together. She spoke hesitantly. "I don't think this was a hallucination." "Hallucination or not, we can check," Yu Sheng replied, pointing toward the exit on the far side of the white exhibition hall. "The dead man said the Weeper statue was tossed somewhere in the corridor." Without the slightest delay, Foxy began striding toward that corridor. "Hey, be careful, don't just rush into traps," Irene called after her worriedly. Foxy stopped, nodded, and then made a strange gesture with her hand. To everyone's surprise, 8 of her 9 fox tails detached from her body, each wreathed in foxfire, and floated ahead of her like a flock of small, glowing scouts. She glanced back at Yu Sheng with a mischievous grin. "Benefactor, this is what I call the tail technique." Yu Sheng tried hard not to let his face show how odd he found it, while he focused on sensing whether any guards lurked in the corridor. He found nothing. Little Red Riding Hood, on the other hand, looked as if she'd swallowed a very sour lemon. The sight of a fox demon using her tails like flying drones nearly made her eye twitch. Although she seemed ready to say something more than once, in the end, she just sighed and kept quiet. Before long, one of Foxy's flaming tails returned from the dim corridor, carrying something small and pale. It was a small, white statue of a woman. The figure's hands covered her face, as if in sorrow, and her body twisted in a strange, crying posture. This was the artifact they had come to find. Foxy reattached her tail and proudly presented the statue to Yu Sheng, like a hunter delivering prized prey. "Benefactor, it's really here." Yu Sheng held the 20-something centimeter statue. Even though he had their target in hand, he didn't feel any sense of victory or relief. What was meant to be a simple, straightforward retrieval mission had become complicated and full of mysteries. "So the statue was in the corridor," Little Red Riding Hood said quietly, staring at the Weeper statue in Yu Sheng's hands. Her expression was hard to read. "The dead man's words might have been correct. Earlier you mentioned something like 5 rivers. That might be a misunderstanding. but there's a district called Wusong River in the southern part of Boundary City. It's very far from here, it might just be a matter of accents. Boundary City is huge, and not everyone speaks with the same accent as the main city. What about the phrases help it descend and save the savior from suffering? Do you have any idea what they might mean? Yu Sheng asked, curious. I've never had any direct dealings with angel cultists, Little Red replied, shaking her head. They're too dangerous for a regular spirit realm detective like me. If we ever uncover traces of them, the best plan is to report it and keep far, far away. The Special Affairs Bureau may know more, but I really wouldn't advise getting involved. Yu Sheng frowned. Why not? Because the so-called angels worshipped by angel cultists are actually dark angels, like that thing you saw in the valley before. Little Red Riding Hood's voice was serious now. People who worship such beings as gods, do you think they could be decent folks? She paused, then continued. Among all the twisted cults and extremist groups out there, angel cultists are the hardest to understand. Even the Dark Spot group, who are themselves wanted by law-abiding territories, put bounties on angel cultists in places they control. Just imagine how terrifying these angel cultists must be. Little Red leaned forward, wanting to make sure Yu Sheng truly understood. They're not only insane, but it seems they do have some sort of link to the Dark Angels. Stay involved with them too long, and you'll either lose your mind or attract the attention of those Dark Angels. When official forces go after these cultists, they need special psychological evaluations and a forced vacation afterwards. Trust me, you don't want to tangle with them. Yu Sheng nodded slowly, recalling that dreadful, all-seeing eye he had glimpsed in the valley. He understood just how grim the danger was. I see, I understand. Little Red seemed relieved. She glanced around the ruined, eerie white exhibition hall. It was filled with broken pieces and unsettling silence. We should leave, she said. Yu Sheng tilted his head. What's the normal way out of here? I mean the standard procedure. Before Little Red could answer, Irene looked baffled. Can't we just go out through the door and head back home? It might not be that simple, said Yu Sheng, feeling slightly awkward. It's the middle of the night. We can't just burst into the Special Affairs Bureau from the other world. Their alarms would go off, and that would scare everyone half to death. Besides, I'm curious about the proper way to exit the other world. Little Red cleared her throat and explained. There are usually two main ways to leave this museum. One is to survive here until the night show ends, which happens when morning comes in the real world. The other is to bring this strange spectacle known as Night at the Museum to a grand conclusion, causing the invisible audience to applaud. That applause will end the show early. Waiting until morning is too long, Yu Sheng said, shaking his head. How do we create this grand conclusion? What does that actually mean? There's no straightforward rule, Little Red replied. Think of everything that happens here as a play unfolding inside a theater. We're the performers. If we can amaze or satisfy the unseen audience, they'll applaud and the show will close. There are many ways. Some people have painted a picture or sung a song to get applause. Others started clapping mid-argument, and the audience suddenly joined in. I even heard of one investigator who was injured and furious, cursing the museum in desperation, and out of nowhere came thunderous applause. Yu Sheng stared, speechless. After a moment, Yu Sheng looked at the small doll perched on his shoulder. Irene immediately noticed and grew defensive, her eyes flashing as if offended. Why are you staring at me like that? It's rude to look at a lady that way. I speak with deep emotion, all right? Stop thinking I'm just some kind of random act waiting to happen. Realizing that relying on Irene's outbursts was too uncertain, Yu Sheng turned to Little Red. Earlier, we fought those guards in a pretty intense chase scene. Didn't that count as a grand conclusion? Battles are too common, Little Red explained. The guards are part of the museum's normal routine. Fighting them is considered standard, so it's not surprising enough to trigger applause. In my view, the conclusion comes from doing something unexpected that breaks the script. Yu Sheng thought for a moment. Little Red noticed the thoughtful look on his face, and before Irene could say anything, Little Red said, You've got an idea, don't you? Yu Sheng nodded, a mischievous smile forming on his lips. You said that battling the guards is normal part of the script. What if we do something else, something truly artistic, let's say? Little Red blinked, confused. Yu Sheng didn't explain to her. Instead, he turned to Foxy. Do you have enough tails left? Foxy nodded eagerly. Plenty. I can create foxfire endlessly, too. Excellent. Yu Sheng grinned even wider. Little Red suddenly felt uneasy. What exactly are you planning? She asked. Yu Sheng pointed to a doorway in the distance. We came from over there, right? There's a big hall filled with statues and antiques. Let's have Foxy pile up her spare tails there. Then, before the guards catch on, we'll blow the place up. If that's not enough, we'll set fire to every exhibition hall along the way until it all collapses. That should be surprising enough to end the show. Little Red's jaw nearly dropped. Before she could protest, and before Yu Sheng and Foxy could carry out their wild idea, a sudden sound echoed all around them. It was thunderous applause, booming from every direction, as though the invisible audience had already decided that the curtain should fall. Chapter 102, Exit. The applause came out of nowhere, as though invisible spectators had suddenly crowded into the empty space, clapping and cheering for the marvelous performance on stage. Little Red Riding Hood went perfectly still for a moment, then blurted out, "Is this for real?" Yu Sheng looked just as puzzled. "I have no idea. I only suggested a plan and haven't even started doing anything yet." Still, the applause did not cease. While Little Red Riding Hood and Yu Sheng stood there in confusion, it echoed across the entire museum, so strong that it felt like the room itself was shaking. Then everything began to change. The solid roof and walls cracked apart with a booming rumble. They dissolved into a set of clumsy stage props and painted backdrops before sinking away into darkness. The floor's colors faded until only a dusty stage floor remained. Darkness rushed in from all directions, and with a series of sharp clicking sounds, spotlights descended from above, shining down and lighting up the stage and what looked like rows of seats. The theater now stood revealed, brightened under these spotlights. Although the seats were empty, the sound of applause lingered for a few moments more, then slowly faded away. Yu Sheng quickly glanced around to be sure everyone was still present, only to find Little Red Riding Hood giving him a very odd look. I had this wild idea," she began, "that if we caused a big enough stir it might meet the curtain call requirement, but I didn't actually go through with it." "No, I think you may have really discovered how to satisfy the night at the museum exit condition," said Little Red Riding Hood, her eyes thoughtful. "Though I must say it was quite an extreme solution. The rules of night at the museum are woven together with this theater as the means of exiting. To make the show end, you have to create a deviation. The more events stray from the intended stage performance, the more likely you'll trigger the curtain call. I suppose threatening to blow up a bunch of foxtails inside a museum counts as a huge deviation. Just saying it is probably beyond any normal script." Yu Sheng looked stunned. "So that's how it works?" "Who can say for sure?" Little Red Riding Hood shrugged. "The other world is full of mysteries. Still, if that truly is the reason, it's not exactly a method that others can copy easily. After all, not everyone has such an unusual nine-tailed fox on their side." Yu Sheng reached over and patted the fur behind Foxy's ears. Foxy happily narrowed her eyes and muttered, "I'm hungry," before pulling a pancake from her tail and munching away. "You did use a lot of energy today," Yu Sheng said, suddenly remembering something. "Wait, since we made our exit so quickly, did you leave those tails you used to control the security guards back in the white exhibit hall?" "Nope, I've got them," Foxy replied with a vigorous nod. "When the illusion vanished, the tails returned to me as spirit power." "That's pretty handy," said Yu Sheng, quite impressed. "Let's leave this place." Little Red Riding Hood sighed softly, looking around at the theater still lit by mysterious light. "We'll go back the way we came. Once we return to the ticket booth, the influence of night at the museum will fully fade." "Got it," Yu Sheng said, giving a brief glance to the Weeper sculpture in his hands. By the rules of the museum, any object held during the curtain call, or the ending, could be taken out of the otherworld safely. This sculpture would become his first trophy as a novice spirit realm detective. It was surprisingly light, lighter than he'd expected. It didn't feel like stone or any normal material. Instead, it seemed rather like skin, pale and stretched over something solid, carrying a faint warmth that made it seem disturbingly alive. Under the spotlight's glow, the sculpture, a weeping woman, gave off an eerie, unsettling aura. Yu Sheng couldn't guess its artistic value, nor did he understand why the client wanted it. If it were up to him, he'd never put something like this in his own home. They stepped off the stage, walking past the empty rows of seats and through the corridor they'd used to enter. Unknown lights continued to guide their way until they reached the old theater's lobby. Little Red Riding Hood approached the dark ticket window and knocked on the glass. Suddenly, all the lights in the theater went out at once. Yu Sheng noticed that the wolves traveling with Little Red Riding Hood had been sniffing around ever since they left the stage. Several still lingered near the ticket booth and the passage that led deeper into the theater. He asked, "What are they doing?" "They're checking if anyone else might still be here," Little Red Riding Hood answered quietly. "The node here showed no alarms, but someone clearly got into the museum. They didn't just appear out of thin air unless there's someone else who can open doors to the other world like you can. Yu Sheng waved his hand dismissively. That seems unlikely. Even I trigger alarms when I open a door. It's supposed to make a big fuss. And didn't you say we should steer clear of angel cultists? True, Little Red Riding Hood hesitated, then nodded. With that, the wolves quietly gathered around her and melted back into the darkness at her feet. They left the theater through the main entrance, stepping into the city's quiet night. It was midnight now, the streets around them calm except for the distant sound of the occasional car passing by on the main road. Little Red Riding Hood took the Weeper sculpture from Yu Sheng, then headed to a spot near the museum entrance where she had hidden her large backpack among some bushes. She carefully placed the sculpture inside. I'll take this to the Association of Strange Objects and deliver it to the client, she told Yu Sheng. I'll also ask a few contacts to check whether there's anything suspicious about this job. You'll receive your payment by tomorrow at the latest. Borderland Communications has a transfer feature. Just link it to your bank card, and you can withdraw the balance. Most Spirit Realm detectives and investigators use Borderland Communications for their deals. Offline payments aren't protected by the Borderland Council, so if there's a problem, you're on your own. Got it, Yu Sheng nodded, though his thoughts seemed to be somewhere else. About what happened in the White Exhibit Hall. I'll file a report. The Special Affairs Bureau will probably contact you for more information, Little Red Riding Hood said casually. They've got their eyes on you by now, so they'll be very interested. They might invite you to help them with their investigation, or even share more details about the Dark Angel. But remember what I warned you, keep your distance from that entity. Many skilled investigators and Spirit Realm detectives have come to bad ends because of it. She paused, her expression turning somewhat odd, then shook her head. Maybe I'm just overthinking. You're not exactly ordinary, after all. Thanks for caring, Yu Sheng said sincerely. He smiled and added, I know I've said this before, but I really can't help saying it again. You're so good at looking after others. Little Red Riding Hood looked a bit flustered, as if she hadn't noticed her own thoughtfulness until he pointed it out. Maybe it's because lots of people in fairy tales are younger than me. I guess I've just gotten used to it. Yu Sheng nodded, genuine respect shining in his eyes, though Little Red Riding Hood didn't seem to notice. They parted ways at a crossroad not far from the museum. Little Red Riding Hood and her pack of wolves slipped back into the shadows, their phantom forms drifting through the darkness like a passing breeze and disappearing in an instant. That's pretty useful, Yu Sheng said quietly as he watched her vanish. It must be nice to move around so easily at night, saves on cab fare too. He spoke lightly, but Foxy, standing nearby, lowered her head in shame. I'm sorry, benefactor. I make too much noise when I move around, so I can't take everyone home like that. Yu Sheng quickly waved his hands, looking embarrassed. No, it's fine. It doesn't bother me. So how are we getting back? Irene asked, sounding curious. Should we call a taxi? What if we get stuck with that Sujili fellow again? I don't want to ride in his car. We'll just open a door, Yu Sheng answered simply. Irene looked surprised. But didn't you say opening a door at night would trigger the Special Affairs Bureau's alarms? Yu Sheng took out his phone. We're no longer inside the museum, so now we have a signal. I'll just give them a call first to warn them. That way we won't startle anyone. As he spoke, he pointed to his shoulder. Although the wound left by the giant wolf, when it had leaped out of Little Red Riding Hood's shadow, had healed, his clothes were still stained with blood. Under the streetlights, it looked rather horrifying. Also, if we just called a regular taxi right now, and the driver saw me looking like this, they might be frightened out of their mind. He tapped the number Bai Li Qing had given him. After a few rings, a tired-sounding voice answered. Who is this? It's me, Yu Sheng, he said quickly. Sorry if I woke you. Yes, you did, but it's all right, Bai Li Qing replied, her voice as calm and unreadable as ever. What do you need? Yu Sheng felt a bit uneasy. I need to open a door, so I wanted to give the Special Affairs Bureau a heads up. I didn't know who else to call, so I called you. There were 2 seconds of silence on the other end. Yu Sheng couldn't guess what Bai Li Qing might be thinking in that moment, but when she spoke again, her tone was unchanged. Understood. I'll notify the monitoring team to ignore the alarm for the next opening. You can open your door in about 2 minutes. Yu Sheng wiped a bit of cold sweat off his forehead. Even though Bai Li Qing remained calm, he couldn't help feeling some pressure. Thanks, and sorry again for bothering you. Good night. Good night. He hung up and let out a long breath into the quiet darkness. Irene, perched on his shoulder, gave him a playful poke. I bet she was cursing you silently in those 2 seconds. You think so? Yu Sheng asked, startled. It's my spiritual intuition, Irene declared proudly. Your spiritual intuition can do that? He asked. Yep, she replied. Chapter 103, A Calm but Sleepless Night. The night grew deeper beneath the quiet sky. In a tall apartment building at the heart of Boundary City, Bai Li Qing, wearing only a thin nightgown, poured herself a glass of strong liquor and walked slowly to the large floor-to-ceiling window. Inside her apartment, the lights were off, except for a faintly glowing lamp in the corner. Its soft glow gently touched the outlines of the furniture. Beyond the window stretched a magnificent city nightscape. Boundary City's neon lights shimmered in endless colors, shifting and dancing across countless buildings that rose and fell like waves. Those lights spread so far and wide that they gradually blurred into the distant darkness. Against this vast backdrop, Bai Li Qing's reflection in the glass looked almost fragile. A light fog began to gather outside the window. It drifted into view from nowhere, spreading swiftly through the night like a thin, grayish-white curtain. The city's scene faded into a dreamy haze. In the mist appeared a pair of eyes, calm and indifferent, staring straight at Bai Li Qing from just beyond the glass. These eyes, human in shape, had no real color. Their pale irises closely resembled Bai Li Qing's own. It was hard to say if they hovered in the mist beyond the window or were pressed right against the glass. They filled the entire pane, as if they belonged there. Drinking so late isn't a good habit, sister, said a voice in Bai Li Qing's mind. It sounded flat and mechanical, yet it matched her own voice exactly. It helps me stay calm, Bai Li Qing replied, giving her glass a gentle swirl. Especially after being jolted awake from a nightmare by a phone call. A nightmare? Asked the voice. I dreamed that I ended up turning into you. Oh, that certainly does sound like a nightmare. The pale eyes outside blinked slowly. Be careful not to be charmed or controlled by me, though I must say you've done quite well so far. Now tell me, why have you called me out tonight? I woke up suddenly and decided to ask you something, Bai Li Qing said, looking out at the mist. It's about that one-eyed thing that showed up in Night Valley. Did you find anything? The eyes narrowed slightly. The voice spoke again, each word echoing inside Bai Li Qing's mind. I've searched every place I've ever observed, including all the otherworldly realms we've encountered, and those dead voids carved out by the dark angels in deep space. But I haven't found a trace of that giant eye. It's never appeared in any of those places. I see, so you haven't found anything. Bai Li Qing's tone carried a note of disappointment. Well, I thought as much. You seem more unsettled, sister, the eyes remarked quietly. You're worried. It's because the clues keep piling up. Everything points to the idea that this giant eye slipped into our world unnoticed. And when you think of that strange trail the Algladians discovered in deep space months ago, something that seemed to belong to another unknown angel, it's likely that more dark angels have already found their way here. More voids might be lurking out there, completely unseen, and even now new ones might be forming. As she spoke, Bai Li Qing gazed at the liquid in her glass, watching the tiny ripples. Her voice grew softer. Do you know what I fear most? You're afraid that more dark angels are already hiding in our universe. No, everyone's afraid of that, Bai Li Qing said quietly. What worries me more is what lies behind the dark angels. Are they a species with a structure of their own? Can they learn? Do they understand the rules of our world yet? Have they discovered new, more efficient ways to break through the voids? And have they learned how to hide themselves more carefully? That does sound quite troubling, the voice agreed. Bai Li Qing raised her glass and drank, letting the warmth of the liquor burn down her throat. She placed the empty glass gently on the floor beside her. By the way, she continued, did you find anything when you scanned the old city for Wudong Road number 66, the hidden place? I found some distorted traces, but I couldn't see them clearly, the eyes replied. There was a subtle hint of frustration in that emotionless voice. Bai Li Qing looked genuinely surprised. Even you couldn't see it clearly. Yes, said the eyes, blinking slowly in the thinning mist. Each time I tried to focus, I felt as though my sight was drawn in, absorbed by something, and by the time I realized it, my mind had wandered. But I do have a guess. What sort of guess? Bai Li Qing asked. That so-called Wudong Road number 66 might not truly exist there. It could just be an entrance. That doesn't surprise me, Bai Li Qing said, cutting in before the eyes could finish. The Special Affairs Bureau's investigators reached a similar conclusion. They think it might be a special place hidden in a spatial rift, like those fortress-type otherworldly pockets around Boundary City. They exist in the cracks between spaces. No, the eyes interrupted. I mean, it might not be floating anywhere in the borderland at all. It's not simply tucked away in a hidden corner of our familiar dimensions. It's too deep, too distant. What we see as Wudong Road number 66 in the borderland might be nothing but a faint shadow. When I felt my sight swallowed, it was because I was trying to look at something so far away it nearly can't be seen. Bai Li Qing's expression turned still. Too deep, too far, she repeated, her voice unusually hesitant. Do you understand what that means? Your sight can even reach into subspace. Exactly, deeper and farther than that, I believe. It's just a logical analysis, sister. Bai Li Qing blinked, her mind churning over these words. A moment later, the voice echoed once more inside her head. So, who exactly is the person living in Wudong Road number 66? I don't know, she replied softly. All we know so far suggests that this individual's personality and self-awareness are almost perfectly human, and just now he called me. Ah, so he's the one who woke you from your nightmare, the voice said. What did he want? He told me he was going to open a door, and said he just wanted to let me know. According to the action team's report from a few hours ago, he visited the museum earlier. Interesting. The eyes began to fade into the mist, and the fog outside the window withdrew as if it had never been there at all. In moments, the endless city lights returned to fill the glass once again. In another part of the city, Yu Sheng spent the rest of the night unable to sleep. He lay on his bed, tossing and turning, his thoughts crowded with strange facts, half-formed ideas and scraps of new information. His mind felt as if it were filled with countless tiny versions of Irene, all skittering about, crawling, jumping, squeaking inside his head. Of course, that was just an exaggeration. If there really were countless Irenes running around, the noise would have driven him mad. Still, he truly felt confused and restless. He thought about all he had learned of the other world, of Little Red Riding Hood and the mysterious, fairy tale group behind her, of the angel cultists and the terrifying dark angels, of the poor victim in the white exhibition hall, and of that strange moment when the dead man had spoken to him. Yu Sheng picked up his phone and searched the border communications database for cases of talking to the dead. He did find some records on it. They mentioned that some people with special gifts outside the borderland had the power to communicate with the dead. Certain necromancers could, with complex rituals, temporarily anchor a soul in the mortal world for brief, simple conversations. But none of these accounts matched what he had experienced in that White Hall. All the methods he read about required complicated ceremonies, advanced devices, or something known as holographic inference, where huge amounts of data were gathered to recreate the final moments before death. Even those techniques that supposedly enabled chatting with the dead were vague, often limited to simple yes or no answers gleaned from faint echoes of brainwaves or fragments of what might be called a soul. None described touching a puddle of blood and having the dead person's head turn to face you and start talking, as if it were perfectly normal. Yu Sheng sighed softly in the darkness and put down his phone. A moment later, he heard a shuffling noise from the bed. Turning his head, he saw Irene squirming at the foot of the bed. She rolled about, kicking her legs into the air, then flopped back down again. Yu Sheng just stared blankly. Another major reason he couldn't sleep was because Irene was literally rolling around on his bed. She kicked him now, and then too. The next second, Irene suddenly sat up, her eyes still closed, and pointed straight ahead. Alice's little house, pay up or else, she commanded. Then she tipped sideways off the bed with a thump. Still half asleep, she fumbled at the sheets, mumbling, "Don't kick me, I fell down," as she crawled back up. Yu Sheng sighed yet again. He knew he wasn't going to get any rest that night. Chapter 104, Yu Sheng's Alchemy Experiment. Note: Yu Sheng found that sleep simply would not come to him. Even without Irene beside him, making a racket as usual, his mind was far too restless for rest. Perhaps it was the thrill of his very first proper journey through the otherworld. Or maybe it was that his head felt crammed with too much new information, leaving his thoughts racing in circles. In any case, he realized he would not drift off so easily tonight. After 2 hours of tossing and turning, he gave up. He slipped a jacket over his pajamas and quietly left his room. Just as Yu Sheng eased the door open, the small doll sitting on the bed suddenly shot upright. Its eyes remained closed, yet it spoke in a sleepy, muffled voice. "Heading out? Where to?" Yu Sheng froze, startled. He was about to answer when Irene flopped back down onto the bed with a dull thud. Still half asleep, she mumbled, "Don't forget your helmet if you're buying money. You and that silly fox ate so much and never took me to play games." Nonsensical sleep talk, of course. Yu Sheng couldn't help but wonder why a doll would need sleep, or how it could talk in its sleep at all. He stifled a sigh and checked that Irene was truly still dozing, Assured that she hadn't really awakened, he quietly slipped into the hallway. The sun had yet to rise, and the world outside the house lay submerged in a deep, pre-dawn darkness. This was the quietest time of the night. All was so hushed that the faint scuff of Yu Sheng's slippers seemed oddly loud in the silence. He paused, glancing around. At the end of the hall was a door. Yu Sheng walked over, gently cracked it open, and peeked inside. Finding everything exactly as it should be, he relaxed. He then headed back toward the staircase at the opposite end of the corridor. Near the top of the stairs, Yu Sheng noticed a jacket hanging over the banister, his jacket from the night before. He remembered coming in late, too tired to do anything more than toss it there carelessly. Dark stains stood out across the fabric. The cloth was torn where the giant wolf had clamped its jaws, and the bloodstains looked grim as if they belonged in a crime scene photograph. Yu Sheng picked up the jacket and examined it more closely. He hadn't paid much attention to it last night, but now he realized it was beyond saving. The tear was huge, the blood would never wash out, and it hadn't been anything special to begin with. He might as well throw it out. That said, tossing something so bloody into the rubbish might cause trouble. It would frighten anyone who saw it. Neighbors might even call the police, worried something dreadful had happened. Yu Sheng's mind drifted as he stared at the bloodstains. He imagined how much blood he'd lost. He recalled how, if he thought to use that blood differently, maybe smearing it around the museum's walls, he might have gained more control over that strange space or discovered new abilities. He wondered what kind of creature that giant wolf really was, that wolf that emerged from the shadow of Little Red Riding Hood's tail. Eventually, all these thoughts led him to one lingering question. What exactly was his blood? This notion had been swirling in his mind for a while now, but he'd never had the time or a good idea for how to test it. Tonight, with sleep off the table, he felt a spark of inspiration. After a moment's hesitation, he decided to act on it and climbed the stairs to the attic. Moonlight filtered through the attic's small window, bathing the space in a dark, shadowy blue. The large table Irene had once used as an alchemy workbench stood quietly in a dim corner, still scattered with tools and scraps from when they'd crafted her body. A few old books were piled in one corner, next to an ancient desk lamp. Yu Sheng didn't turn on the main light. Instead, he switched on the small lamp, its dim glow focusing his attention. He took a seat at the table and let his thoughts wander. He remembered the time he'd replaced Irene's arms with chunks of lotus root, an impromptu fix that had actually worked. Irene had complained fiercely, but the fact that such a crude repair had functioned at all was curious. If Irene was a professional doll, then random materials like clay, flour, or even garden dirt could potentially work for her repairs. But lotus root, that had been unexpected. After pondering this a while, Yu Sheng opened a drawer and took out a disposable mixing cup. Then, with a craft knife from the table, he hesitated only briefly before cutting a small gash on the back of his hand. He let a few drops of his blood drip into the cup. He knew very little about the arcane side of things. Irene had taught him a few basic principles for channeling, summoning, and activating objects, just the bare minimum. But for now, that was enough to pique his curiosity. Fresh from his adventure in the otherworld with Little Red Riding Hood, Yu Sheng felt a keener interest in the occult. He wanted to understand more, to expand his experience and knowledge. Recalling Irene's instructions, he carefully arranged some candles to form a ritual circle and placed his blood at the center, surrounded by rings and lines meant to guide energy. He tried to summon his spirit, to channel its mysterious power into the blood. Irene had once mentioned that blood was a natural alchemical material, an ideal medium for a beginner's experiments. Blood represented life, the greatest magic of all. Even a novice could conduct simple tests with it. Yet Yu Sheng quickly hit a snag. He had no idea how to truly summon his spirit. Recently, he'd grown more sensitive to what Irene called spiritual intuition, but he couldn't quite treat it as something tangible. He felt no surge of supernatural energy within himself, no controlled force that he could send into his blood. All he could do was use his imagination, imagine so hard that he nearly lulled himself to sleep with the effort. After about 10 fruitless minutes, Yu Sheng noticed the blood in the cup starting to clot. He sighed, giving up on this particular approach. Maybe he needed other, supplementary materials. Thinking it over, he opened the drawer again and took out a bag of clay. After he'd run out of clay last time, he had purchased extra. He wanted to keep a supply around, especially in case Irene needed emergency repairs. He chuckled to himself. He couldn't possibly use lotus root every single time. Irene would never forgive him for that. Clay molding was, in fact, the only alchemical technique Yu Sheng had successfully pulled off so far. He mixed his blood into the clay, kneading it thoroughly. Following the proportions Irene had mentioned, he then added tea powder, rose oil, and a few other ingredients. With these prepared, he began shaping the clay into the form of an arm. Since he was already up and working, he might as well practice making doll parts. Irene often teased him about how ugly his creations were. If he could improve his craft, that would be worthwhile. Determined, Yu Sheng poured all his patience into shaping that arm. He used sculpting tools and needles to define each finger, working with deliberate care. When he finished, he examined the result. It was still rather unattractive, but at least it looked more like a proper arm than his previous attempts. It had 5 fingers in the right places, which was progress. Yu Sheng had never dared tell Irene that in his very first attempt at making her body, he ended up with 2 hands that had 6 fingers each. Fortunately, once Irene reassembled herself, she had fixed that issue on her own, and never mentioned it. Satisfied for the moment, Yu Sheng placed the arm at the center of the alchemy circle. He tried to imagine a connection between himself and the arm through his blood, even wiggling his own right hand to see if the clay one would mirror his movement. Nothing happened. Frowning slightly, Yu Sheng poked the clay arm with his sculpting knife. Still no response. He decided to set it aside and think further. Dawn's first light began to seep in through the attic's slanted window, though Yu Sheng was too absorbed to notice. Instead, he took more of his blood and mixed it into a fresh batch of clay. There was a soothing rhythm to this work. The kneading and shaping felt oddly satisfying, and the more he did it, the more his mind seemed to clear and focus. He decided that if he'd made one arm, he might as well try for an entire body. Even if the alchemy didn't pan out, he'd at least be getting valuable practice. He imagined the future. Perhaps he could prepare a spare body for Irene. She wouldn't need one for a few months, but this gave him plenty of time to refine his skills and maybe even surprise her with a better crafted figure. With renewed enthusiasm, Yu Sheng cut himself a bit more, letting out a little more blood, yet feeling oddly energized rather than drained. He shaped a torso next, followed by another arm and 2 legs. Then he opened a new packet of clay and began to sculpt a head. This was tougher than the limbs. A head required careful detail and subtle features. To make matters trickier, there was the question of makeup. When he'd first made Irene's body, he skipped the makeup entirely, and she somehow managed to form her own face. This time, Yu Sheng wanted to attempt something more refined. He'd even bought a miniature makeup set, designed for dolls and figurines, and it would be a shame not to use it. Time slipped by as Yu Sheng became completely absorbed in his work. He didn't notice anything else. Not the faint twitch of the arm's fingers on the table. Not the near-imperceptible rise and fall of the clay torso's chest, as if tiny lungs hidden within it had begun to breathe. Chapter 105, The Second Doll. Morning sunlight streamed into the attic, bathing it in a warm, golden glow and gradually pushing away the lingering shadows of the night. Beyond the small window, the city was coming to life. Cars rumbled along the streets far below, and people began their daily bustle. Even the birds perched on nearby rooftops greeted the morning with a chorus of cheerful chirps. Yet none of this distracted Yu Sheng from his work. He was focused on the doll head he was sculpting out of clay, unfinished, still a bit misshapen but firm enough to carve. Carefully, he used a thin knitting needle to mark out the eyes and nose. It was tricky, and he had redone some parts more than once. At last, before the clay could harden completely, he arrived at a result he could live with. Though it was far from perfect, at least Irene wouldn't laugh at it for being hideous. He could only hope this little doll wouldn't start crying once it came to life in this body. He cracked a small smile, glancing at the row of candles flickering on his desk. They had melted down to about half their original size. "Looks like I won't finish the face before the candles burn out," he muttered. Just getting this far with the body parts felt like an achievement in itself. He wasn't upset about it. This was only practice, a rehearsal for the next proper body he planned to make for Irene. Going through all the steps several times would only improve his skills. As for adding the doll's makeup, he figured Irene could always change the features as she pleased once her soul settled inside. With a sigh, Yu Sheng picked up the newly completed torso and placed it in the center of the alchemy array drawn on his desk. He wanted to perform the entire ritual, even without Irene present, just to get a feel for the real process. But as soon as he set the torso down, he paused. The clay almost felt springy. Was it his imagination, or did it carry a strange warmth like it was alive? Frowning, he leaned in and touched the surface. It was cool, just like ordinary clay. Perhaps his lack of sleep was making him see things. Brushing off his doubts, he went on, carefully attaching the limbs with small pieces of softened clay and water. Nothing out of the ordinary happened. When the doll was finally assembled, it lay there, a crude little figure right at the center of the alchemy circle, ringed by candles. Irene's painting, which would normally act as the doll's soul, was the only thing missing. Yu Sheng studied the unfinished figure. For a split second, he thought he saw it move, like a subtle flicker or a trick of his eyes. He blinked, then he saw it again. The doll's chest rose and fell very faintly. The motion was slight but unmistakable. It looked like something in there was breathing, asleep, and not yet conscious, but alive. Yu Sheng's eyes widened in shock. For a moment he froze, then he snapped back to his senses and leaned closer, pressing a hand to the doll's chest. "Hey, wake up! Are you really alive?" The doll made no reply, though it continued that soft, rhythmic breathing. It was as if it was only a shell waiting for something or someone to guide it. Yu Sheng gulped, shook his head to clear it, then turned toward the staircase and shouted, "Irene, Irene, are you awake? Come up here, I've got something." His words died on his lips. Something stirred in the corner of his vision. The moment he said Irene's name, the doll changed. It was like an invisible trigger had been pulled, completing the final step of the ritual. The little figure tensed, and its clay limbs shifted from a dull gray to a pale, lifelike tone. Smooth hair sprouted, framing a gradually forming face. Clothes appeared around the doll's body, the same black dress Irene always wore. In the blink of an eye, the doll was no longer just clay. Irene was lying on the desk, her eyes slowly fluttering open. Yu Sheng stood there, mouth agape. A heartbeat later, this newly formed Irene shook off her initial confusion and sat up. She turned to Yu Sheng, clearly annoyed. "Why are you yelling? I was asleep and you just—" She stopped abruptly, frowning as though something was terribly off. She turned her head, her neck moving stiffly, and looked around with obvious confusion. "Wait, where am I? I thought I was in the bedroom, but this body feels weird. My head is spinning." She made a clumsy attempt to stand, only to lose her balance and topple sideways off the desk. "Hey, I can't keep my balance. I'm seeing double. Everything's so dizzy. Help me." Yu Sheng moved quickly, catching the doll before she hit the floor. He was about to breathe a sigh of relief when a loud bang resounded from downstairs. Two voices called out at the same time, both sounding exactly like Irene's. "Oh my God!" He heard one voice clearly, from the Irene in his arms, and another more distant from somewhere below. The doll Irene looked up at him, alarmed. "Yu Sheng, what's going on? Why do I have two fields of vision? I'm seeing two places at once. Why am I in two bodies?" Yu Sheng's mind whirled. He had never even dreamed of such a scenario, but he had a good idea of what must have happened. He bounded down the attic steps, the doll Irene tucked protectively against him. Taking the stairs two at a time, he hurried to the second floor and dashed straight into his bedroom. The doll in his arms clung to him for dear life. Bursting through the door, Yu Sheng found the original Irene standing by the bedside table, looking just as unsteady. She stared at him when he came in. The two Irenes gazed at each other. "Whoa!" they both exclaimed in perfect unison. "I have two bodies," they said together again, still completely synchronized. Yu Sheng felt a pounding in his temples. Glancing back and forth between the identical Irenes, he finally managed, "Irene, are you really both you?" "Yes," they answered in one voice. "No, I mean, is it just one mind inside two bodies, or are there two different Irenes now?" He wasn't quite sure how else to put it. "Just one mind," the Irene said, but then the doll Irene clamped her mouth shut, and the Irene standing by the bed went on, pointing to herself. "It's still just me, but suddenly I'm in two bodies." She released her grip on the bedside table, wobbling for a moment before steadying herself. This is awful. It felt like I woke up in the attic, but also in the bedroom at the same time. Two sets of eyes, two sets of everything. I tried to stand, but I ended up falling off both the bed and the desk. Thank goodness you caught one of me." She turned her frustrated gaze on Yu Sheng. "Would you mind explaining why I suddenly have two bodies, and how I ended up in both at once?" Yu Sheng's cheeks began to burn. He had run down here in such a hurry that he hadn't thought through his explanation. "Well," he stammered, "what if I told you the attic was so damp that it sprouted another doll?" Irene blinked at him. "Really?" Yu Sheng almost choked. "You actually believe—" "No, wait, never mind." The doll Irene's startled expression made him feel guilty for even thinking up such a silly excuse. Setting her gently on the bed, he faced both versions of Irene and took a deep breath. "All right, here's the truth," he said, speaking carefully. "I couldn't sleep last night, so I started messing around with the techniques we've been studying. I decided to try making a backup body just in case. It was only meant for practice, something to help me run through the whole process. I never thought it would actually work on its own." He went on to describe how he had sculpted the clay, added the limbs, prepared the ritual, and pictured it simply as a way to improve before creating the real replacement body for her. He recounted every thought that had gone through his mind along the way. Both Irenes listened, their faces reflecting disbelief, shock, and finally exasperation. They looked at him with identical grimaces. "You Sheng, you idiot," they shouted together. Chapter 106, Research and Testing. Mr. Yu had seen a lot in his day, but things kept getting more complicated, especially when Irene threw herself to the floor for what felt like the 100th time. Even though Yu Sheng wasn't the type to get angry easily, he was beginning to wonder if Irene's constant dramatics might make him conjure an old man out of thin air just to scold her. And knowing her, she'd probably tackle that poor old fellow too. Fortunately, Irene's tantrums never lasted long. More importantly, once the initial chaos settled, both she and Yu Sheng realized they overlooked something significant. Wait, this new body, when we were in the attic, wasn't the distance between this body and the painting more than 5 meters. Irene, her real self, stared at the new body, which Yu Sheng had placed on the bed. The second Irene stared back at her, and their words echoed in perfect harmony. Yu Sheng's eyes widened. "Whoa, you're right. This body woke up in the attic, which means it got out of the painting's range." For a few moments they all stood frozen, which was odd, considering there were now technically 3 of them, though you could argue there were only 2 people. After a long silence, Yu Sheng spoke hesitantly. "So, maybe this isn't a bad thing." "Of course an extra body isn't a bad thing. The worst part is that I nearly fainted from surprise," Irene huffed, her eyes wide. Then, as she considered the situation, her expression shifted. "But now that I think about it, maybe I can get used to the dizziness. If I adapt, I'll be fine. The fact that this body can move beyond the painting's range is amazing. Yu Sheng, how did you manage that?" "Have no idea," Yu Sheng admitted, scratching his head. "If you asked me how I made it, I could explain the steps. But why it did all this on its own? You know more alchemy than I do. I just wanted to practice so I wouldn't get scolded for making ugly dolls. I even followed that alchemy procedure you taught me. Then it just worked. It became a working body without your direct involvement. I was about to call you over to see it, but the moment I said your name, the body started growing hair." Wait, both versions of Irene looked at him in alarm. "Did you say it changed after you said my name?" The two spoke in near unison. Yu Sheng nodded, then asked, "Do you think that's why you ended up in the second body?" "It's possible," Irene said thoughtfully. "Names have power. If a doll is just a blank object and then its creator calls my name, maybe that gave it purpose." She trailed off, shaking her head. "But that's very advanced alchemy. Usually you'd need a precise ritual and maybe a special time and place. And you certainly don't do it using cheap tea leaves and rose oil. Come on, with how little you spent, I'm not even sure there was any real rose in that rose oil." "Maybe it was because of my blood," Yu Sheng offered, sounding uncertain. "I did use a lot of it this time." For a second, Irene stared blankly at him before exclaiming, "Are you serious?" "I'm not sure," Yu Sheng threw up his hands. "I was trying to figure out what's up with my blood. Now I have even more questions, but I did learn some new things." They paused and turned to examine Irene's body too, who could now wander past the painting's 5-meter restriction. This was a huge breakthrough for Irene. "Does the new body feel any different from your main body?" Yu Sheng asked, glancing at the 2 dolls perched on the bed. He couldn't help feeling a bit uneasy, knowing they were both Irene. "Well, it feels stiff, like I'm moving through water," Irene replied, closing her eyes to focus. "My sense of touch is only about half of what it usually is. Hearing and sight seem normal, but I can't sense temperature at all, and I barely feel pain." As she spoke, Body too pinched her cheek as if testing her own sensations. "There's also something else. Controlling this body doesn't feel truly real. It's like I'm playing a very realistic video game character. Even if I know I'm the one controlling it, I don't quite feel like it's me." Yu Sheng frowned slightly. Both versions of Irene looked at him expectantly. They were almost identical, but it was easy to tell them apart. One carried the painting on her back, the other's face was just a bit more wooden, and she seemed to react more slowly. Suddenly, Yu Sheng had an idea. He walked over and lifted the painting off the back of the first Irene. "Hey, what are you doing?" she protested. "I have a theory," Yu Sheng answered. Irene looked puzzled but allowed him to proceed. He carefully draped the painting on the back of Body too. "How about now, any difference?" he asked, eyeing them closely. Both Irenes fell silent at the same time, then exclaimed in unison, "Whoa!" The feeling switched. The doll now holding the painting pointed at the other one. "This body feels stiff now, and the other one feels normal." "Just as I suspected," Yu Sheng murmured. "Whichever body holds the painting is the main one. The painting is still the true core." Irene wore a complicated expression, like someone who tried to escape a prison only to discover that the prison was still following her. But Yu Sheng was already thinking about what to do next. We should run some tests. For example, what happens if both bodies walk away from the painting? How far can the secondary body go if the other one is carrying it? Most importantly, how can we get you used to controlling two bodies at once? If it turns out you can't handle it, we might have to figure out how to pause one body for a while, he said, rubbing his chin. We should probably get Foxy to help us. I'll go wake her. Both Irenes volunteered at the same time, jumping off the bed, only to trip over each other as they landed. They toppled forward, landing on their heads. Luckily, Yu Sheng moved fast, grabbing them both by their ankles and lifting them up so they dangled upside down. They quickly tried to cover themselves as their skirts flipped over. Blushing, they said together, "Maybe you should wake her up instead. I'll just sit here until I stop feeling dizzy." Yu Sheng sighed and gently placed them back on the bed. Then he left the room, walked across the hall, and knocked on another door. "Foxy, are you up? We need your help." He knocked 3 times before hearing a hurried rustle inside. Moments later, Foxy opened the door. Her hair was a mess, she wore a rumpled nightgown, and she still looked half asleep. "Sorry I slept in," she mumbled, clearly embarrassed as if she'd done something wrong. "I stayed up too late last night." "It's not a problem. You worked really hard at the museum, so it's only natural," Yu Sheng reassured her with a wave of his hand. "But something's come up. We need your help." Bewildered, Foxy followed Yu Sheng into the main bedroom. She stopped in her tracks when she saw 2 Irenes, side by side on the bed, gazing at the door like they were Player 1 and Player 2 in a video game. Foxy froze in disbelief, blinking a few times. Then she vigorously rubbed her eyes. When she looked again, there were still 2 Irenes. "Oh no, benefactor, I must be dreaming. There are 2 Irenes," she cried, turning to Yu Sheng in a panic. "Stop rubbing your eyes or you'll think you see 4 of her," Yu Sheng said, stepping forward and gently tugging her hands away. Clearing his throat, he continued, "It was a bit of an accident. Irene really does have 2 bodies now. You're not seeing things." Foxy stared, stunned. Then, after a moment, her face lit up with understanding. "Oh, you must be practicing the art of making an avatar. Irene, I didn't realize you were." "An immortal, hardly," Irene snapped. "Yu Sheng made me another body without my knowledge. I was fast asleep, and when I woke up, I nearly had a heart attack." All right, let's not start arguing," Yu Sheng said, hurrying to smooth things over. He moved toward Irene, slipped the painting off her back once more, and passed it to Foxy. "Could you take this up to the attic for me?" Chapter 107, Financial Strength. Foxy followed Yu Sheng's instructions without hesitation. As soon as he told her what to do, she picked up Irene's oil painting, tucked it into her tail, and slipped out of the room, heading straight to the attic. Meanwhile, on the bed, Irene was still holding onto a shred of optimism. "Hey, Yu Sheng, do you think something miraculous might happen?" Before she could finish, both of the little dolls went utterly still. Their eyes lost all light, as though someone had switched them off, and they fell limply onto the bed. For a few moments, Yu Sheng just stared in disbelief. Then he tilted his head at a slight angle, gazing at the ceiling. "I guess not." A few seconds later, he called towards the door, "Foxy, you can come back now." Quick footsteps sounded from outside. Foxy raced back down from the attic, retrieved the framed painting from her tail, and handed it to Yu Sheng. "Master, here you go." The 2 little dolls on the bed suddenly sat bolt upright, their eyes wide with surprise. Yu Sheng casually hung the painting on the back of one of them, turning her into Irene P1. As soon as Irene woke up, she didn't complain about the lack of miracles. Instead, she stared straight at Foxy. "Can't you clean up inside your tail?" Yu Sheng's eyebrows rose with curiosity. "Huh, you saw inside her tail? What's it like in there?" He realized right after speaking that his question might sound strange, though describing Foxy's odd, rocket-powered, Doraemon-like tail always did feel a bit surreal. "It's dark and I have no idea how big it is because I couldn't see the end," Irene explained, her hands fluttering as she spoke. "There's a huge pile of junk in the middle like a mountain, and on top of that there's all sorts of food, even leftovers. When I opened my eyes, there was half a box of instant noodles poking out in front of me, and next to it, a half-eaten roast chicken." Foxy hurried to defend herself, looking anxious. "I didn't steal it. I told Master before, I saved the leftovers, too. It's a waste to throw them out and they don't spoil in my tail." "At least organize it. It's practically a garbage heap in there," Irene complained. "Next time we go out, you should buy a couple of shelves, like in a supermarket. They're not expensive." Their conversation grew stranger by the second, and finally Yu Sheng interjected. Let's focus on Irene for a moment, okay? The doll and the fox girl ended their argument about food safety and the possibility of adding shelves in Foxy's tail. They both returned their attention to Irene's two bodies. Ahem, Yu Sheng began, clearing his throat. It's confirmed. At least one doll body has to stay within 5 meters of the painting, or both dolls shut down and Irene's soul returns to the painting. He paused, then continued. Now let's test how far the secondary body can go while the main body carries the painting. How do we test that? There might not be enough space in here, Irene said thoughtfully. Should we head into the city? That would be tricky with so many people around. That's why there's a better place, Yu Sheng replied, a small smile forming on his face. Before he could say more, Irene caught on. Both dolls spoke at once. The valley. Yu Sheng nodded. Exactly. It's huge, so if we go from one end to the other, we can really see how far your secondary body can go. We also won't have to worry about bystanders. But before we head there, I need to pick up some things. The mere mention of shopping seemed to cheer Irene right up. Both dolls scooted to the edge of the bed. Shopping? What are we getting? Clothes? Food? Or are you finally buying something for me? I've been wanting new outfits. I can conjure clothes, but it would be nice to have something different. Oh, and your coat is ruined. It was covered in blood yesterday and got torn, so you definitely can't keep wearing that. The dolls began chattering, at first in unison, then separately, each rambling on its own. Yu Sheng soon felt a headache coming on. Irene was clearly growing used to controlling two bodies, switching between them, and, even worse, talking with both at the same time. He realized far too late that his scientific curiosity might have stirred up quite a problem. Now there were two chatterboxes going at once. Speak with just one body, please, not both, Yu Sheng pleaded. You're giving me a migraine, and keep your voice down from now on. But it's so efficient, Irene whined through the doll carrying the painting. Then she blinked up at him. Anyway, you haven't told us what we're buying. First, more food, Yu Sheng said, counting on his fingers. I'll grab 2 boxes of instant noodles and a bunch of vacuum-sealed chicken legs for Foxy as reserves. Then we need vegetable seeds and some basic farming tools. He paused, mentally calculating costs. Oh, and I'll need to stop by a hardware store, though maybe I should hold off if it's too expensive. He looked worried at the thought. One more major shopping trip and his savings would be drained. His new manuscript still wasn't finished, and his hotel hadn't brought in a single legitimate customer. The reward from the mission with Little Red Riding Hood wasn't in yet. She'd said it could arrive today, but it was only a possibility. Lately, it felt like money was only going out, never coming in. Or rather, it had never really come in at all. Most of his expenses went to Foxy's meals. Clothing and basic necessities were one-time purchases, but feeding her was a never-ending cost. Still, Yu Sheng admitted that every penny spent on her appetite felt worth it. A tail that could store 20 chicken legs might sound like a lot, but in other words, she could launch a cruise missile every time she used up those chicken legs. Where else could he find a deal like that? He even believed that if they started a chicken farm, Foxy could probably provide enough firepower to protect the entire old city. Irene, on the other hand, barely cost anything at all. Apart from the materials used to reshape her body, which had been the cheapest ones available, he hadn't spent money on her clothes or her food. So far, the only thing she'd received was a tiny red hair clip, courtesy of Little Red Riding Hood, who had bought it during a casual shopping trip. It was just a children's toy, really, but Irene had adored it for an entire day. Thinking about all this, Yu Sheng suddenly felt a bit guilty toward Irene. She could be annoying and talkative, but she was always ready to help when something needed to be done. If worst comes to worst, I'll use the emergency fund, he muttered to himself. And if that's still not enough, maybe I can sell that metal chunk to the Special Affairs Bureau. Irene, who was listening closely, asked, What are you mumbling about? Nothing, Yu Sheng replied, waving away her question. Just get ready to go. We're not going far this time, just to the farmer's market on the edge of the old city. Foxy can carry you for disguise and bring the painting so you don't lose connection. All right, Irene agreed. One doll remained perched on the headboard while the other, the one carrying the painting, climbed down from the bed. She took a few shaky steps before letting out a sigh of relief. It's fine if the other body stays still. By the way, how are we getting there? Calling a taxi. I'd teleport if I had a marker out there just to save on the fare, Yu Sheng grumbled. But I don't, so yes, we're taking a cab. A few minutes later, Yu Sheng and Foxy, who had taken on her human form with long hair, stood on a street corner, waiting for their rideshare to arrive. Irene was being cradled by Foxy, looking every bit like a delicate doll. Once we have more money, we really should get a car, Irene said in Yu Sheng's mind, sounding hopeful. We can't always rely on rideshares. Yu Sheng glanced at Irene and raised an eyebrow. What if it's another Special Affairs Bureau car? Then I'll pass, Irene muttered. Yu Sheng's lips quirked into a grin. Actually, I think an electric scooter would be good enough. A bigger one that can carry 2 people. Foxy could hop on the back, and when there's nobody around, we could use her tail as a 9-tailed rocket booster. Just think, 100 kilometers for a few cents of electricity plus a few buns to fuel Foxy. Maybe we'd even make money if the scooter has regenerative braking. You've got quite the imagination, Irene said irritably. Then something else occurred to her and she gasped. Hey, wait, where would I sit? I'd put you in the front basket, Yu Sheng teased. Yu Sheng, you jerk, she cried. Right then, a sleek silver car turned onto their street. Irene, who had been ready to fuss, immediately went limp in Foxy's arms to keep up her doll disguise. With a squeal of tires, the car pulled up in front of Yu Sheng. Foxy leaned in and whispered, Master, is this the car you ordered? It got here so quickly. Yu Sheng glanced at his phone and then at the license plate. No, the one I called is still a couple of blocks away, stuck at a red light. At that moment, the window of the silver car rolled down. The good news was, it was Su Jili's worn-out old vehicle. The bad news was that it belonged to someone Yu Sheng recognized, and not someone he was particularly thrilled to see. Ren Wen flashed them a beaming smile. Hey, fancy meeting you here going out.
Chapter 108, The Big Shopping Trip. Chapter 108, The Big Shopping Trip. When Ren Wen lowered her car window, Yu Sheng's first thought was rather unexpected. The hero and his motorcycle, what a ship. That odd notion caused him to stiffen briefly, though he quickly composed himself. His second thought was to give her a quick once-over. Did the Special Affairs Bureau send you? Are you all setting up near my house now? She blinked in surprise, looking almost flustered before finally replying, Huh? No. I was just running some errands nearby and happened to pass by your place. Her tone sounded defensive, as though the idea of coming here just to spy on him was laughable. Yu Sheng studied her, searching for any sign of dishonesty, but she appeared perfectly earnest. I'm just a support staffer, she explained. Most of my work involves paperwork and delivering small items. I don't usually get assigned to actual missions. Anyone setting up here would be from the action department. She nodded firmly, as if that accounted for everything. Yu Sheng chuckled. You never denied the whole, setting up shop, idea, though. She shrugged. Well, you must have guessed by now, she admitted. After all, Wudong Road number 66 is a new Otherworld site. If it bothers you, I could file a complaint. No need, Yu Sheng said with a dismissive wave. Even if you did, they wouldn't leave. It's not worth it. Besides, none of you can really keep an eye on me or even find Wudong Road number 66. Ren Wen gave an awkward smile and quickly changed the subject. So, are you heading out? Need a ride? I'm done for the day and on my way back to HQ, and there's nothing urgent waiting for me. Yu Sheng hesitated. Her intense enthusiasm for certain pairings could be overwhelming, and he wasn't sure he was ready to endure any fangirling about the romantic possibilities between humans and motorcycles. But after 2 or 3 seconds of internal debate, he shrugged and nodded. Sure, thanks. I'm going to Huayang Street North entrance, near the farmer's market. He cancelled his ride-share request, climbed into the back seat, and motioned for Foxy and Irene to follow. Choosing to avoid Ren Wen's shipper energy, Yu Sheng didn't take the empty front seat. Instead, he and Foxy squeezed together in the back. Irene perched herself between them. Even the doll seemed wary of that peculiar human and motorcycle idea. For her part, Ren Wen either didn't notice or simply didn't mind. She drove steadily, occasionally glancing at Yu Sheng in the rearview mirror. It took her nearly 10 minutes before her curiosity won out. Mr. Yu, she asked politely, when will your new book be out? She called him Mr., which made him feel oddly self-conscious. I'm working on it, he said, his voice a bit uneven. I've really been focusing on it these past few days. Is it another thriller? She asked eagerly, eyes bright. Are any familiar characters making a cameo? Will it still take place in Silent Water City? Yuxing had no clue how to respond. After all, he hadn't even created a new document for his work in progress. He had no title, no outline, nothing but a vague notion in his head. On top of that, the odd shipping scenario he'd been dealing with only made things more complicated. He opted for a non-committal dodge. I can't give away spoilers. But it'll be a solid story, I promise. Anyway, you said you were here on errands? Right, she said, shrugging a little. Captain made me deliver some documents this morning to an outlander who lives around here. Finding the place took forever, very hard to locate. Though, she added with a sheepish grin, still easier than finding Wudong Road number 66. Outlander? Yuxing repeated, curiosity piqued. Someone from the Alglade star system, she explained. They call themselves Children of the Stars. They have this natural talent for astronomy and can calculate things about the universe with amazing precision. A lot of them come to Boundary City because it's so unusual, and they stay to study it for years. We get along with them pretty well at the Bureau. They look almost human, too. You might have met one without realizing. Yuxing nodded thoughtfully, filing away this odd but intriguing piece of intel. He was still mulling it over when the car came to a gentle stop. We're here, Ren Wenwen announced, glancing back. Already? It's not that far, she replied with a smile. Want me to wait for you? Or I can come with you, I know this area pretty well. That's all right, Yuxing said, hurriedly waving his hand. He had no desire to invite more questions about his unwritten book. We'll be shopping for a while. Don't want to waste your time. Thanks so much. In one quick move, he opened the door and ushered Foxy and Irene out, looking a bit like someone making an escape. At last, the shipper extraordinaire drove off. Yuxing breathed a sigh of relief, then guided Foxy to a quieter corner. Taking out his phone, he opened the Borderland Communications app to see if there was a Special Affairs Bureau node in the vicinity. He found one surprisingly close by, located near the entrance to the farmer's market. Following the map directions, he and Foxy soon arrived at an empty storefront with a "For Rent" sign on the door. Although the surrounding street was bustling, this particular spot was deserted, almost eerie. In that lonely patch of pavement stood a single-node device, humming softly. Yuxing glanced around, then placed his hand against the door of the shop. Closing his eyes, he concentrated on memorizing the coordinates. Foxy tilted her head, puzzled. What are you doing, benefactor? Just setting an entrance marker, Yuxing replied casually. That way, it'll be easier for me to come back here. And since there's a bureau node nearby, I can piggyback on their dispersal field. It makes opening the door less obvious to random onlookers. No one else was around, so Irene peeked out from Foxy's arms. The small doll looked around curiously. Is there an otherworld here? Only inside this shop, Yuxing explained, pointing toward the door. According to the Borderland app, it's an L1 class otherworld called the Store. It supposedly opens at midnight, and anyone who goes in finds themselves in an endless supermarket. It isn't dangerous, exactly, but you can't leave until you've spent all the money on you. Anything you buy there turns to sand after you leave. What a dreadful otherworld, Irene cried, then let out a quiet sigh. It's surprising that this place even exists. That's the way things are in the Borderland, Yuxing said with a sigh of his own. Some otherworlds are terrifying, others are just plain odd. This doesn't really matter to us, though. I'm just using it as a marker. With the coordinates saved, Yuxing turned back to their real mission, the big shopping trip at the farmer's market. They started by purchasing a large amount of food for Foxy. Buying frozen chicken legs and big bags of rice here was far cheaper than it would be at a supermarket. The vendor, astonished by the sheer volume of goods Yuxing bought, asked if he was planning to open a restaurant. He even offered a discount for regular customers. Yuxing gratefully accepted the contact information, though he didn't bother trying to explain that all these supplies were, in reality, weaponry. It was hard to admit that 20 chicken legs equaled one cruise missile. Every time they walked away with a few boxes of supplies, Yusheng and Foxy slipped off to a corner. Then Foxy stored everything within her enormous tail. Once they had enough meat and grain, Yusheng picked up various vegetable seeds and some practical tools. Irene, who had been quiet for a while, finally spoke in Yusheng's mind. "I've been meaning to ask, why buy seeds?" "To grow, of course," Yusheng answered as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. "Did you forget my plan? I want to clear some space in Night Valley and plant vegetables and fruit." "You were serious about that?" Irene nearly squeaked in disbelief. "I thought you were just making a joke." "Dead serious," Yusheng declared. "It'd be a waste not to do anything with all that land. Besides, now that hunger is gone, we don't have a fresh meat supply. Growing our own food will help. Actually, we should pick up some chicks so we can raise chickens for eggs. That'd give us ingredients to cook with, and Foxy can have a taste too." "Foxy, can you store living creatures in your tail?" Foxy nodded eagerly. "Yes. As long as I cast a little magic, they can survive comfortably in there for a month or two." Irene fell silent in disbelief for a few moments. Finally, she burst out, "So all that talk about supplies in the valley was your plan to keep it stocked indefinitely? You really regret devouring that hunger entity, don't you?" Yusheng tried to keep his face neutral, but deep down, a little part of him did indeed regret it. If only he'd realized hunger couldn't regenerate after being eaten, he might have spared one. Then he would never have had to buy meat again.
Chapter 109, Building the Future. Yusheng felt quite satisfied with his latest shopping spree. Everything was much cheaper than he had expected. Once again he led his two companions to a quiet corner, their arms laden with newly purchased items. Foxy revealed her fluffy tail, and Yusheng handed her the baby chicks they had just bought. One by one, Foxy carefully tucked them into her soft fur, eyes sparkling with delight. Yusheng watched with a mix of amusement and slight unease while Irene, resting lazily against his arm, let out a dramatic sigh. "You actually bought them? Are you seriously planning on raising chickens in the valley?" Irene asked, giving him a look that suggested she might be hoping for a sensible answer. "Why not?" Yusheng replied confidently. "It's a big place. I'm not worried about them wandering off or being snatched by stray dogs. They can roam around the hills free-range style." His eyes shone with excitement. "If I'd found some piglets, I would have gotten those too." Irene shook her head. "So free-range pigs as well? You really like planning ahead, but aren't these chicks a bit too small to just be set loose? The grass in the valley has only just begun to grow. Are you sure it's ready for animals?" "That's the long-term plan," Yusheng admitted, rubbing the back of his head. "For now, I'll keep them in a coop. Later, I'll figure out how to speed up the valley's ecosystem and find a few books on raising chickens and gardening." Irene blinked, staring at him. "You mean, you actually don't know how to do any of this?" Yusheng grew serious. "Nope. Do I look like a professional chicken farmer? I've just got theoretical knowledge and a big imagination." "Yet you're still so enthusiastic," Irene muttered. "I thought you had it all worked out, like turning Night Valley into a perfect countryside getaway." "You simply don't understand," Yusheng said in a mysterious voice, glancing at the doll perched on his arm. "Farming is good for the soul." "No, I really don't understand," Irene sighed, rolling her eyes. She made sure nobody else could see her expression. "Dolls don't eat, and the ancestor of dolls never taught us anything about farming. None of my sisters ever mentioned it." "Which is precisely why your prenate, education plus correspondence course, style of learning isn't very reliable." "I'm going to bite your head off. How dare you talk about a lady like that?" At that moment, Foxy finished placing the last chick in her tail. She looked up at them, hesitant. Benefactor, may I look after them?" Yusheng paused, surprised. "You know how to raise chickens?" Foxy nodded eagerly. "I learned it at school." Though it seemed a bit odd, Yusheng could hardly resist her excitement. "All right, they're yours," he agreed. Irene's jaw dropped. "You're letting a fox raise chickens." Yusheng finally realized the potential problem. Hastily, he added, "Just raise them for a while before you eat them, okay?" Foxy's eyes crinkled with delight, and she nodded, though Yusheng wasn't entirely sure she grasped his meaning. Ahem. He suddenly had a bad feeling these chicks might never reach the point of happily roaming the valley. In the back of his mind, he just hoped that if Foxy did eat them, she would at least cook them first. "All right," he said, shaking off the thought. "We're done here. There's no need to stop by the construction market. We've got everything on the list." Checking his notes, he nodded in satisfaction. Then he looked at Irene, still settled on his arm. "How's the body you left at home holding up?" "It's fine. We're pretty far away, and it still has disconnected," Irene replied at once. "I'm even trying to make it walk around the room a bit." She shifted slightly, adjusting her hands and feet. "Controlling both bodies feels about the same at this distance. I think I'm improving at switching between two perspectives. It's still a bit tricky, though, so I'll need more practice back in the valley." "Got it. Let's head home, pack up, and go." Irene tilted her head. "Are we calling a cab? I doubt the Special Affairs Bureau will give us another convenient ride." Yu Sheng grinned. "We'll use the door again, of course. You two wait here while I contact the Bureau." He took out his phone, and as soon as he unlocked it, he raised his eyebrows. "Looks like the Borderland communication app has an update." He tapped the confirmation button. That was fast. The download was over in a blink. A moment later, the app reopened to its main screen. "Doesn't look any different. Oh, wait." Yu Sheng spotted a new button in the corner. Irene, brimming with curiosity, leaned over at once. "What is it? Let me see." He tapped the new icon, his expression caught between surprise and amusement. "Open door, one-click approval," Irene read, blinking in confusion. Then she stared up at Yu Sheng. "Is that an exclusive feature? It must be, right?" "I'll bet no one else has this," he said with a twitch of his lips. "Seems like my late-night call to buy Li Qing really paid off." He pressed the button. Then he opened the door at Wudong Road, number 66. Back at home, Yu Sheng and Foxy unpacked everything they'd bought from her fluffy tail. Rice, flour, cooking oil, all of it was neatly sorted and taken to the kitchen. Then Yu Sheng carried Irene upstairs to check on her other body. He couldn't help feeling that it all sounded ridiculous, a doll controlling two bodies at once. Yet Irene seemed delighted. Her other self was pacing around the master bedroom and looking much more stable than she had that morning. "I think I'm finally getting the knack for controlling both bodies," said both Irenes at once, one perched on Yu Sheng's shoulder, the other on the floor. "And I've discovered I don't need full direct control all the time. Watch this." Suddenly, the Irene on the floor went completely blank, as though she'd switched off. She stood there swaying for a second, then began to shuffle toward Yu Sheng in a stiff, awkward way. Okay, that's more than enough," Yu Sheng said hastily, waving his hands for her to stop. The empty eyes and jerky movements made her look like a possessed doll from a horror movie. He quickly scooped her up and placed her on his free shoulder, so now he had an Irene on each side. Heading downstairs, he found Foxy leaning over the dining table with a fond, slightly silly grin on her face. She was watching two of the baby chicks peck away at a small pile of millet, the poor creatures oblivious to the possibility of ending up as a meal. Foxy was even talking to them. "Eat up, little ones," she cooed. "Grow nice and big. I have big plans for you, boiled, salted." Yu Sheng froze. "Wait, those are their names." Foxy nodded happily. "Yes, boiled and salted." "Well, if that's what makes you happy," Yu Sheng sighed. "Anyway, let's get going, bring boiled and salted, and let's head to the valley." "Got it." Just as Yu Sheng had predicted, the valley was still basking in daylight. The sky was a clear, endless blue dotted with gentle clouds, stretching across the wide vista. The sun illuminated the rolling mountains in the distance, and there was no sign it would set any time soon. Yu Sheng had visited at various times of day, and had long since noticed there was no real day and night cycle here. It always stayed at a pleasantly bright midday temperature. This had its advantages and disadvantages. On the plus side, the valley was comfortable, a huge improvement over how it had once been, dark, gloomy, cold winds blowing, and a foul smell everywhere. On the downside, Yu Sheng wasn't sure how well crops would grow without the usual pattern of daylight and darkness. Still, that was a problem for another day. He had more immediate plans: clear some land and get rid of the old, ruined temple. If he was going to spend time in the valley, he needed a proper place to camp, a bit of comfort before launching into the tests Irene had mentioned. The ancient temple had deteriorated badly over time. Now, it was mostly just broken bricks and rubble, a mixture of stone and earth that got in the way of his gardening dreams. But with Yu Sheng's growing connection to this valley, the ground itself began to shift beneath his guidance. Clumps of soil swallowed the shattered bricks, breaking them down or burying them further. Stones of all sizes rolled aside, gathering in neat piles at the edges of the clearing. A broad, level surface formed under his feet, steadily expanding until it took on the shape of a field. As Yu Sheng stood there, he felt his link to the valley deepen. The soil, the stones, the water, and even the air seemed to respond to him, as if a magical thread bound them together. He let himself sink into that curious, wondrous sensation. Before long, Yu Sheng realized that his power over this world had grown even stronger. He had taken another step forward in understanding the valley's secrets. Chapter 110, The Test. It was a fascinating, almost magical process. The ground and stones seemed to move on their own. The rubble and debris, like chunks of chocolate melting into warm milk, gradually sank into the earth and disappeared. Off in the distance, fields were already forming. In the spot where the ancient ruined temple once stood, a huge, perfectly smooth clearing appeared, as if giant machines had leveled it in an instant. Then more rocks rose from the center of that clearing, coming together to form a platform about 10 centimeters above the ground. Yu Sheng sensed himself growing more and more connected to the valley, finding that controlling its terrain became easier with each passing moment. He focused intently, strengthening the platform, making its foundation grip the earth below. It felt as if he was learning to use a brand new limb. He had decided this valley would be his base as soon as he confirmed it was safe, planning to use it for a variety of purposes: a place to grow crops, a testing ground for Irene, and a training field for Foxy. In the future, anything that needed a hidden spot could be brought here. However, he hadn't expected the construction of his base to begin in such an unusual way. Foxy, eyes wide with amazement, stood watching from the sidelines. The two Irenes stood beside her, both looking equally impressed. After a long silence, Foxy exclaimed, "Wow, Benefactor could totally be a master of earth and stone." "Do you people have a master for everything where you're from?" Irene finally blurted out. She had been wanting to ask this for ages. "Are there masters for cooking noodles, baking bread, or frying dumplings, too?" "Well, those are just cooking masters," Foxy explained, nodding with utmost seriousness. "If we separated each specialty into its own category, it would create too many divisions. The Immortal Alliance wouldn't allow it." Irene's jaw dropped. Seriously, there really are cooking masters. By then, Yu Sheng had finished laying the foundation and started to add a small shelter in one corner of the platform, something that could provide cover from the elements, even though no wind or rain seemed to exist in this valley. He walked over to Foxy and Irene, looking curious. "What are you two talking about?" They both pointed straight at the fox girl. "That silly fox is calling you a dust spirit master." No, Foxy corrected them, shaking her head. "He's an earth and stone master." Yu Sheng suppressed a laugh, and then gestured toward the large, flat platform he had created. "From now on, this place will be our second base besides Wudong Road number 66. I have a grand construction plan in mind. I want to build a huge structure over the ruined temple, something like an ancient civilization's temple that looks grand, mysterious, and impressive. It'll become the headquarters of our hotel organization." "A massive city just for 3 people? You've got big dreams," Irene teased, pointing at the small, boxy shelter on the platform's edge. "Is that dusty cube supposed to be some kind of temporary toilet?" Yu Sheng froze, stumbling over his response. It's the first step in the construction plan. Let's call it Temple Version 1. Irene was left speechless. For once, she couldn't think of a single sarcastic comment. Hurrying to shift the focus, Yu Sheng cleared his throat. "Anyway, this is all just practice, getting used to making basic shapes. Let's not dwell on that. We have a mission to test the remote range of your new body." That got Irene's attention instantly. The two Irenes both looked up at Yu Sheng. "How do we test it?" one of them asked. "Do I run in opposite directions and see where the connection cuts off?" "With those short legs?" Yu Sheng smirked, and before Irene could protest, he scooped up one of the doll bodies, the main one. Then he pointed to the other doll. "That one goes with Foxy. You two can run to the far end of the valley while I take this main body and teleport to the mountain border we visited before. Then we'll see what happens." Before Yu Sheng could even finish his sentence, Foxy had already raced 10 meters away and was lying on the ground. In a flash of light, she transformed into a giant 9-tailed fox about the size of 2 vans. Glancing at the remaining doll, she said excitedly, "Irene, climb on and let's run." Irene winced, remembering the rocket-powered ride across the valley last time. "Do we really have to do it that way?" Yu Sheng handed the doll in his arms to her. "All right, then switch. This one goes with Foxy and you come with me." Both Irenes froze, then glared at Yu Sheng in unison. "I'm still me, you know." With a sigh, the doll version of Irene trudged over to Foxy. "Fine, I'll ride with the silly fox again. At least this body's less sensitive, so maybe it won't be so bad." Foxy lowered one of her tails, letting Irene climb up onto her back. Sit closer to the back and hold on tight. I don't want you flying off when I accelerate. Irene clung to a clump of fur and muttered, Please go slower this time. I really don't want to get flung off. But Foxy's excitement had already taken over. Nodding briskly, she promised, Don't worry, I'll accelerate smoothly. Yet hardly a second passed before she sprang forward, legs pounding the ground. She rocketed ahead like a cannonball. Irene's shriek trailed into the distance, drowned by the rush of wind and the thunder of Foxy's footsteps. Foxy's blazing blue fire streaked behind her, leaving what looked like a ring of shockwaves in the air. She's certainly full of energy, Yu Sheng remarked. He watched the silver-white fox blaze across the valley, kicking up a roar that echoed on the walls around them. Through gritted teeth, Irene's voice crackled in Yu Sheng's ear. I never should have believed she'd go slow. I think I'm going to fall apart. Don't worry, Yu Sheng replied with a grin, opening a door to the other side of the valley. If you break, I'll fix you. With that, he stepped through the door, taking the main Irene doll body with him. No matter how fast Foxy ran, she was no match for Yu Sheng's teleportation abilities. By the time Yu Sheng and the main Irene arrived at the edge of the mountain, Foxy and the other Irene were still racing across the valley. From this high vantage point, they could watch as a silvery blur barreled forward with blue fire trailing behind it, like a shooting star racing toward the mountains. Debris and dust flew in every direction. I bet she could really use those tails to fly, Yu Sheng mused, chin in hand. Not just skimming the ground, actually fly up into the sky. Just then Irene moved closer to his ear and yelled, She says she can do it. Yu Sheng winced and pulled her away from his ear. Don't shout like that, I can hear you perfectly fine. The little doll dangled from Yu Sheng's arm, swinging gently. Sorry, there's so much noise coming from the other body's side that I had to yell to switch my focus. So do you feel any disconnection with the other body at all? Yu Sheng asked. Nope, Irene replied, still dangling. There's no weakening or anything. From the mountain, they could see Foxy charging toward the far side of the valley. Yu Sheng frowned thoughtfully. If you're feeling no sign of losing connection, then the maximum distance must be pretty large, possibly bigger than we realized. This dimension and the mountains around it are already huge, Irene said as she climbed up onto Yu Sheng's shoulder. Foxy's almost at the peak on the other side. She's wondering what to do next. Yu Sheng paused for a moment, then said, If we want to be sure, we need to see if it works in another dimension. Right now, you know it's fine within this valley, but what about a completely different place? Irene's eyes widened. You mean? Yu Sheng opened another door. Beyond it lay a sprawling, nameless forest filled with thick vegetation. It was one of many places he had stumbled upon in his countless teleportation tests, an ordinary spot that he happened to have stored in his coordinates. How about we push it to the absolute limit? Yu Sheng suggested, looking at the doll perched on his arm. We can find out exactly how far apart your two bodies can be. Is it safe over there? Irene asked, a bit uncertain. I've checked it before. Aside from a few hot spots, there's nothing too dangerous. Irene hesitated but finally nodded, steeling her resolve. All right, let's give it a try. Chapter 111, Yu Sheng's New Idea. The moment they passed through the newly opened doorway, the surroundings changed in an instant. The refreshing breeze from the tranquil valley disappeared, replaced by the hot, steamy air of a tropical rainforest. Unfamiliar calls from strange creatures echoed in the distance, and the sound of insects and ants crawling over dry leaves rose around them like a chorus. Yu Sheng, ever cautious, left the door partially open behind them instead of shutting it completely. He kept it ajar after guiding Irene through, just in case they needed to beat a quick retreat back to the valley. How about now? Yu Sheng asked, glancing down at the small doll resting on his arm. Can you still feel your other body, or is the connection broken? Wow, it's still there, exclaimed the tiny doll in a surprised tone. I felt a bit dizzy when we walked through the door, like my senses got mixed up for a moment, but now everything's back to normal, and the link between my two bodies hasn't weakened at all. As she spoke, Irene looked up and took a quick glance around. Hey, Yu Sheng, how far apart do you think my two bodies are now? She wondered aloud. I think we've gone beyond what we could call distance, Yu Sheng replied, tapping his chin and then shaking his head. I have no idea where this place is, but it's definitely not part of the borderland. There's even a difference in dimension between here and the valley. If that doesn't break the link between your bodies, then I don't see any need for more testing. Oh, so should we take a look around? Irene asked, peering curiously up at Yu Sheng. Since we're already here. It's not safe, Yu Sheng said, shaking his head. We should go back. Since when are you this careful? Irene teased. You're carrying your painting frame, and that's your real self, Yu Sheng reminded her, pointing at the canvas in her arms. If something happens to me, that's one thing, but if something happens to your painting frame, who knows how it would affect you? Let's head back, and let's tell Foxy to meet us at the starting point. Oh, got it. A short time later, Yu Sheng, Foxy, and Irene were all together again at the newly paved clearing deep in the valley. Right, so we've observed a few rules, Yu Sheng said, watching as Irene practiced walking around while controlling both her bodies. He rubbed his chin thoughtfully. First, at least one doll body needs to stay close to the painting frame for Irene to be active in the real world. Second, the body holding the frame is the main body, and the other one is a copy. Third, the copy's control range seems limitless, or at least incredibly far, unlike the main body, which can't stray far from the frame. With a thud, Irene's copy, while running in circles, suddenly lost its balance and fell flat on its face. Yu Sheng glanced at the doll, picking itself up in an awkward way. But the copy's performance is clearly weaker than the main body's, less sensitive, less agile, and a bit harder to control. It looks like that's the price for having such a wide control range. I think it's totally worth it, Irene chimed in happily, standing up without showing any sign of distress. Now I can have one body free from carrying the frame so I can run around as much as I want. And better yet, I could watch TV in one room and play games in another. Yu Sheng's eye twitched. That's what you want to do with two bodies. Suddenly, he thought of something else. Wait, you mentioned playing games. Which games are you talking about? Irene winced a little, looking sheepish. Well, your account got unbanned. Yu Sheng's eyebrows shot straight up. You're not allowed to use my account again. Make your own. You have your own ID now. Irene drooped her head. Okay, she sounded disappointed, though Yu Sheng couldn't quite figure out why. But her sadness quickly vanished, and a moment later she was beaming once more. Controlling her other body, she directed it to scurry over to Yu Sheng. Both dolls gazed up at him with identical bright expressions. Hey, I noticed something else, she said. Yu Sheng looked curious. What is it? It doesn't feel like I need to split my attention in half to control the second body, Irene explained. Right then, the copy's face grew stiff, as if its spirit had suddenly gone somewhere else. See, I only need a little bit of focus to keep it moving. The copy wobbled around, not super steady, but still able to walk. Irene seemed very pleased with herself, while Yu Sheng stood there, lost in thought. And I realized this copy can do some tasks on its own, Irene continued. If it's something simple, like walking to a specific spot or picking something up, it can do it without needing me to guide it every second. Yu Sheng's face quickly turned, astonished. Wait, you mean this body has some kind of thinking ability of its own? Irene paused, frowning as she thought, then she shook her head. Not exactly. It's not real thinking. It's more like instincts. They're more advanced than normal instincts, but they only work because I'm linked to it. It's hard to explain. Yu Sheng's expression grew serious, as though something new had dawned on him. He hadn't anticipated anything like this. But one thing was certain. When he had originally created the doll, it was nothing more than a shell. It had no movement, no spirit, and no instincts. These instincts Irene spoke of only emerged after she first occupied the new body. So it all came from Irene. Yu Sheng looked more thoughtful by the second. Seeing his expression, both versions of Irene took a small step back. You're getting another idea, aren't you? They asked in unison. I'm just curious, Yu Sheng admitted, looking at Irene with unwavering focus. What if you tried controlling a third body? Irene's mouth dropped open in surprise. Huh. If each new body develops the instincts you mentioned, Yu Sheng said, and if controlling them only needs a little bit of your attention, maybe two bodies isn't your limit. What if I made more dolls? Could you handle them? Irene just stood there, eyes wide. Even she, who was used to Yu Sheng's wild ideas, felt a bit overwhelmed by this new possibility. But soon, after the initial shock wore off, she found herself thinking about it too. Foxy, who had stayed quiet until now, also looked intrigued. It does sound like it might be worth a try. Irene let out a big sigh. Yu Sheng's ideas are always like that. At first, they sound outrageous or outright impossible, but then they start to feel strangely logical. It's like his, let's just give it a shot attitude rubs off on you. Once you hear his crazy idea, you can't help wondering if it might actually work and what could happen. Then, before you know it, you've jumped right in. Yu Sheng looked a bit offended. You're making my experiment sound shady. Both Irenes flashed him a grin. Do you seriously think they are? Yu Sheng cleared his throat. So do you want to try or not? I guess it's not impossible, Irene said softly, shrugging. I'm curious too, but you have to warn me before the final step, all right? I need time to prepare myself before I take over another new body. I don't want a repeat of what happened this morning. Sure, Yu Sheng agreed at once. The first time is always a learning experience. Now we know what to expect. Then he looked at Irene again, in a way that made her take another step back. You've got another idea, don't you? Just tell me all at once so it's not so creepy. It's just a side thought, Yu Sheng said, sounding slightly embarrassed as he scratched his head. If I keep making more bodies, maybe I should improve the design a bit. Irene blinked. What do you mean? Well, your first body was made with clay and lotus roots, he reminded her. You said yourself lotus roots aren't ideal for doll making, and for the second body I just guessed at how to mix the materials, so it's probably not perfect either. So for the next bodies, we could try different materials and methods. Irene looked puzzled. What? I've always felt bad that your first body got so damaged in battle, Yu Sheng explained, sounding earnest. Especially your arm breaking off and your leg getting mangled. I didn't mind, Irene said, waving off his concern. But what are you getting at? Well, since we don't have any high-grade alchemy materials right now, maybe we can make the bodies tougher in simpler ways. Irene raised an eyebrow, and that would be. In plain language next time, I'm thinking we replace your wire skeleton with rebar. Irene stared at him in shock. What? Chapter 112, A Full-Fledged Plan. Irene felt that, compared to all the outlandish ideas Yu Sheng usually had, this new one was truly beyond belief. Still, she couldn't deny that all his ideas seemed to carry a certain peculiar charm. No matter how odd or unthinkable, they always had a way of grabbing her interest. After her initial shock, the little doll found herself growing more and more intrigued by his latest creative idea. It sounded absurd, yes, and it didn't follow any of the basic rules of making dolls or alchemy theories. But there was a part of her that thought, why not give it a try? After all, what was the harm? See, you like the idea too, don't you? Yu Sheng said, noticing the shift in Irene's expression. He looked quite satisfied with himself. Besides, it's not just the frame that can be made of steel rods. I could even try casting some parts out of cement for you. It would blend with the blood more easily than the lotus root did. Irene froze, her mind suddenly blank. After a moment she hesitated and whispered, Isn't that a bit much? Yu Sheng's gaze turned serious. Clay is earth and so is concrete, that's how I look at it. Is that so? I should have gone to the hardware store when we went shopping, Yu Sheng said, sounding a little regretful. We could have picked up some cement and steel rods, and a few tools, too. Welding machines, angle grinders. I have no idea how much those cost. To Irene, none of this sounded remotely like proper alchemy. But Yu Sheng seemed unbothered by the thought. He waved his hand as if dismissing the concern. It's fine. We're not in a rush this time. You should get used to your new body first. If you think of any improvements, make a list, and I'll craft an even better body for you next time. He looked so eager, as though he found tremendous joy in this entire endeavor. After that, he moved to the edge of the platform and called to Foxy. He pointed to a bare patch of ground beside a rough stone shed, shaped a bit like a giant matchbox. We'll keep the chicks right here. I'll build a simple coop for now. Once they've grown and the vegetation in this valley has recovered, I'll let them roam around. As he spoke, the ground rumbled slightly. Stones rose from beneath the earth and fit together, forming a small enclosure with a couple of troughs for food and water. It looked simple, but it would do. Foxy blinked, then reached into her thick, fluffy tail and began pulling out baby chicks. She placed them in the makeshift pen, sprinkled feed into the trough, and poured fresh water into the basin. Her tail truly seemed capable of producing anything. While she worked, the young fox girl looked very cheerful, almost affectionate. It was the kind of fondness one might have when imagining future meals of succulent braised chicken drumsticks, crispy roasted wings, fragrant shredded chicken, smoked chicken, roast chicken, and hearty chicken stew. I'll bring a small stream over from nearby, Yu Sheng said, watching Foxy with satisfaction. He spoke his thoughts aloud. There's a water source near that old grove, and it's not too far. Next time I can also bring more tools and supplies to develop this camp further. This valley will be the base for our hotel. Having a base sounds nice, Irene commented. But there's a problem. You're the only one who can open the door. Every time Foxy wants to come feed the chicks, she'll need you to open it for her. That's going to be pretty inconvenient, isn't it? Yu Sheng's expression grew thoughtful. This was something he had been considering recently as well. His door-opening ability was certainly convenient, but if he planned to have a team and use this valley as a base, then having a door only he could open would become a constraint. Irene and Foxy couldn't enter on their own, so how could it truly serve as everyone's headquarters? I've been thinking the same thing, Yu Sheng admitted. If I could set up a permanent entrance to this valley, one that doesn't rely on me to keep it going and that both of you could use, well, that would be perfect. Is that even possible? Irene asked, blinking in disbelief. It sounds like you're just making it up. Well, this place is an otherworld, right? Yu Sheng explained patiently. All otherworlds must have some kind of entrance. The original entryway to this valley was destroyed when I took control of it, but I believe there's a way to create a brand new public entrance. And as it happens, I do have a plan. That got Irene's attention immediately. Even Foxy, who had been counting her baby chicks, perked up her ears in curiosity. Benefactor, Foxy asked, do you really know how? Remember that both of you can see and open the door at Wudong Road number 66, Yu Sheng reminded them. That door is technically an otherworld gateway. Most people can't see it, but because you two shared my blood, you can open it. Oh, right, Irene said, her eyes lighting up, but then her brow furrowed. But the door at Wudong Road was already there in the first place. Without it existing, Foxy and I wouldn't be able to open anything. Here in the valley, we don't have a door at all. Every time we come, you create the passage, and it disappears as soon as you let go. What if we made it permanent? Yu Sheng suggested. Sort of like building our own version of the Wudong Road door from scratch. Couldn't we create a physical object infused with alchemical power using the techniques you taught me? The theory says it's doable, right? Irene stood there, stunned. It took a few moments for her to regain her wits. I taught you alchemy like that. Well, I suppose I've taken some creative liberties, Yu Sheng admitted, coughing lightly. But still, I think it could work. It's definitely worth a try, right? It's not like we have much to lose. At that, Irene found herself thinking, typical Yu Sheng. All of his strange ideas end with worth a try. And then they would give it a try. That was simply his style. We're going to be pretty busy for a while, Yu Sheng said with a grin, jotting down parts of the plan in his mind. We'll build a new steel and concrete body for Irene, improve this camp, plant a real vegetable garden next time, dig that stream, and create a stable portal. Looks like we've got a lot on our plate. As he spoke, he wandered toward the edge of the platform, gazing out across the vast valley below. The valley, once devoured by the entity hunger, was now slowly coming back to life, and thanks to Yu Sheng's deliberate intervention, it was recovering more quickly than it ever could on its own. Deep chasms in the earth were gradually filling in, and the cracks along the distant mountainsides were mending themselves. Little shoots of green, which had started to poke through the rubble, were now spreading unnoticed over the rocky ground. Pale green sprouts and young shrubs stretched out across the newly restored land. They were the remains of the valley's former life, once lost in the darkness, now rising once more to greet the sun. Seeing this, Yu Sheng felt a warm sense of reassurance. This place, it's really a good place, he murmured. He heard light footsteps behind him. Foxy approached, cradling two tiny chicks in her arms. She looked up at Yu Sheng with a bit of uncertainty. Benefactor, she said softly, could I take these two home with me? Yu Sheng turned and saw the hopeful gleam in her golden-red eyes. The two chicks in her arms chirped quietly, oblivious to what was happening. He raised an eyebrow. You want those two? Steamed and salted, Foxy blurted out quickly. Yu Sheng blinked. The young fox girl had picked out her two favorites and named them steamed and salted. She wanted to raise them like pets. Even Yu Sheng found it a little odd. But when he saw that innocent, expectant look on her face, he held back his laughter and nodded with a solemn expression. All right, I'll get you a box to keep them in on the balcony. Foxy's face lit up. Thank you, benefactor. Just then Yu Sheng felt his phone vibrating, followed by a ringing tone. He pulled the phone from his pocket and saw Li Lin's name flashing on the screen. But before answering, he paused, forehead creasing slightly. There was a signal here. He could clearly recall that back when this place was the Night Valley. There had been no cell signal at all. Little Red Riding Hood, Li Lin, and the others had been stuck here without any way to reach the outside world. Yet now his phone was picking up a signal. Was it another result of the feast, another change that had reshaped the valley? A flurry of thoughts darted through his mind, but after a few seconds Yu Sheng set them aside and answered the call. Hello. Chapter 113, Payment. Yu Sheng had known all along that the Special Affairs Bureau would send someone over. After all, Little Red Riding Hood had reported that angel cultists had been spotted at the museum. The Bureau would definitely want to confirm the details with the special witness, Yu Sheng himself. He figured that they would likely send Li Lin and Su Jiali, since those two were relatively familiar with him. What he did not expect was the presence of more than just Li Lin and Su Jiali. Captain Song Cheng of the 2nd Mobilization Squad had arrived as well. In the living room of Wudong Road number 66, Yu Sheng observed the tall, broad-shouldered man before him. Captain Song appeared dependable and battle-tested, with short black hair, slightly tanned skin, and a thin scar peeking out from underneath the collar of his plain black coat and white shirt. His physique suggested years of frontline combat experience, though not quite as muscular as Su Jiali. With their leader here, Li Lin and Su Jiali sat rather stiffly on the sofa. Meanwhile, Song Cheng was just as curious about this place. It was his first time visiting the hidden otherworld location known as Wudong Road number 66, currently one of the most mysterious places in the borderland. At first glance, it felt like an ordinary home, with nothing obviously unusual about it. The furniture and appliances all seemed to match the typical style you'd expect from a middle-class household in the borderland, not too new, not too old. Yet in Song Cheng's experience, residences in the borderland were seldom this convincingly normal. He was familiar with the dark little house, dorm 404, and the elusive apartment number 6 on the outskirts of town. Those otherworld dwellings usually hid little details that gave away how unnatural they were, like an odd mix of ancient and modern decorations, or random placements that seemed off, hinting that something non-human had tried its best to mimic a human home, but slipped up in the details. Here, though, as far as Song Cheng could see, nothing felt out of place in that way. Everything felt perfectly ordinary, at least, if one ignored the 2 dolls sitting on the coffee table watching TV and the fox busily grooming its tail. Just then Yu Sheng broke the slightly awkward silence. So, would anyone like some tea? Oh, no need, just water is fine, Song Cheng replied quickly, recovering from his thoughts. He offered Yu Sheng a polite smile and added, my apologies for the sudden visit. Because this involves the Dark Angel, there's some information that requires my on-site authorization before we can share it with a third party. Yu Sheng waved off the concern. No worries, actually. I was curious to see what Li Lin and Su Jiali's captain would be like. It's good to meet you. The 2 irises on the coffee table turned and rolled their eyes at this polite exchange. Speaking in unison, they remarked, you humans and your endless formalities. Unable to resist any longer, Song Cheng pointed at the 2 dolls and asked, I was under the impression there was supposed to be only one. Li Lin and Su Jiali looked just as puzzled. When Yu Sheng had opened the door for them earlier, they'd spotted 2 irises strolling about the living room. They had both wondered if they were seeing double. There was a slight mishap that caused the number to go up, Yu Sheng explained, rubbing his hands together somewhat awkwardly. Just think of it as a result of some research between me and Iris. Li Lin, looking stunned, asked, so will there be more in the future? After a moment of thought, Yu Sheng nodded earnestly, probably. Sensing that Yu Sheng wasn't eager to delve deeper into the topic, Li Lin decided not to press further. Song Cheng, however, found the entire exchange very strange, though he couldn't quite put his finger on why. In the end, he focused on the real purpose of his visit. I'm here for 2 reasons, he began. First, to confirm the report from Little Red Riding Hood that angel cultists appeared in the Otherworld Museum. Second, to deliver something. He gestured toward Su Jiali, who opened a briefcase she had brought along and placed a file folder on the coffee table. This folder contains the complete set of legal registration documents and certification for the hotel as an officially recognized organization. Please review everything and let us know if you have any questions. These were the hotel's official registration documents. Yu Sheng had nearly forgotten about the entire registration process, so his face lit up. He hastily picked up the folder, and one of the irises leaned over to look as well. The other iris was still watching TV with great interest. The first page was a registration certificate bound with a black cover, stamped with the circular seal of the Borderland Council, along with the diamond-shaped red insignia of the Special Affairs Bureau. Inside were the basic registration details: location, date, business type, and name. Seeing the word hotel printed in large letters reassured Yu Sheng that everything was official. Included in the folder was another copy of the certificate, along with 2 small black devices that resembled USB drives. These 2 devices hold digital data, Song Cheng explained. They come with a special version of the Borderland Communications program. If you plug one into any computer with internet access, that computer will temporarily connect to the Special Affairs Bureau's information platform. You can log into Borderland Communications using the hotel's shared account. The account can't be changed or canceled, and there are security features built right into the drives to prevent any data leaks or hacking attempts. Once you unplug them, all the access records will be erased. If either device gets severely damaged, it will automatically transmit a distress signal to the Bureau, along with its last known coordinates. That's pretty advanced, Yusheng remarked, staring at the unassuming little gadgets with surprise. He wasn't much of a tech person, but from Song Cheng's description, these devices were on a level far beyond the standard electronics he was used to, something like black tech in his mind. The Special Affairs Bureau's technology is generally reliable, Song Cheng said with a small smile. In extreme cases, these can also be used as single-use distress beacons. Yusheng raised a curious eyebrow. If one of them gets damaged here in this house, would it still be able to send out its coordinates? Song Cheng's smile froze momentarily, then he cleared his throat. Well, that's why I said generally reliable. Laughing, Yusheng slipped one of the devices into his pocket. After a moment of thought, he waved over the fox, who was still grooming her bushy tail, and handed her the other data drive. Here, keep this in your tail as a backup. Foxy nodded and tucked the drive away inside the fluffy fur, then padded off to continue grooming. Make sure to sweep the floor when you're finished, Yusheng reminded her, so there's no fur lying around. Got it, Foxy replied cheerfully. Song Cheng watched with an increasingly stiff smile. After a long pause, he murmured, Where did she actually put that? I'm guessing that detail didn't make it into the reports, Yusheng teased, grinning. Foxy has all sorts of strange abilities. You'll learn about them eventually, but for now, let's talk about the museum. Pulling himself together, Song Cheng said, We've already started searching. We're using technical methods to identify suspects in the Southern District, and all exit points from the borderland are under strict surveillance. If those two cultists are still in Boundary City, it's just a matter of time before we track them down. Your information was incredibly helpful. Honestly, in all my years at the Special Affairs Bureau, I've rarely seen a case where we got such detailed leads this early. Su Jiali nodded in agreement. Angel cultists are always elusive, and they usually don't leave any witnesses alive. It's been extremely difficult to capture them in the past. The team working on this says it's the easiest angel cultist case they've had in ages. Well, they didn't leave any living witnesses this time either, Yusheng said casually. It's just that a dead witness managed to speak. Song Cheng's expression turned serious. That's precisely why I wanted to come in person. About your ability to communicate with the deceased, and considering the overall power the hotel has shown, the Special Affairs Bureau hopes we can work more closely in the future. He then pulled out a thick envelope from his bag and placed it on the coffee table. Yusheng blinked, instantly guessing what it was. Opening it and taking a quick peek, he looked surprised. A reward, like a bounty for reporting, that's a lot. It's payment for assisting in apprehending the angel cultists, Song Cheng explained. Even though we haven't caught them yet, your help goes far beyond that of a normal informant. The Special Affairs Bureau always offers compensation for cooperation, and since angel cultists are considered highly dangerous targets, the budget for capturing them is quite generous. Yusheng barely registered the finer details Song Cheng was explaining. He was already calculating how many upgrades they could make with this money. Iris would get her long-desired new TV. Foxy could feast on a steady supply of chicken legs, and he himself could start ticking off items on his seemingly endless list of plans. It was certainly a faster way to earn money than writing books. Chapter 114, The First Angel. Yusheng had always known he would receive some kind of reward. Whether it involved providing crucial information, assisting with operations, or taking on special contracted projects and handing over extraordinary items, the Special Affairs Bureau never failed to compensate Spirit Realm detectives and investigators. In fact, this was one of the primary ways that unusual independent agents, like Little Red Riding Hood, earned their living. What caught Yusheng off guard, however, was that they had delivered the money right into his hands, and that the payment was even larger than he had anticipated. He realized at once that this exceptionally generous sum must be tied to the dangerous nature of the so-called angel cultists. Thinking back to Little Red Riding Hood's warning before she left, Yusheng finally grasped just how seriously the Bureau regarded these cultists. The moment he accepted the envelope, Song Cheng gave him a slight nod, then said in a casual tone, Normally, we would just send your payment through the border communications platform, but since this is our first time working together, I wanted to add a bit of ceremony. More importantly, I hope to talk with you about the Dark Angels and the Angel Cult. After all, Encountering those lunatics on your very first mission is quite unusual for a spirit realm detective. Yu Sheng sat up straight, signaling that he was ready to listen. I've seen the angel in Night Valley, he began. Honestly, it wasn't at all how I imagined an angel would look. Song Cheng spoke in a low, steady voice. But you must have felt its immense presence, right? That sense of being watched from some higher plane, and behind its bizarre shape a kind of holiness. Holiness? Yu Sheng remembered the colossal eye in the sky. Little by little, he started to understand what Song Cheng meant. If you're talking about that cold, nearly emotionless feeling that went beyond reason, then yes, it was horrifying. Yet when it was looming overhead, it also had this strange, sacred air. That's exactly why people call them angels, Song Cheng said with a nod. The first investigator to ever witness a dark angel wrote the earliest official report. Unfortunately, he lost his sanity soon afterward. In his near-delirious state, he described his experience like this. Looks down at us as though from a higher, transcendent realm. Its presence fills my mind with wild thoughts. It seems to be a messenger, an envoy of some vast and unfathomable force. I can almost hear it speak, but the words are impossible to understand, conveying a will beyond human comprehension in the purest, most extreme form of thought. I glimpsed a bleak future where everything else faded away, and they rose into the sky. After recording this, Song Cheng continued in a hushed tone, he completely broke down. We call him Subject Zero. At that, he pulled a thick folder from his briefcase, took out a photograph, and placed it before Yu Sheng. This is Subject Zero as he appears now. Intrigued, Yu Sheng picked up the photo and took a close look. It showed something like a nightmarish tree, standing all alone in a spotless white chamber. Its roots were anchored in a giant cultivation tank, and its twisted limbs branched out in a tangled, hair-like mass, vaguely suggesting a huddled, tormented human shape. Dozens of vine-like tendrils dangled from the warped canopy, until after staring a moment longer, Yu Sheng realized those vines were actually grotesque, swollen blood vessels. He's being held in a high-security warehouse under bureau control, Song Cheng explained calmly. We have to prune the fresh growth from his canopy every 3 days to make sure he doesn't spiral out of control. The change didn't happen to him overnight either. It took 10 long years for him to become this way. It was an agonizing process. Sometimes during those 10 years, Subject Zero's mind would briefly return, and each time he'd descend into panic and hysteria. Irene peeked over Yu Sheng's shoulder at the photograph. Hearing Song Cheng's explanation, she backed away and murmured, Honestly, that's even worse than dying. If I were you, I'd have ended his suffering a long time ago. Keeping him like that is pure torture. We did end it, Song Cheng replied quietly. When Subject Zero regained consciousness for the last time and pleaded for release, the guards carried out what we intended to be a final execution. We're quite sure we killed him, or at least freed his spirit, but his body stayed alive even after the lethal wounds. In the end, the Bureau decided to preserve his remains, seeing them as an important sample for further study of angelic influence. Yu Sheng frowned, and it was a long time before he found his voice again. So, if someone just looks at it too long, they can become like that? We saw that giant eye as well, and we don't seem to have any serious side effects. First, a brief glimpse typically isn't enough to inflict any truly irreversible consequences. Subject Zero was forced to remain in close proximity to the first angel for far too long, Song Cheng began explaining, speaking slowly so Yu Sheng could follow. Second, each dark angel possesses different traits. Some cause severe mental disturbances, while others focus on raw physical destruction, and there are even a few that appear almost docile. The giant eye you saw must have been one of the less aggressive, more passive types. So there are multiple dark angels? Yu Sheng asked, unable to hide his curiosity. We've confirmed the existence of more than a dozen, Song Cheng replied, passing Yu Sheng another file. This is the first angel, the one Subject Zero encountered. Most people call it the Tree Angel or the Hanging Wood. It's also believed to be the first dark angel ever to invade our realm. Even the small fox, who had been quietly grooming her tail, perked up in interest. She edged closer so she could see the file as well. The first angel appears in the shape of a giant, upside-down tree, Song Cheng continued, with a canopy about 1 kilometer wide and roughly the same in height. It grows out of a vortex-like structure hanging in the sky. The vortex forms between 24 and 72 hours before the angel fully appears, which is how we know to issue an early warning whenever it's detected. Yu Sheng examined the image in the file. It showed an enormous, upside-down tree hovering above a sprawling cityscape. Underneath the photograph was a detailed description. It does not move or launch attacks in a direct way. However, it releases an intense mental disturbance. Anyone who catches sight of it will feel an uncontrollable urge to keep staring at its canopy. They will hear a kind of overwhelming, chaotic noise until their minds completely shatter. Some even believe they have become a tree themselves. Several survivors' reports mention seeing an entire forest, and in those visions they saw themselves as saplings sheltered by the mother tree. Currently, there is no truly effective way to resist this gaze impulse. Even people with exceptional mental strength find it impossible to turn away once the tree angel descends. The only effective safeguards we know are self-inflicted blindness, deep hypnosis, or consuming desert quartz snake venom wine beforehand, all of which involve blocking one's vision or dulling the mind. Song Cheng went on, the tree angel first appeared above an otherworld city called Silent City. The entire place seemed to come alive under its canopy. Nearly all of the investigative teams and scholars present at the time perished, leaving only Subject 0. The tree angel's most recent appearance was 3 years ago on a far-flung alien planet. It broke into that world's reality for just a few dozen minutes, but it still caused terrible devastation. It was a remote place, undeveloped and lacking any knowledge of or defense against dark angels. According to post-event statistics, more than 10,000 people died, with tens of thousands more still suffering today. Yu Sheng felt a cold shock slowly creep over him. When he had faced that giant eye in the valley, the danger hadn't truly sunk in. Now, however, he finally grasped the horrific power of these dark angels. "So these creatures can show up in the real world, too?" he asked, his voice tight with unease. In most cases, dark angels are more likely to descend in otherworld locations. But yes, they can appear anywhere at all, Song Cheng explained. They are not constrained by time or space. There's no pattern to when or where they manifest, and they vanish just as unpredictably. They really are like free wanderers in our universe. For a while, Yu Sheng could only stare at Song Cheng in silence. Irene, who had also gone quiet in shock, eventually whispered, "Bloody hell." "Where do these things come from?" Yu Sheng finally managed to ask. "No one knows," Song Cheng replied with a weary sigh. "But our leading theory is that the dark angels originate from a realm outside our own, and that they are invaders attacking our universe." He ended his explanation there, leaving Yu Sheng, Irene, and even the little fox to think about just how vast and frightening the true nature of these angels might be. Chapter 115, The Nameless Invaders. Invaders? Yu Sheng's thoughts had already been thrown into chaos even before he heard those 3 unsettling words. The moment he learned that a dark angel could appear in the real world, and then heard Song Cheng mention another planet, he began to sense that these so-called angels were far stranger and more powerful than he had ever imagined. But he never would have guessed that they might actually be invaders from somewhere outside this world. Until recently, he had thought these beings were somewhat like the entities in the other world, unusual presences that belonged to this realm, albeit a more perilous type of super-entity. "No wonder Little Red Riding Hood advised me to stay away from the dark angels," Yu Sheng murmured under his breath. Song Cheng, who heard Yu Sheng's remark, did not comment. Instead, he placed a new stack of files on the coffee table. "I brought some additional dossiers on the dark angels, though it's not a complete collection. Certain dark angels have a peculiar trait where just knowing their name can result in a leak, so they can only be discussed and studied in the Bureau's safe houses. Others are classified as forbidden for different reasons, and even I don't have the clearance to see them. But the ones here are safe to read. They won't harm you just by looking." This time, Yu Sheng didn't immediately grab the files. Instead, a thought struck him, and he asked, "Why are you going to all this trouble for me? I'll bet you don't usually hand out high-level documents like these to other spirit realm detectives, even if they've come across a dark angel." Song Cheng paused, weighing the question before answering. "Because we suspect you might have the power to drive away angels." Deep down, Yu Sheng felt this was part of the reason, but he also sensed there was more to it than that. He decided not to press further. "That big eye in Night Valley wasn't driven off by me," he said seriously. "It left on its own." "But it left after it caught sight of you," Song Cheng insisted. "Yes, there were others there too, but you were the one who stood out. I realize this might not be the strongest explanation, but with the dark angels we're practically grasping at straws. No one has figured out any of their weaknesses or the rules they live by. No one can communicate with them. Up until now, both in this world and beyond the borderland, there have been incredibly few confirmed cases of someone actually repelling an angel. In almost all those cases, the being simply acted like it got bored and chose to leave. So we can only guess. Perhaps that leaving had nothing to do with you, or maybe it did." He paused, then continued, "This is also the judgment made by Director Bai Li Qing. Without her approval, I wouldn't have been allowed to show you these files." "Bai Li Qing, huh?" Yu Sheng repeated thoughtfully. At last, he turned his attention to the latest files. He didn't read every word but skimmed the contents quickly. "These really are bizarre," he muttered, eyeing the strange, almost abstract illustrations along with the notes beneath them. "A shadow, a ball of fire, a giant silent cube floating in the night sky. Hang on, is that just a sphere?" "Its diameter is about 4,000 kilometers, Song Cheng answered. Yu Sheng went completely still. "What?" "You heard correctly," Song Cheng said. Heka star, named after the first person who discovered it and became its first victim, has a diameter of roughly 4,000 kilometers. So far, it's the largest confirmed dark angel we know of in terms of physical size. Its surface is covered in endless hexagonal lattice structures, and inside there's a powerful life force. It intrudes into star systems that harbor life, sending out strange radio signals from a safe distance. We don't have direct proof, but we believe these broadcasts slowly drive intelligent life to madness. Several horrific wars and coups might be tied to the arrival of Heka star. Yu Sheng set the file down, gaping at Song Cheng. "So you want me to fight that thing? Is that a joke?" No, Song Cheng said with a quick wave of his hands. "A being on that scale is not something anyone can just fight. We merely hope you can learn more about the Dark Angels, so you'll be prepared if you ever run into one again." Yu Sheng rolled his eyes. Switching the subject, he asked, "All right then, what else do you know about these angels?" Song Cheng's voice turned serious. "Let's talk about their influence. Although the Dark Angels are all rather peculiar and display different traits, most of them share one defining feature. They're connected to the otherworld and they deeply affect it. As I mentioned, even though the Dark Angels can manifest in the real world, it's more common for them to descend into the otherworld. Whenever they do, the place where they appear becomes activated. The entities that live there become more violent, and even the fundamental rules of the region shift. Sometimes the overall depth of the otherworld itself changes. Remember what happened in Night Valley." Yu Sheng sighed and spread his hands. "Oh, I remember it vividly. That hunger entity, which should have only appeared once, ended up covering the entire valley. By the end, the whole valley itself turned into a single giant entity. We got very lucky to make it out. In most situations, people who get stuck in the otherworld don't share your luck. Very few survive an encounter with a Dark Angel. Even if the Dark Angel doesn't attack directly, people get trapped in the environment that's transformed by its presence, whether by murderous entities or twisted otherworld rules," Song Cheng explained. "We've been trying to study the Dark Angels for a long time, hoping to learn why they show up in the otherworld far more often than in the real world. Some scholars think the otherworld contains something that draws them in, or what?" Yu Sheng prompted. "Or the otherworld itself is some kind of weak point in the fabric of spacetime within our world," Song Cheng went on. "In the otherworld, the power of order is feeble, and that might allow these angels to slip through. Since the Dark Angels are invaders from beyond our world, they're like holes torn open in our reality, and the otherworld might just be a natural hole." Before Yu Sheng could reply, Irene, who had been quietly listening all this time, spoke up. "What about those angel cultists? Who in their right mind would follow these terrifying angels? They don't answer prayers, and they don't seem able to communicate." Song Cheng nodded gravely. "We've captured a number of angel cultists, and you might be amazed by how many people join them. They don't just appear in the borderland. You can find them almost anywhere a Dark Angel has manifested. Some fall under their influence because they crave power or forbidden knowledge, but the core members, the fanatical believers, insist they've received what they call guidance." "Guidance," Yu Sheng repeated, pointing to the files. "From these weird, abstract angels, you said they can't communicate." "They can't, at least not that we understand, but the cultists claim they truly hear the voices of the Dark Angels. According to them, it's not just random, meaningless babble, but actual direction and teaching. I've interrogated some of the die-hard cultists, and they usually describe the voice the same way. It's gentle, compassionate, brimming with love and understanding. They say the voices show them the universe's ultimate fate and then encourage them, explaining how to find a way out, how to seek salvation through working alongside the angels." Song Cheng paused for a moment, gathering his thoughts. "By studying the cultists' mental states and using hypnosis, we've managed to reconstruct, at least partially, how the Dark Angels influence them. The guidance they receive is a kind of immersive experience. Intense, unending hallucinations draw them into a vision that's completely inhuman. Ordinary minds can't endure it. By the time the process finishes, the person's spirit is wholly transformed. They might still look human, but their minds are changed into something else. This is the puzzle that has confounded scholars. The Dark Angels differ wildly in appearance and ability. They don't even seem to belong to the same species. Yet the cultists, no matter which dark angel they follow, describe remarkably similar guidance. It always involves a dark apocalypse and some path to salvation, and the specifics are strangely consistent. This forces us to consider the possibility that the dark angels might have a common awareness, or at least share a single purpose. Yu Sheng frowned. It must be dangerous to research them. Extremely, Song Cheng confirmed. The biggest challenge is that if you only skim the surface, you'll never uncover their secrets. But if you learn too much, you risk succumbing to their influence. Even dealing with cultists can make you accidentally see some of the guidance that's imprinted on their minds. Several scholars who originally tried to fight against the angels have gradually become angel cultists themselves. He fell silent, letting the weight of his words hang in the air. Yu Sheng and Irene exchanged uneasy glances, both deeply aware of how little they truly understood about these nameless invaders, and how dangerous that ignorance could be. Chapter 116, The Battle with Them. The invaders from another realm were known as the Dark Angels. Long ago there were those who, after receiving the guidance of these dark angels, completely abandoned their humanity. Driven by their fanatical beliefs, these cultists followed the angels without question, losing all capacity for rational thought. The angels themselves defied common logic. Their forms and abilities appeared strange, constantly shifting, and they brought corruption wherever they went. No technology could effectively fight them, and even studying them posed a dangerous risk of falling under their influence. Yet, without understanding them, humanity would have no hope of defeating these invaders. Yu Sheng tried to form an image in his mind of the Dark Angels and their devoted followers. He imagined what their true shapes might be and wondered about their nature. Next to him, Song Cheng stood quietly, allowing Yu Sheng to think in peace. Finally, after a long silence, Yu Sheng looked up and spoke. "So, from what you're saying, no one has managed to kill a single Dark Angel so far." Song Cheng sighed and spread his hands in a helpless gesture. Standing beside him, Su Jiali nodded, his voice low and grim. "We've tried everything, and every faction out there has tried too, but the Dark Angels, they're just so odd. It's almost like they aren't entirely here, even when we see them. Whenever we aim an attack at one, something always goes wrong. Even on the rare occasion that we do land a hit, it doesn't do much damage. Some of them don't even have solid forms. Tell me, how do you kill a shadow or a beam of light?" The towering man, nearly 2 meters tall, clicked his tongue in frustration. Then he continued, "The closest we ever got was about 10 years ago, during the Angel Fall operation near the Alglade region border. We spent ages preparing, and by some miracle, we managed to detect a signal from an angel called the Goddess of Beauty before she arrived. We assembled an entire army, every soldier injected with a rational blocker and equipped with heavy protective gear. We stationed them on the plains and rained bombardments down on the area where the angel was supposed to appear. We even deployed a gravitational bomb, hoping to disrupt the bizarre shift effect that always occurs around angels. From the surveillance footage, it looked like the gravitational bomb worked. Our firepower actually made contact with the Goddess of Beauty and her throne. It was the first time we collected data on the angel's physical strength. In the beginning, she endured all our attacks, but after a while her form started to crack and fade, and then she vanished. She took enough damage, she disappeared right off the plains. The traps and restraints we'd set up didn't affect her at all. Then a few years later she showed up again, good as new." Yu Sheng listened in stunned silence. Su Jiali's account went far beyond what the Special Affairs Bureau usually handled. It was an all-out war, with an entire civilization called Alglade trying to fight off a single angel. Even with overwhelming firepower, the best humanity could do was force the angel to withdraw. "That's the limit of what humanity can do against a Dark Angel," Song Cheng said after a moment. "We can injure them, maybe make them leave. But considering we can rarely predict exactly where they'll appear, even a temporary banishment is mostly luck." He paused and sighed. "And according to our records, despite all those precautions, about 1,000 soldiers were affected during the Angel Fall operation. Hundreds of them turned into devoted worshippers of the Goddess of Beauty and had to receive psychological treatment for the rest of their lives." Irene, who had been listening intently, couldn't hold back any longer. "It sounds like there's no chance at all to win." "No," Su Jiali said at once, shaking his head. "The Angel Fall operation didn't end the way we wanted, but it gave us hope. It proved that we can hurt them. They might not bleed, but they aren't the gods their followers believe them to be. Human firepower can wound them, can drive them away. One day we'll develop the technology to destroy them. Actually, we might already have that firepower. Now we just need to figure out how they enter our world, so we can predict when they'll show up and trap them. Then we'll defeat them." Irene's eyes widened at Su Jiali's firm declaration. Eventually, she managed to say, You humans, your optimism and resilience really are remarkable. Song Cheng spoke up. The good news is, dark angels don't come into our world that often. They don't seem eager to attack or invade heavily populated places. Most of the time, they appear randomly in remote areas, so the damage is contained. On the other hand, he continued, when they enter the otherworld, it's another story. If an angel appears in the otherworld, the danger level goes way up. Safe areas can suddenly become deadly traps. Sometimes the angels alter the fundamental rules of the otherworld. There have even been times when angels caused otherworld creatures to briefly cross over into our reality. And for the Special Affairs Bureau, that's the worst kind of disaster. As he spoke, Yu Sheng's gaze drifted toward the documents on the table. Then, as if coming out of deep thought, he said, "Let's talk about what happened in Boundary City. Those two angel cultists in the museum, what were they trying to do?" "Summon their master into this world," Song Cheng answered gravely. Irene's eyes went round with shock. "They're completely insane." "Well, obviously," Su Jiley said, shaking his head. "Any sane person wouldn't become an angel cultist in the first place. They're obsessed with summoning rituals, sacrifices performed in the otherworld. Dark angels are more likely to notice them there, so the cultists believe that corrupting the otherworld with certain rituals will draw in their master." "Does that ever work?" Yu Sheng asked, genuinely curious. 9 times out of 10 it fails. All it does is create more victims, Song Cheng replied, waving a hand as though dismissing the whole idea. "The dark angels don't usually respond to the cultists' calls, but there's always a tiny risk. Sometimes those twisted ceremonies do catch an angel's attention. History has records of such successful summonings. It's not just once or twice. That's why it's crucial to destroy any angel cultists the moment they show up," Song Cheng continued. "We may not be able to kill an angel, but if we take care of the cultists, it's much less likely that an angel will appear. It also helps stop the spread of the angel's influence. B." He paused for a moment, then added, "Tonight, our teams will enter the museum to deal with the sacrificial site. We'll confirm the identities of any victims and thoroughly search the museum, including the theater outside, to make sure the cultists haven't left any more threats behind." "They broke into the otherworld without raising any alarms from the node monitoring system," Yu Sheng reminded him. "Have you found out how they managed that?" "We're still investigating," Song Cheng admitted, shaking his head. "The node network was working perfectly. Logically, there's no way the cultists could have bypassed our director's eyes and done this in Boundary City. We suspect they discovered another entrance, something not logged in our system. A hidden opening in the museum, perhaps." Yu Sheng looked surprised. "Another entrance?" "It's unlikely," Song Cheng said, "but not impossible. The otherworld has its own set of rules that overlap with our reality. In theory, as long as those rules align, any location could become a gateway to the otherworld. Usually we keep an eye on any potential sites here in Boundary City, but like I mentioned, nothing is ever foolproof." Yu Sheng rubbed his chin thoughtfully. "Unexpected events, no matter how prepared you are, there's always something." Li Lin, who had been silent all this time, finally spoke up. He fixed his gaze on Yu Sheng and said, "To us, you're exactly one of those unexpected events." Yu Sheng straightened immediately, as though he had never made any casual remarks in the first place. "Anyway," Song Cheng said, clearing his throat as if he hadn't noticed the tension, "we wanted to tell you all this because you've had direct contact with a dark angel. That makes it more likely you'll run into one again, so having this knowledge might help you. If you need the Bureau's help with anything, Spirit Realm detective cases, trouble with the otherworld, or anything else, just get in touch. The Bureau values our partners." Yu Sheng nodded, then seemed to remember something just as Song Cheng was about to stand. "Actually," he said, looking somewhat awkward, "there is one thing I could use some help with. The delivery drivers can't seem to bring packages to Wudong Road number 66. Can you do anything about that?" Song Cheng blinked in confusion. "Huh." Chapter 117, Help and Trouble. Song Cheng finally got a taste of what Li Lin and Su Jiley had warned him about in their report. When dealing with Yu Sheng, it was entirely possible for a conversation to leap from a serious topic to a laughably ordinary one in the blink of an eye. At first, everything seemed perfectly logical, but then it felt almost absurd when you realized how quickly the conversation had changed. Now, Song Cheng understood exactly what they had meant. He glanced at his two teammates. Su Jiley was doing his best to keep a straight face, looking like a silent, tough guy, while Li Lin was barely managing to hide his amusement. I just want to confirm something," Song Cheng said after a couple of moments. "Are you talking about deliveries and food orders to your home?" "Yeah, isn't that easy to understand?" Yu Sheng asked, looking puzzled by their reactions. He scratched his head as if he genuinely couldn't figure out what was so odd. You know how strange my place is. You can't just find a normal address for it. If someone doesn't have enough spiritual talent or the right kind of preparation, they can't even get within 100 meters of my house. It's like there's an invisible force field around it. People end up walking in circles without realizing it. It's even stronger than your nodes. So whenever I want takeout, I have to give the address of a nearby supermarket, and if I order something big online, I have to figure out how to pick it up myself. It's really inconvenient. Song Cheng fell silent. Just a moment ago, they had been talking about dark angels, about invaders from beyond this world. Now, out of nowhere, the conversation had jumped to the frustration of packages can't be delivered within 100 meters of the front door. The difference between those two topics was enough to make anyone's head spin. Still, he pulled himself together. After all, he was the one who had said, "If you have any problems, let the Special Affairs Bureau know." He just hadn't expected that this special entity living in the other world would mention such an everyday issue right away. It took him a second to process it. But when he thought about it, the delivery problem really did have something to do with the other world, and with entities. "I'll look into this and see how we can help," Song Cheng promised, wearing a thoughtful expression. "If it comes down to it, we can set up a special collection point somewhere nearby just for you." The moment he said this, Su Jiali patted Li Lin on the shoulder. Li Lin, caught off guard, blinked in surprise before returning his teammate's glance. Yu Sheng looked a little embarrassed. Are you sure that's not too much special treatment?" "Not at all," Song Cheng assured him, waving a hand dismissively. "Part of our job at the Special Affairs Bureau is to provide support for the special individuals living in the borderland. Handling threats from the other world and from entities is only a small part of what we do day to day. Most of the time, we're like this city's hidden caretakers. We make sure all sorts of problems get fixed. That's our routine work." He wasn't exaggerating. Helping strange, secretive dwellers in the borderland solve their unusual issues was a normal occurrence for the Special Affairs Bureau. What he didn't mention was that Yu Sheng, while classified as a friendly entity, was still one of the strangest individuals they had ever encountered. But he remembered Director Bai Li Qing's instructions clearly. As long as he isn't planning to overthrow the borderland, do your best to meet his requests, and if he ever does want to overthrow it, at least explain why he can't. Just don't let him call the complaint line and annoy me. Recalling the director's last words sent a shiver down Song Cheng's spine. He focused again on Yu Sheng. "Other than that, is there anything else?" he asked. Yu Sheng thought for a moment. "No, not really. Oh, wait, one more thing. I asked you to look into Irene's situation and figure out where Foxy came from. Any news on those?" At the mention of this, the little doll on the coffee table and the fox girl nearby both perked up, ears twitching. "Sorry, nothing yet," Song Cheng replied, though he felt a bit relieved that the topic had shifted back into more familiar territory. "We sent a message to our contact at Alice's little house, but we haven't heard back. It's possible no one is currently stationed in the borderland. As for Miss Fox here." He hesitated, his eyebrows knitting together in uncertainty. Yu Sheng leaned closer. "Is there a problem?" "It's more like a complication," Song Cheng explained. "Just from demon fox or bestial humanoid. There are too many possible origins, hundreds really, and none of those places match the homeland Foxy described. So we were wondering if we could collect a bit of her fur to help us do a biological comparison. It might give us a clue about her species." Yu Sheng glanced over at Foxy. She nodded without hesitation. "Neither of us mind," Yu Sheng said with a slight shrug. "You only need some fur, right? No special requirements." As he spoke, he casually reached between the couch cushions, pinched something, and handed it to Song Cheng. "Will this work?" Song Cheng blinked. What is that?" "She sheds a lot," Yu Sheng said, keeping a straight face. "Now that the weather's getting colder, there's even more fur floating around. You wouldn't even need to ask me. Just check your clothes after you sit down on the couch." Foxy's cheeks turned bright red. She immediately wrapped her big tails around herself, forming a fluffy ball with only her eyes peeking out. "I'm sorry." "It's fine," Yu Sheng told her, patting one of her silvery tails. He had been aiming for her head, but she was too curled up. "Just don't use your tail to dry the dishes, all right? I keep ending up with fur in my mouth." From inside the fluff ball came Foxy's soft reply. "Okay." Looking a bit flustered, Song Cheng carefully took a sample tube from his pocket. With a slightly stiff expression, he gathered the silver-white hairs Yu Sheng offered and dropped them into the tube, as though handling a priceless treasure. A moment later, he led Su Jiali and Li Lin out of the house. When they finally disappeared around the corner, Yu Sheng, who had gone to the door to see them off, returned to the living room and collapsed onto the couch with a long sigh of relief. He glanced over to see that Foxy was still standing there, huddled into a fluffy ball. She had even covered her eyes this time, leaving only her feet visible, like a strange, fuzzy sculpture in the middle of the room. Yu Sheng couldn't help but grin. Reaching out, he tried to pry the fox girl out from her cocoon of tails. "All right, come on, they're gone. There's no need to hide." Foxy peeked out, her tails unfurling like a flower. She gazed at Yu Sheng apologetically. I'll take care of cleaning from now on." "You can just tidy up the places you usually hang out," Yu Sheng said with a chuckle, settling more comfortably into the couch cushions. "Oh, and next time you wash your tails, remember to clean out the drain filter. It was clogged again this morning." Foxy immediately curled back up into her fluff ball. This time Yu Sheng let her be. He simply laughed and gave one of her tails a reassuring pat. Then he turned his attention to Irene, the tiny doll perched on the coffee table. She seemed lost in thought, her tiny brows creased. "What's on your mind?" he asked. "I'm thinking about those dark angels," Irene replied, her voice quiet and serious. "Why would people summon them when they know how dangerous they are? Song Cheng said most of the cultists were transformed after receiving the guidance of these angels and aren't really human anymore. But there are still a few who willingly sacrifice themselves to the angels, hoping for knowledge and power. Why would anyone do that?" "Not all of them are human," Yu Sheng pointed out, "and I'm guessing every group has its share of odd folks." He paused, studying Irene curiously. "But usually you're not one to fuss about saving the world or anything like that. Why so curious now?" "I am not that heartless," Irene huffed, crossing her little arms. "I'm a doll from Alice's little house. We always do our best to maintain order. We punish evil and help others. Don't go imagining I'm some kind of cold-hearted villain. I'm an honest, kind, gentle, polite, fair, and just lady." Yu Sheng stared at her, momentarily speechless at the list of praises she had just heaped upon herself. It took him a moment to process all those adjectives, and it was even harder for him to imagine them actually applying to this feisty little doll. He coughed lightly. "I'm tired, I need a nap," he said at last, waving toward Foxy and Irene. "I hardly slept last night, and now I feel like I'm going to pass out. Wake me up before dinner. I'll make something for us to eat." Foxy, poking her face out from her tails again, lit up. "Okay, got it, benefactor." Yu Sheng paused, feeling exasperated by these two mischievous housemates, and by the fact that the number of residents had recently doubled. But he simply lifted a hand in farewell before trudging up to the second floor, yawning on the way. Chapter 118, In the Forest. Yu Sheng drifted off to sleep more quickly than usual this time. He had used so much energy that once the excitement faded, he collapsed onto his bed and within moments sank into a deep slumber. His dreams were strange and blurry, filled with shifting colors and fleeting images he couldn't quite grasp. It felt as though he was floating above a foggy expanse, unable to grab onto anything solid. He saw himself in bed, glimpsed the familiar sight of Wudong Road number 66, watched Irene fiddling with the TV remote, and even imagined Foxy by the pool, carefully washing her fluffy tails. She hung them on a clothesline, lining them up one by one. Gradually, Yu Sheng found it impossible to tell if he was truly dreaming or if these scenes were real. He felt his consciousness growing hazy, drifting in and out. Then, all of a sudden, he felt something pressing firmly against his back. Yu Sheng's eyes flew open. Towering trees surrounded him on all sides. Found himself in a vast forest, the treetops so tall that their thick canopies tangled and blocked out the misty sky. Beneath the crowns, everything lay in deep shadow, as if the forest were trapped in permanent twilight. Thick vines curled around the trunks and wild bushes spread across the soft ground. Strange flowers grew everywhere, unfamiliar plants in colors that appeared both vibrant and faded at the same time, as though coated in a fine gray mist. They filled the spaces between these colossal trees. Blinking in confusion, Yu Sheng sat up, realizing he was resting on a bed of damp leaves and soft earth. The forest around him seemed alive with hidden creatures. Unknown birds and beasts called from the treetops. Something swooped past him, wings beating in the air overhead. Far away, a haunting howl echoed, like a wolf's cry, yet oddly human and unsettling. Yu Sheng's head cleared a bit. One question rose above the rest. Where was he? Was this just a dream? Or had he somehow slipped into another strange dimension again? To check, he pinched his thigh. A dull, numbing pain radiated up his leg. He tried calling out to Irene in his mind, but all he heard was silence, as though his thoughts were lost in a distant, howling wind. His growing sense that something was very wrong made him more alert. He reached out into the empty air, and after a moment, a faintly glowing, translucent door wavered into sight. Thank goodness, the door still worked. Relieved, Yu Sheng waved his hand to make it vanish again, then squared his shoulders, determined to figure out where he was. He began moving slowly through the forest. He soon noticed this place felt different from the night valley he had once visited. Even so, he was convinced that this was no ordinary dream. Whether it was tied to that other dimension, he couldn't be certain, but he did know that this forest was not part of his own imagination. Leaves rustled beneath his feet as he tread carefully over twisted roots, weaving between giant tree trunks. He walked for what felt like a long time, yet the scenery never changed. The forest seemed endless, and just walking on foot felt futile. Then he heard a soft rustling off to one side. Startled, he whipped around. There, perched on a fallen tree stump, sat a large, fluffy squirrel, gazing at him with bright, shiny eyes. For a moment, Yu Sheng felt relieved that it was only a squirrel, just a little forest animal, curious about this newcomer. The eerie silence of the woods felt slightly less oppressive. He let out a small sigh of relief, and even managed a tiny smile at the animal. The squirrel tilted its head, its bushy tail flicking against the stump. Then, in a high-pitched voice, it spoke, "Don't leave the path." Yu Sheng's smile vanished, and his eyes went wide. "Wait, you can talk." "I wasn't done," the squirrel said, tapping the tree stump with its tail and standing up straighter. "What was the rest of it?" "Oh yes, don't get distracted by the flowers and mushrooms. Hurry back to the path if you want to make it home before dark. And don't forget to add a cute little flourish at the end. Yes, so cute," it muttered to itself. Yu Sheng stood there, stunned. Paws folded in front of its chest, the squirrel glared back at him with an annoyed look. Blinking hard, Yu Sheng pinched his thigh again, convinced he must be hallucinating. Did that sweet-looking squirrel really just talk to him? Seeming exasperated, the squirrel smacked its tail a few more times against the stump. "Well, why are you just standing there? Hurry up, or you'll end up as wolf food in the Black Forest." Finally, Yu Sheng realized he wasn't imagining things, but instead of rushing back to the path the way the squirrel suggested, he stepped closer, curiosity taking over. "Who are you, and where exactly am I?" "Are you blind? I'm a squirrel," the creature retorted, not looking scared in the slightest. "Can't you see? It's a forest, the Black Forest, a huge one that stretches on and on. Why's that so hard to understand?" It shifted a little, glancing around as if it were hunting for something. Then it muttered, "Weird, the other one isn't dead yet, and now there's a new arrival. Is the other one almost finished off? But this new one's a man." Yu Sheng's heart gave a jolt. He blurted out, "Dead? Who's going to die?" "Little Red Riding Hood, of course," the squirrel answered, scratching its face. "Not sure which one we're on now, the 18th or the 28th Little Red Riding Hood." Yu Sheng felt his pulse quicken. He looked around at the forest, remembering the distant howling. A fragment of an old nursery rhyme ran through his mind. A girl in a red hooded cloak, picking flowers in a dangerous forest, and a lurking wolf. All at once, his shoulder flared with pain, accompanied by a spreading warmth. Glancing down, he saw a patch of blood staining his shirt, a red mark in the midst of the forest's dull gloom. That was where the wolf had bitten him during the night at the museum, when the beast emerged from Little Red Riding Hood's shadow. As Yu Sheng watched, the blood slowly faded, but realization began to dawn on him. His blood had connected him to Little Red Riding Hood. Could it be that the wolf chasing her was part of the same story? Was this her dream? Thoughts spinning, Yu Sheng suddenly heard the squirrel shriek, "No, no, no, no." He jumped, startled. "What's the matter?" "The current Little Red Riding Hood isn't done for yet. She hasn't even been caught. The wolf is still roaming the forest. Wait, who are you? How did you even get in here?" Yu Sheng had a fleeting thought that someone else had asked him something similar once, but he pressed on. "I'm her friend." "What do you mean, Little Red Riding Hood will die? And you mentioned there's more than one. What's that about?" "Friend, she has no friends in the forest. She walks alone on the path. That's Little Red Riding Hood's whole deal," the squirrel squeaked, hopping on the stump. "If something changes, it'll just make things harder. Don't make life harder for a squirrel. We have our own problems, this forest." Abruptly, the squirrel froze as though it heard something. Its ears twitched, and it lifted its nose. Yu Sheng hesitated. "What?" "SHH," the squirrel raised a tiny paw, commanding silence. "Listen, the wolf isn't howling anymore." Indeed, a heavy silence now wrapped around the forest. The distant howls were gone, and even the smaller woodland creatures seemed to have gone still. An uneasy chill traveled down Yu Sheng's spine. In the next instant, the squirrel leaped off the stump and dashed onto his shoulder, squeaking loudly, "Run! The wolf is coming." Yu Sheng, startled by the squirrel's sudden leap, whirled around and bolted. Only then did he feel the chilling dread catching up. a suffocating sense of malice and looming death that rushed toward him like a fierce wind. The wolf was coming. Chapter 119, The Pathway. The wolves were coming. Yu Sheng couldn't see what the wolves looked like. Only the snapping of twigs underfoot and the rustling of leaves behind him told him they were there. Every now and then, low, muffled whimpers drifted through the forest, and once or twice he caught the sharp scent of blood mingled with an unsettling odor of decay. A cold chill spread through the trees, like the start of a winter that stole away every trace of warmth. Then the howling began again, echoing from every tree, every bush, and every hidden corner. The wolves were closing in, surrounding him and tightening their circle. "Run, don't stop, keep running," shrieked the squirrel. It had climbed from Yu Sheng's shoulder to the top of his head, and was now frantically waving its tiny paws, urging him forward with its high, nervous voice. "Head for the path, get to the light, that's where they won't dare follow." Yu Sheng looked over his shoulder but saw only shadows shifting in the dark woods. Something was definitely chasing him among the trees, yet no clear shape appeared. Still, the sense of being hunted clung to him. It was as if he could feel the cold, rotten breath of the wolves against his skin. "Where are they?" he shouted, his fear cracking into frustration. "I can't see them." "Be glad you can't," the squirrel hollered back. "That means they haven't caught up yet. Once you see them, you're in real trouble. They'll chase you on until you can't run anymore, until you turn into a tired old adult. Wait, you already are an adult." The squirrel froze as though realizing something for the first time. Grabbing a handful of Yu Sheng's hair, it squeaked in alarm. "How on earth did you even get in here?" Yu Sheng didn't answer. He could barely breathe. He had just noticed that several cuts had appeared on his arm, bleeding freely. Invisible claws had raked across his skin. Now he could see them, dark shapes gliding between the trees, all lean, hungry, and seemingly endless in number. He dug in with his feet, forcing his body forward, leaves and soft earth crunching beneath his steps. He sprinted toward where the squirrel had pointed. He wasn't afraid of dying, and he wasn't afraid of being stuck in this place. But he still had too many questions about what was going on, especially what had happened to Little Red Riding Hood. He refused to be devoured by wolves before finding out the truth. Then out of the corner of his eye, he saw a faint glow. Far inside the gloomy forest, a few warm lights flickered to life. Under that glow lay a narrow pathway. "Run, run, run, there it is," the squirrel cried out, sounding almost giddy. "Ha, you're running faster than some kids I've seen. Good, very good. Adults usually stomp around, but you run like they do when they first get here. Those wolves can't catch you, they can't catch you." With the squirrel's squeals ringing in his ears, Yu Sheng tore through the last stretch of the forest and burst into the comforting circle of light. The frigid presence that had stalked him seemed to melt away in an instant, dissolving into the darkness. The wolves vanished, fading into the shadows just beyond the path's edge. Panting heavily, Yu Sheng leaned against a rotting tree stump by the roadside. After a long moment, he finally straightened, peering at the trail before him. It wound deep into the forest, narrow and twisting, built of dirt and stone, and stretched far into the dark. On either side hung glowing lamps like small, round moons nestled in the crooked branches. There were no wires, no flames, only a gentle light to guide travelers along the way. The squirrel hopped off Yu Sheng's head and landed on a rough, twisted wooden railing at the path's side. Dropping onto its hind legs, it exhaled a long, shaky breath. Phew, almost became dinner. "Those things chasing us, are they the wolves that have been going after Little Red Riding Hood?" Yu Sheng asked, now breathing more steadily. Stepping closer to the squirrel, his voice grew serious. "Was the biggest, meanest wolf among them?" "The big bad wolf? Don't talk about the big bad wolf." The squirrel jumped as though terrified and held its paws up as if trying to clamp Yu Sheng's mouth shut. "The hunter isn't here yet, and we definitely don't need the worst wolf showing up. You don't have a gun, and he'll swallow you whole in one bite." Yu Sheng kept his gaze on the squirrel. "Where exactly is this place? I can tell it's a forest, but is it part of Little Red Riding Hood's dream, or another world?" "It's a forest, just a forest," the squirrel replied, shaking its head. "I'm not sure what you mean by dream. Little Red Riding Hood isn't asleep yet, and good kids go to bed at night. Right now, she's busy. What did she say? Oh, right, she's going to school." The squirrel skittered along the wooden railing, grumbling to itself. "If she ever starts dreaming, then she'll be here." Although the squirrel's speech was disjointed, Yu Sheng could guess what it meant. He sensed that this place was connected to Little Red Riding Hood in a way that went beyond mere dreaming. This was another realm, something that existed on its own. And if she were to drift off to sleep, she'd find herself in this forest, being hunted by wolves over and over. Frowning, Yu Sheng asked quietly, "How can we stop the wolves from chasing her forever?" Stop them? The squirrel gave him an incredulous look. Wolves never give up, and this forest has no end. You just keep running from one safe path to another, hiding in a cozy house, then running to the next house before nightfall. As long as you keep running, you can always find someplace to hide. That's how it works. That's just how it works. So these were the rules for surviving in this forest. Yu Sheng soaked in the squirrel's words, then took a slow, steadying breath. Does this forest have something to do with the curse created by the fairy tale? Do you know anything about that? He had no idea who or what this squirrel truly was, or why it spoke like a wise old man. But it had helped him, and that felt like a good sign. Perhaps it wasn't aligned with the same curse that Little Red Riding Hood had feared. At his question, the squirrel blinked, stilled, then shuffled a bit on the railing. Why would I know that? I'm just a squirrel. It raised its little paws and rubbed its fluffy cheeks before beaming with pride. A very adorable squirrel, if you ask me. Yu Sheng stared, momentarily speechless. All of a sudden, the squirrel dug around in its fur and pulled out a tiny stick. It gripped it between its teeth, then flicked its bushy tail against the railing. A small flame sparked at the tip of its tail, and it used that flicker to light the stick. Puffing out a cloud of smoke, it gave Yu Sheng a beady-eyed look. Want a smoke? It offered, waving the stick with one paw. You'll have to hold it with your fingernails, though. Yu Sheng's expression turned even more puzzled. No, well, that's good. It's a nasty habit anyway, bad for you even if you are an adult. The squirrel resumed puffing on its little cigarette. It's strange, though, you're the first grown-up I've seen in here. Usually the ones who show up are all kids. They cry a lot, and most of them never make it through the first chase. The wolves gulp them down in one bite. Honestly, you're making me nervous. You're putting a lot of pressure on a sweet little squirrel. Puff, puff. Yu Sheng could only stare. He had encountered plenty of strange things. A cursing doll, a nine-tailed fox who could hurl her tails like weapons, and an address at Wudong Road number 66 that most people couldn't even see. But a chain-smoking, foul-mouthed squirrel was certainly a new experience. Why aren't you saying anything? The squirrel asked, tossing away the stub of its cigarette. Then, to Yu Sheng's surprise, it popped the smoldering end into its mouth and chewed it up. Oh, are you too scared to talk? That happens. Even adults get frightened of this forest sometimes. You'll adjust if you keep coming here, get used to the hunts, the wolves, the chase. In time, you'll connect with some of the wolves and maybe even with the forest itself. You'll be the lost traveler, and the starving wolf, and the forest, and the hunter, and the grandmother. That's when you've really gotten used to this place. Then you'll get your own red hood and come here every night to run. It's actually kind of fun. But I do wonder what color your hood will be since you're an adult and a man. I'm not Little Red Riding Hood, Yu Sheng said firmly. I'm her friend. The squirrel stared for a long moment, as though deciding if Yu Sheng was lying. Then it finally seemed to accept his words. Shifting its furry tail, it straightened up on the railing. You're serious? You're really not lying to an adorable squirrel like me? I'm serious, Yu Sheng replied. Chapter 120, The Forest's Temptation. A small squirrel perched on the railing seemed utterly stunned. It stayed frozen, as if carved from stone, its glossy black eyes fixed on Yu Sheng without blinking. For a moment it didn't move at all, which only made the scene feel more unsettling. Truth be told, being stared at by a talking squirrel was unnerving enough on its own. Yu Sheng couldn't help but wonder, what was the squirrel's story? If this dark forest really was the fairy tale otherworld that Little Red Riding Hood had mentioned, the same one she blamed for her curse, perhaps this squirrel was a being brought to life by that very otherworld. Could it be a creature with emotions and intelligence like a person? And what about the wolves? Were they also creations of this place? Was it possible for two such opposing forces to exist in the same realm? He realized how little he actually knew about these strange places. Strange, very strange, the squirrel finally murmured, breaking free from its trance. It began pacing along the railing, its bushy tail flicking nervously. This has never happened before, never ever, only Little Red Riding Hood can come here. I've never heard of a friend entering. This is unheard of. Something is happening. Something bad. How did you get in? How did you get in? Without warning, the squirrel sprang onto Yu Sheng's arm, scratching frantically at his sleeve. Its tiny voice repeated, How did you get in? How did you get in? I don't know, Yu Sheng replied, shaking his head. He chose not to tell the squirrel the entire truth. Even though the creature seemed intelligent and somewhat friendly, Yu Sheng still believed it might be another manifestation of the forest. He couldn't fully trust anything here, not when he still didn't understand all the rules of this place. Who could say whether the squirrel's apparent helpfulness was genuine or just another part of the forest's plan? You don't know, fine, you don't know, the squirrel muttered, scrambling up onto Yu Sheng's shoulder. Have you ever heard bedtime stories? Have you ever dreamed of forests, flowers, and candy? Have you? Yu Sheng felt a jolt in his chest. Did Little Red Riding Hood come here after hearing a bedtime story and having that kind of dream? That's how it always works. Always, the squirrel exclaimed, its nervous energy barely in check. But only children can come here. Grown-ups shouldn't be able to, not usually. Why do you say that? Yu Sheng asked with a frown. How should I know? I'm just a squirrel. The creature rubbed its face with its paws in agitation, looking more frantic by the second. We can't stand around here talking. The lamps are dimming and the path's going to vanish. We need to hurry to the next safe spot. Move before they catch up. As if on cue, the atmosphere around them began to change. The fanciful lamps that had lit the forest trail were dimming fast. One by one, each light faded, and the path lost its clarity, swallowed by the looming darkness of the forest. A cold, sticky sense of malice seeped through the air, drawing ever closer from all directions. Instinctively, Yu Sheng started walking, quickening his pace. Which way? Where are we going? He asked urgently. Follow the path, just follow the path? The squirrel shrieked, its voice sharp with tension. Keep going and you'll see other paths lit up, or maybe a cabin's light. Cabins can be dangerous, but sometimes you can rest there. Most important of all, watch out for anything tempting you off the trail. When the lights go out, those things will lure you into the forest. That's how the wolves set their traps. Yu Sheng immediately remembered the squirrel's earlier warning, not to be distracted by any pretty flowers or mushrooms along the way. Don't worry, he said, shaking his head. I'm not a kid, I won't fall for something like that. Still, he couldn't help wondering what would happen if a child wandered through this endless dark forest. How old had Little Red Riding Hood been when she first stumbled in? Had she ever been tempted by flowers or mushrooms and left the path? After all, the squirrel implied that being hunted by wolves wasn't a one-time event. A child stuck in this place might be devoured over and over, each time losing part of their soul. How many hunts had Little Red Riding Hood endured before she became so strong? I hope you're not tempted, the squirrel muttered under its breath. The forest always finds a way to lure you, it always does. Yu Sheng let out a bitter chuckle and walked faster. The trail grew dimmer, its outline fading into the dark. He did his best to keep his eyes on the path but couldn't resist a quick glance at the forest's edge. Then he froze. A gleam of light caught his eye in the shadows. Narrowing his gaze, he realized it was a brand-new 90 graphics card lying there in the grass. He looked closer. Next to it sat a shiny new laptop. Nearby was a premium gaming controller with colorful lights and its own collector's edition carrying case. Yu Sheng blinked in astonishment. Farther up, he spotted a neat toolkit, a limited edition electric drill still sealed in its box, followed by crates of iced tea, a carbon fiber fishing rod set, and a spotless tackle box. Off to one side, there was a little pond with a makeshift stone shelter. Underneath the shelter, a folding chair, fishing gear, and half a case of beer lay ready to go. A fisherman seemed to be tidying up his spot, as though about to leave. The squirrel on Yu Sheng's shoulder looked just as shocked, its black eyes stretched wide. What in the world is that? Adult versions of flowers and mushrooms, Yu Sheng said, feeling uneasy. He tore his eyes away from the scene, clenching his teeth. This forest is way too dangerous. He forced himself forward, ignoring the countless traps scattered along the path. At last, the illusions stopped appearing. The path lights had faded to a faint, flickering glow that could almost be mistaken for fireflies. In the distance, deep in the woods, a small light shone. There, the squirrel said, bouncing on his shoulder. A place to rest. Hurry, maybe there'll be a warm fire and hot soup waiting. Yu Sheng didn't hesitate. He moved swiftly toward the light. The forest behind them grew colder and darker until a distant howl shattered the silence. More howls followed, each closer than the last. The wolves had caught his scent, and their unseen web was closing around him. But by then Yu Sheng had found the source of the glow, a cabin. It was a humble wooden building, worn with age, standing alone in the heart of the forest. Warm, golden light spilled from its windows, standing out sharply against the deep shadows outside. He approached the door and noticed red cloth strips tied to the frame and red string draped around the windows and eaves. He wasn't sure if these were decorations or if they held some hidden meaning. Wait, the squirrel said in a hurried whisper. Look through the crack in the door. Can you see the bed? If someone's in it, if the grandmother is there, we can't stay. But if no one's inside, it's safe. Yu Sheng did as he was told, peering through a narrow gap. Inside, he saw a simple, cozy interior. A fireplace glowing with light, a wooden table with bread, flowers, and candles, and an empty bed in the corner. No one's there, he reported. Excellent, then we can rest, the squirrel said happily. Finally, some good luck, we can stay until you wake up. Yu Sheng nodded. The howls were drawing nearer. Without wasting a second, he pushed open the wooden door. The sound of the wolves faded the moment he stepped inside. Yu Sheng entered the cabin with the squirrel on his shoulder, carefully closing the door behind him. A comforting warmth filled the room, driving out the forest's chilly gloom. The fire crackled merrily, bringing a soothing light that chased away every shadow of unease. Yu Sheng felt his shoulders ease for the first time in hours. Relax, the squirrel said, hopping onto the table. A cabin without a grandmother is the only truly safe place in this forest. Just pray you don't hear any knocks or footsteps out of nowhere. Chapter 121, The Little House. Yu Sheng first noticed the squirrel's anxious chattering, which made him tilt his head to listen for any noises outside. All he could hear was the soft, far-off sound of the wind. Inside the little house, the crackling fire in the hearth and the gentle hush of the wind made everything seem even quieter. It was so calm that it felt almost sacred, the room bathed in the warm glow of candlelight. The house was simple but cozy. Near the entrance stood a small square table draped in a blue checkered cloth, with 2 chairs tucked beside it. On the opposite wall sat a wooden shelf packed with various trinkets, right next to a tall wooden wardrobe. In the corner, a single bed rested, its thick layers of blankets looking warm and welcoming. To the left of the door, a small window reflected the dancing flames and candlelight. Yu Sheng could see the squirrel's shadow flickering across the glass as it hopped back and forth. Carefully, Yu Sheng approached the window. The old wooden floor squeaked beneath his feet. Outside was nothing but the deep, endless blackness of the night forest. It seemed like twilight had only recently passed, but the thick canopy overhead swallowed what little light remained, leaving a vast stretch of darkness. He had the unsettling feeling that countless cold, predatory eyes might be watching from the shadows, silently lurking. Whether this was real or his imagination, he couldn't tell. Don't look, the squirrel muttered, anxious as it paced atop the wooden table. The more you look, the more you imagine, and in the dark every thought comes alive. Here all you'll think of is wolves. Just then its voice turned excited. Oh, acorns! It had spotted a bowl of acorns on the table. With a delighted squeak, it leapt over and grabbed one in its tiny paws. Turning back to Yu Sheng, it offered, Want one? They're delicious. No, thank you, Yu Sheng replied politely, though his focus was drawn to the curious state of the little house. He noticed strips of red fabric and cords scattered everywhere, almost like good luck charms. They hung on doors and windows, dangled from the roof beams, and lay in tangled heaps in a corner. Suddenly, the squirrel darted away from the table and rummaged through a messy pile of red cloth in the corner. At last, it tugged out a long strip, wrapped it around itself, and puffed out its chest with pride, looking both silly and pleased with itself. Good luck, it chirped cheerfully. Curious, Yu Sheng asked, What are you doing? Bringing good fortune, the squirrel declared, still wearing its makeshift cloak. Red is the color of luck. Every squirrel needs a little boost, especially a charming one like me, but blast it, where's the wine in this place? I'm parched. It bounded back to the table and picked up an acorn, tapping it against the surface before nibbling it to bits. Yu Sheng thought for a moment, then pulled out a chair and sat down. Watching the squirrel crunch away, he said, Can you tell me about Little Red Riding Hood? Which one are you talking about? The squirrel asked, its eyes shining in the candlelight. Oh, I suppose you mean the most recent one, the one who's still alive. But why tell you, a random stranger who barged into my home? I'm her friend, I just want to know about her, Yu Sheng answered calmly, recognizing the squirrel's jumpiness. Softening his tone, he added, You helped me before, and I think you're a good squirrel. Maybe you'd want to help me and my friend again. A good squirrel, exactly, the squirrel crowed, clearly flattered. It strutted across the table with its nose in the air. But where to begin? I don't know how she lived outside or what was in her head. I only know that when she first arrived, she was so small. The squirrel glanced around, then pointed its paw toward one of the chairs. She was about as tall as that chair back. She wandered into the pitch-black forest, crying and clueless about where to hide or how to find her way. I spoke to her, but all she did was promise over and over that she'd never wander off again. And then, the squirrel threw up its paws. A wolf ate her. Wolves are quick, you know, and the more frightened you are, the stronger they seem. The squirrel's voice rose dramatically, but its tone shifted again almost at once. She started off in a dreadful state, but with time she improved. Wolves caught her again and again, and she cried buckets. After a while, though, she learned how to cry while running toward the light with me. Then she learned to cry without making a sound, and finally she stopped crying altogether. Later, she mentioned she'd found some sort of organization, but I didn't get the details. She began learning all sorts of things. Yu Sheng waited patiently for more. Eventually he prompted, and then, don't rush me, the squirrel complained. I'm just a squirrel, I need to think anyway. She learned to set traps while in hiding. She learned how to recover quickly after a wolf attack. She even started studying them, memorizing their habits. Then one day she managed to catch a wolf, then another and another. The wolves hunted her, but she hunted them back. Sometimes she won, sometimes she got eaten. Over time she became part of this forest, living through most nights. But the more she adapted, the more like the wolves she grew. Sometimes she sprouted claws or a tail and dashed through the darkness. When hunters came, their gunfire jolted her awake. The more hunters arrived, the more she felt like one of them. Here the squirrel's words faded with unease. It fiddled with its red cloth, then looked up at Yu Sheng, eyes shining with a serious urgency that startled him. You need to help her, it said gravely. She's not doing well. The more she becomes one with this forest, the harder it'll be for her to leave. The closer she gets to the big bad wolf, the greater the danger, not when the wolf attacks, but when she grows her own fangs. You're her friend, aren't you? You must help her. Yu Sheng let the squirrel's warning sink in. After a moment he asked, how can I help her? What should I do? The squirrel paused, then slumped in defeat. I don't know, I'm just a squirrel. Would killing the big bad wolf work? Yu Sheng ventured. No, the squirrel said, looking miserable and shaking its head. It always comes back. As long as there's a Little Red Riding Hood, there'll be wolves, hunters, grandmothers, and a little house at the end of a long road. That's just the way things are. You can kill them 100 times, it changes nothing. The forest only goes quiet when Little Red Riding Hood disappears. Until a new one shows up. There have been many Little Red Riding Hoods, haven't there? Yu Sheng asked, voicing the fear he'd been avoiding. When one dies, another victim arrives. Right, how many have there been? When did the first appear? Always more, the squirrel mumbled, trembling. Don't ask me, don't ask. I'm just a squirrel. If I say too much, the wolves will come. The squirrel now seemed terrified, not just of wolves, but of something deeper. It scurried back and forth in a fit of nerves. At that moment, Yu Sheng felt a faint pull somewhere deep in his mind. A distant voice called to him, quiet at first but growing clearer as he concentrated. Yu Sheng, where are you? Answer me. Irene, Yu Sheng gasped, a wave of relief washing over him. I've been trying to reach you. Where were you? Oh, I heard you. I've been searching everywhere. Irene's breathless voice crackled with excitement. It was like you got lost in your own dream. I couldn't find your consciousness, and I was here with Hu Li. The squirrel hissed, Irene. Despite the swirling chaos around him, Yu Sheng couldn't stop a smile from forming on his face. Chapter 122, Irene comes through. Reconnecting with Irene brought Yu Sheng a rush of relief. Even though the little doll often said things that drove him up the wall, this time, her help was exactly what he needed. As it turned out, Yu Sheng's body was still dreaming, but not in any ordinary sense. According to Irene, his consciousness had gone astray. In other words, Yu Sheng glanced around the snug cabin and then peered out the window at the vast, shadowy night beyond. This forest wasn't a mere product of his own thoughts. It was a mental space somewhere, an enclosed, self-contained trap that captured anyone who wandered in and cut them off from the outside world. The fact that Irene had tracked him down here was downright impressive. While Yu Sheng absorbed this unsettling explanation, Irene's steady chatter reached a key point. Yu Sheng, what's going on over there? How did you end up astray just from taking a nap? Where exactly are you right now? I'm in a black forest, Yu Sheng replied, rubbing his temples. If I'm not mistaken, this is Little Red Riding Hood's black forest. Irene sounded baffled. What do you mean by Little Red Riding Hood's black forest? It's complicated, Yu Sheng explained, collecting his thoughts. Remember back at the museum when that wolf crawled out of Little Red Riding Hood's shadow and bit me? I think that bite linked us somehow. She once told me fairy tales are a sort of otherworldly realm and that her power comes from a curse. This forest must be tied to that curse. Then told Irene everything that had happened, how he'd been chased by invisible wolves, discovered a talking squirrel, and taken shelter in this odd little house. He left out the unsettling lures he'd encountered on the way. You're telling me you're chatting with a squirrel right now? Irene asked, flabbergasted. She seemed unable to grasp how going upstairs for a nap could land Yu Sheng in such a bizarre adventure. What's outside your cabin? Is it safe? Can you leave? For the time being, it's quiet, but I still feel eyes on me. The wolves are hiding in the Black Forest, Yu Sheng replied, glancing outside. At least in here, I'm not in danger right now, and I think I can still escape if things turn ugly. I can open doors even in this dream. Open doors, Irene mused. Then after a moment, her voice lit up again in Yu Sheng's mind. Do you see any picture frames or drawing boards in there? Yu Sheng looked around, puzzled. No, why do you ask? I want to see if I can come through to you, Irene explained. Since you're not in your own dream, I can't just appear on my own. I need some sort of medium, like the coordinates you use when opening doors. If there's no frame or board, do you have anything to draw with? After a quick search around the cabin, Yu Sheng dug up some lumps of charcoal from the fireplace. The squirrel, still perched on the table hugging an oversized acorn, finally spoke. What are you doing? Without glancing up, Yu Sheng said, A friend wants to come over. The squirrel blinked, thoroughly confused. What? Ignoring the baffled squirrel, Yu Sheng relayed the news to Irene. All I've found is some charcoal. That's perfect, Irene replied, sounding quite pleased. Just draw a frame on the floor. Yu Sheng groaned. Do you always come up with such ridiculous plans? It's called improvisation, Irene chirped. In dream rituals, symbolism matters more than looks, just do your best. Muttering under his breath, Yu Sheng knelt down and used the charcoal to draw a rough rectangle in the middle of the cabin. Okay, I've got a frame, now what? Draw a breathtakingly elegant, mature lady like me, Irene declared. Yu Sheng said nothing. Fine, at least draw a figure that vaguely looks like me, Irene grumbled, a bit deflated. Still silent, Yu Sheng took up the charcoal again. You know what, a simple human outline will do, Irene conceded, and write my name underneath in the letters I showed you. With a grimace, Yu Sheng started sketching. You know I can't draw to save my life, right? The squirrel watched him curiously. As soon as Yu Sheng began writing strange letters on the floor, the squirrel squeaked in alarm. Hey, are you doing witchcraft? I'm warning you, don't make things worse. The Black Forest is already dangerous. I told you, Yu Sheng repeated, still drawing. I'm just inviting a friend inside. She's stuck in a cursed painting, and this is how we bring her over. The squirrel nearly choked on its acorn. It banged its tail nervously on the table, keeping its distance. Finally, Yu Sheng completed the last stroke. Immediately, the charcoal lines on the floor gave off a soft shimmer. The squirrel froze. Its wide, shiny eyes stared as the rough sketch on the floor began to glow. Before it could react, an ornate oil painting rose up from the light, fully materializing in midair. Inside the painting stood Irene, hands on her hips, beaming. Yu Sheng, I'm here to help. With a startled squeak, the squirrel fainted, tumbling backward. Its little paws twitched in the air. Yu Sheng hurried over and poked it gently. Hey, are you okay? When the squirrel came to, it eyed Irene's floating portrait and shivered. What sort of witchery is this? Who summons someone so ugly it looks like goblin art? Excuse me, Irene snapped from the painting. Yu Sheng snorted. I warned you that my drawing would be awful. In the meantime, Irene sized up the squirrel and its bright red sash. What's that red ribbon for? Also, what's goblin art supposed to mean? It's probably just a local expression, Yu Sheng guessed. Anyway, let me introduce you. This is Irene, my friend, and Little Red Riding Hood's friend, too. Hello, Irene said cheerfully, giving the squirrel a polite nod. We've also got a fox friend, but she couldn't get in. She's waiting outside. The squirrel's eyes widened again. Little Red Riding Hood really has a bunch of friends, weird ones like you. I wouldn't say she has a bunch, Irene answered. We haven't known her for long, but we're definitely interesting. I come from Alice's little house, and our fox friend, she can launch her tail like a rocket and... But the squirrel was no longer listening. It began pacing in frantic circles, muttering to itself. This isn't how the Black Forest is supposed to work, but if they can come in, maybe she won't have to walk the path alone anymore. If this is some kind of exception, then maybe. Irene exchanged a concerned glance with Yu Sheng. What's it talking about? She whispered. Not sure, Yu Sheng replied quietly, but I have a feeling we're about to find out. Chapter 123, The Giant Wolf. The squirrel's anxious muttering made Yu Sheng's mind churn. As thoughts of hidden loopholes in the forest and ways to free Little Red Riding Hood from her curse flitted by, he found himself growing more curious about the squirrel itself. It seems you're always trying to help Little Red Riding Hood escape the forest, he said, eyeing the squirrel seriously. Why? Why what? The squirrel froze, confused. Do I need a reason? Aren't you an entity created by this forest? Yu Sheng asked, his brow furrowing. You helped me too, so why are you helping outsiders like humans? The squirrel scratched at its whiskers, mumbling, Yeah, why though? Why would I help? All at once, it stopped, as though its thoughts had short-circuited. Yu Sheng grimaced. The poor creature seemed to have limited reasoning, even though it was a speaking entity. His question must have caused a logical glitch. He was just starting to worry that the squirrel might remain stuck in this confused state when it twitched, like it was rebooting. Suddenly, it raised both paws high and cried out, "I'm a squirrel." Yu Sheng blinked. I know you're a squirrel." "A super cute squirrel from the forest," the squirrel shrieked in a shrill voice. "Every story has a little animal in the woods, right? A cheerful little companion that helps kids about to be eaten. That's my purpose. I can't sing, but I still help lost children in the forest because I'm a squirrel." It thrust its paws upward dramatically, looking strangely triumphant, as if it had rediscovered why it existed in the first place. Irene leaned toward Yu Sheng and whispered in his ear, "Is it just me, or is that squirrel out of its mind? It seems unhinged." "It's a product of the Black Forest, so what do you expect?" Yu Sheng said in a thoughtful voice. "It must be one of the forest's rules, or maybe the rules of fairy tales." "Why do you think that?" "In fairy tales, there's always a threat trying to harm the main character and a helper who comes to their aid. Usually that helper's an animal. At least that's what I've noticed." "Oh, I guess that makes sense." Just then the squirrel stopped shouting. It stood up straight, like it heard something, and leapt onto Yu Sheng, scrambling up to perch on his shoulder. "Hey, that's my spot," Irene protested. "SHH," the squirrel lifted a paw in warning, its entire body tense. Yu Sheng could feel it trembling. "Listen, outside, listen." Yu Sheng motioned for Irene to remain quiet, then moved carefully to the window. He pressed his ear against the frame and listened. Silence, complete silence. The gentle, distant wind and the faint howls of wolves that had circled the house were gone. The hush was so heavy it felt like a blanket, until a sudden, sharp knocking sound cut through it. Knock, 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 knock. The noise came slowly but forcefully, pounding straight into their chests. "The wolf is here, the wolf is here, the fire's going out," the squirrel said in a trembling whisper so fast that its words almost blended together. "How can the fire die so quickly? Oh no, oh no, oh no." Yu Sheng glanced toward the fireplace. Indeed, the flames, even though they had plenty of wood, were withering, as if the fire was being swallowed up. Turning back to Irene, he asked, "Can you fight in your state right now?" "Not really," she replied. "I'm just a projection that managed to sneak in. Remember you drew me here. How strong do you think I can be?" Her portrait frame wobbled. "About all I can do is cheer you on. Try not to die too horribly, okay? I don't want to have nightmares about it." Yu Sheng groaned, feeling both relieved and annoyed. "Of course, you'd be perfect if you just didn't talk so much." Knock, knock, knock. Another round of knocking echoed, louder than before, like thunder shaking the little house. The walls creaked, and the whole structure shuddered as if it might collapse. The squirrel let out a high-pitched squeak. It rummaged for something, then pulled out a stiff pine needle and held it like a sword. In its other paw, it clutched an acorn as though it were a shield. "The squirrel is ready. The squirrel knight is ready." The third set of knocks crashed through the cabin. The shelves and wardrobe toppled over, then vanished as soon as they hit the ground. The fire flickered to a faint glow, and fractures spread across the walls. Suddenly, a giant hole opened in the roof. Yu Sheng saw a massive wolf's eye, cold and gleaming, pressed against the opening. A long, pointed snout covered in black fur peered in behind it. Booming knocks came again, the wolf striking the house as if it were pounding a flimsy drum. The flames in the hearth extinguished in an instant. The house splintered under the crushing blows. The red cords and cloth strips tied around the doors and windows snapped with an ear-splitting crack, like a shriek, before the enormous wolf burst in front of Yu Sheng and Irene. It dwarfed any evil wolf Yu Sheng had seen before. Its towering body nearly filled the entire sky. Lowering its head, the beast glared at the prey spilling out from the wreckage of the cabin, eyes glinting with a ruthless hunger. "It's getting bigger, it's getting bigger," the squirrel screeched, brandishing its pine needle sword and acorn shield. "Little Red Riding Hood must be even more afraid. The more frightened she is, the bigger the wolf becomes." Yu Sheng whipped around. "Wait, you mean?" He didn't get the chance to finish. The squirrel, overtaken by panic and desperation, let out a fierce cry and raised its tiny makeshift weapon before hurling itself straight at the giant wolf, as though sprinting along an invisible path. "The squirrel knight is ready. The squirrel knight will protect you." "Stop, come back," Yu Sheng shouted. But the squirrel had gone beyond reason. It moved like lightning, aiming its pine needle at the massive shape overhead. "The squirrel knight roams the forest trail," it sang in a horribly off-key tune, the lyrics chaotic. Just as it had said, every story needed a helpful creature, even if it couldn't sing properly. "It's here to help poor, lonely little Red Rid." Its voice cut off as it vanished into the wolf's jaws. The wolf didn't even shift its head. just opened its mouth, so the squirrel seemed to dive right in. The singing ended. The wolf's teeth crunched a few times, then it lowered its head, fixing its gaze on Yu Sheng, an intruder who had no rightful place in the forest. "So the squirrel it died?" Irene asked, shocked. "I was sure it would do something amazing at the last second, but it just got eaten." A rush of wind swirled around them, as the wolf swung its paw at Yu Sheng with crushing force. He leapt away at the last moment, hitting the ground with enough impact to crack it. Then he slipped under the wolf's belly, looking for a blind spot. "Stop staring! I'm about to be next." Irene's portrait glided shakily through the air after him. "Got any last words you want me to pass on?" Yu Sheng sidestepped another blow. "Tell Foxy we're having dumplings tonight. She should take the meat out of the freezer." "Roger that," Irene called back. Her frame flickered, turning faint. "I have to leave. This place is kicking me out." "See you soon," Yu Sheng hollered, waving as her portrait vanished. A fierce wind roared as the wolf, furious at Yu Sheng's quick dodges, leapt aside to face him, lunging forward yet again. This time Yu Sheng didn't dodge. Instead, he gave a wild grin. "Come on, take a bite. I guarantee you'll never forget it." Chapter 124, Tasting Yu Sheng. Yu Sheng's mind drifted in a boundless sea of darkness. The familiar feeling of emptiness and pressure tugged at the edges of his consciousness, slowing his thoughts to a crawl. Alone in this silent yet strangely comforting afterworld, he almost felt at ease. How to describe it? The outcome had been rather predictable. The wolf, giant as a house, had pounced on him, ending his life in a single moment. He hadn't lasted any longer than the squirrel. Of course, the main reason it ended so quickly was that Yu Sheng hadn't tried to fight back at all. In fact, he'd practically offered himself. His blood, his flesh, his soul, and all the raw, fiery joy and curiosity inside him. Now he lay quiet in this dark realm of death. He slipped silently into the wolf's flesh and spirit. He seeped gently into the black forest, searching for the tendrils of the fairy tale hidden there. Carefully, Yu Sheng held onto his own thoughts, guarding himself from the strange bits of memory and sensation drifting in the darkness. For him, every death was a kind of practice. At first, returning to life had been chaos and confusion. Over time, he learned to sense the darkness around him, then to recognize how it felt to be pulled back to life, and finally to keep his mind steady in this empty state. By now, not only could he stay calm, but he could also train his consciousness, guiding his thoughts and emotions while existing without a body. He focused on sharpening this mental power, trying to mark the passage of time, even extending his senses to explore beyond the darkness. Yu Sheng knew his real body was still in the outside world asleep, with Irene and Foxy nearby. This time, only his spirit had perished, like the time when the entity called hunger had devoured him. But this time was different. He could faintly tell that the fragments of his shattered soul were dissolving into something else, like seeds swallowed whole and now sprouting, sending out twisting roots and vines. He focused on one of those tendrils, gathering his will to gently pluck at it. He saw himself dashing through the black forest, blind and enraged, shrouded in eternal night, casting a titanic shadow. He felt coarse fur covering his body, the night wind brushing his ears, and the echoing howls of wolves around him. Unseen wolves ran beside him, hidden by the darkness. He realized these wolves fed on fear. Fairy tales were born of fear, terrifying stories meant to warn children, scaring them into staying safely at home instead of wandering into the unknown. Here in the Black Forest, that fear had taken form as wolves that feasted on it. But now they were famished. During their most recent hunt, they hadn't found the fear they craved. Though they devoured the flesh and blood of the strange intruder, they discovered only puzzling joy and curiosity inside him, emotions they couldn't understand. Oh. The towering wolf burst into a moonlit clearing, its dull mind struggling to make sense of what had happened. Eating should never feel like this. There should always be fear in its food, and yet this meal had none. If anything, the food had acted more like a monster than the wolf itself. Had the wolf devoured the human, or had the human burrowed into the wolf, starting to eat it from within? Unable to grasp its own confusion, the giant wolf followed its instincts, racing through the forest in search of little Red Riding Hood's hiding places, wrecking each one it found. "Are you just going to run forever?" A quiet voice spoke, Yu Sheng's voice, emerging as a low growl from somewhere near the wolf's side. The giant wolf skidded to a stop, lifting its massive head to study the black forest around it. Everything looked exactly as it always had. It couldn't figure out where the voice had come from. It had no idea it could be the meal it had just swallowed. Yet there was something out there, something that felt oddly familiar, like prey or perhaps a hunter. The invisible wolves prowling in the shadows fell silent, their howls stilled by a vague sense of danger. Leaves rustled overhead. One of them spiraled past the giant wolf's face, and in the instant it flickered in midair, Yu Sheng's curious eye peered out, staring straight at the beast. "Are you tasty?" Then the leaf disintegrated, and whatever presence the wolf sensed vanished. The wolf let out a frustrated growl, lowering its head. All around, the other wolves began to howl in fear, their cries echoing through the endless forest. In a distant thicket, a pair of wary eyes watched, followed by a soft whisper. "Something strange is happening, very strange." Just then, Yu Sheng felt himself tumbling through the darkness. The now familiar feeling of crossing some unseen boundary seized him, and his awareness surged back into his body. He felt a soft bed beneath him, and he opened his eyes in alarm. The first thing he saw was Irene, twice over. Two doll-like heads pressed together, both sets of her crimson eyes glaring unblinkingly at him. Suddenly revived, Yu Sheng nearly died again from the shock. "Holy, give a person some personal space." Irene shrieked just as loudly. Her two forms jolted backward and tumbled off the bed, each hitting the floor with a solid thump. Yu Sheng winced at the sound. "Ow, that sounded bad, are you?" "You're the one who scared me," Irene yelled from the floor, rubbing her head. "And you think hovering 2 inches away from someone's face is normal," Yu Sheng retorted. "If I'd bolted upright, I would have smacked both your heads." Irene climbed back onto the mattress, propping her hands on her hips, looking ready to argue. Before she could say more, Yu Sheng's attention landed on Foxy, who was standing calmly by the bed with a gentle smile. "See," Yu Sheng said, "Foxy gets it. She's just waiting there quietly, not creeping up on me." "She's smiling because she's guilty," Irene cut in, pointing a finger. Yu Sheng frowned. "Guilty of what?" "She ate all the meat filling. There won't be any dumplings tonight." He blinked, absorbing Irene's words. When he turned to look at Foxy, her cheerful expression froze. Her ears drooped, and her fluffy silver tail drooped as well. "I only wanted a taste," Foxy mumbled sheepishly. "Oh, you were tasting it all right?" Irene scoffed. "First it was too salty, so you drank some water, then it was too bland, so you took another bite. You ended up finishing the whole bowl, Foxy, an entire bowl." Yu Sheng rubbed his forehead with a sigh. He had the nagging feeling he must have owed these two troublemakers a debt in a past life. "Benefactor, I'm sorry," Foxy said quietly, sliding her tail closer to him. "Would you like to pet my tail? Maybe you won't be mad anymore." Yu Sheng eyed the fluffy tail. It twitched as if offering itself. You can keep it. It's a bit too weird otherwise." "Oh, never mind, I'm not really mad. Just let me sit for a minute and clear my head. Why don't you two go downstairs? I'll cook noodles for dinner instead. Sound good?" Yu Sheng handed Foxy's tail back to her. As Irene and Foxy headed for the door, Irene paused on the threshold. "By the way, what happened to you this time? You've been asleep for ages, so I'm guessing you died again, right?" Yu Sheng chuckled. "That wolf had teeth as thick as my thigh, what do you think?" Irene arched an eyebrow. "You sure don't seem upset for someone who got eaten alive." Yu Sheng's smile took on a mysterious edge, like he was savoring some secret. "I didn't actually get to taste anything, but it was still worth it. I'm excited to see what happens next." "You're so weird," Irene muttered as she slipped out. "I'll go see if we can add wolf meat to the menu." Once they were gone, Yu Sheng found himself smiling at the thought. He picked up his phone from the bedside table and opened the Borderland communication app. He scrolled to Little Red Riding Hood's avatar and typed out a quick message. "I've been in the Black Forest. I saw the invisible wolves and the visible ones, found the little house, and even met a squirrel. Let's talk when you have time." He hit send, leaned back against his pillows, and exhaled slowly, wondering what the next chapter would bring. Chapter 125, Dinner. After sending his message, Yu Sheng went downstairs to prepare dinner. As he worked in the kitchen, he moved in a calm, measured way. He knew Little Red Riding Hood was usually online. Her wolf was always around, phone in hand, so she would see his message soon enough. But this time, minutes passed without any reply. Yu Sheng wasn't worried, though. He was sure she'd respond eventually. He finished frying up a pot of savory meat sauce. While waiting for the water to boil, he cut up a large plate of cucumber strips. Meat sauce noodles were a simple, speedy meal, perfect for Foxy, who loved them. Just then the kitchen door creaked open. Two fluffy white ears poked inside, twitching with curiosity. Yu Sheng glanced over his shoulder and saw Foxy's bright eyes gleaming, her nose lifted to catch the mouth-watering scent. "Almost done meat sauce noodles tonight," Yu Sheng said, nodding at her 9 swishing tails. "Hungry." He couldn't help wondering how she managed to keep all 9 tails moving in different directions without tangling them. Foxy nodded happily, her silver-white fur rippling like a wave of moonlight. From across the dining room, Irene's irritated voice shouted, "What's with the sudden draft?" Yu Sheng chuckled and ladled a small bowl of meat sauce. He picked up a cucumber slice and offered it to Foxy, who watched him with wide, eager eyes. "Here, snack on this. No need to bring the bowl back, just use it for your noodles, okay?" Foxy left with a delighted smile, hugging her little bowl. Almost at once, Yu Sheng felt his phone vibrate in his pocket. The familiar ringtone chimed. It was Little Red Riding Hood calling, rather than texting. He answered, barely lifting the phone to his ear before a tense, urgent voice spilled through the speaker. "I was going to type it all out, but it's faster to talk. What's going on? Everything you said earlier, is it true?" "These things aren't the sort of thing you can invent," Yu Sheng replied calmly, anticipating her reaction. "Remember the museum, when that wolf crawled out of your shadow and bit me? You remember that, don't you?" She paused for a moment. "Yes, of course I remember." "Well, it bit me and got some of my blood," Yu Sheng continued, holding the phone between his ear and his shoulder as he dropped the noodles into the boiling pot. He washed the cutting board and knife as he talked. "It couldn't have been much, and it was indirect, so you haven't noticed any real effects yet. But from my experience, it'll activate eventually. For now, though, I seem to have formed some sort of link with your curse. Or, to put it differently." Yu Sheng took a breath, choosing his words carefully. "I've connected with the part of you that belongs to the wolf." He heard Little Red Riding Hood's breath catch on the other end. Given her sharp mind and spirit realm detective training, she'd instantly grasped the implications, though it clearly unsettled her. "You see," Yu Sheng said, stirring the noodles and leaning against the counter, the wolf took a bite out of me even if it happened by accident. Don't worry, it won't harm you. But before we move on, I want to talk about the Black Forest." She fell silent for a while before finally replying in a weary voice. "What do you want to know?" "That squirrel, do you know its origin?" I'm not sure. It was already there when I first stumbled into the forest. I was so lost at the time, I barely remember meeting it," she said thoughtfully. "It told me a lot about the Black Forest. As far as I can tell, it's some sort of special being created by the fairy tale itself, a product of how fairy tales usually work." She took a moment, then went on, "For every villain that targets a child, there's a friend who helps. It's a standard fairy tale rule. You follow me?" "I do," Yu Sheng answered, nodding. "I didn't stay long in the Black Forest, but I sensed the rules at play. By the way, that squirrel got eaten by the wolf. It happened so fast that I couldn't do anything to stop it, but if it's part of the forest, it'll be all right, right?" "It'll be fine," Little Red Riding Hood reassured him. "It's been eaten more than once. That goes for me, too. I've been caught by the wolf many times. The squirrel will pop up again somewhere on the path." Yu Sheng hummed in agreement. Then he paused before asking, "Tell me the truth, are you in serious trouble right now?" "Did the squirrel say something?" "I pieced it together from its ramblings," Yu Sheng said, switching off the burner. He fished out the noodles and rinsed them under cold water, then leaned against the sink. "The forest is swallowing you, and you're not the first Little Red Riding Hood, right? This is that curse you mentioned. What happens next? Does this affect the other fairy tale members, too?" For a long time, there was no sound on the line. After counting a few seconds, Yu Sheng quietly asked, "How much time do you have left?" Finally, she answered, her voice calm but subdued. "Next month, my 18th birthday." Yu Sheng's grip tightened on the phone. He suspected it was bad, but not quite so urgent. "I might not die," she added quickly. "Dr. Lin says I'm the strongest among us. My chances of making it to adulthood are good. I've also been good at hiding, and the wolf hasn't caught me too often." "The squirrel said the real threat isn't just being devoured, it's turning into one of them," Yu Sheng interrupted gently. "We need to meet in person. I need to know everything about the forest, and not just the forest, but the fairy tale itself. From what I can tell, it's a lot bigger than that, isn't it?" She hesitated for a few seconds, then let out a quiet sigh. "Why do you care so much? It has nothing to do with you. No offense, just genuinely curious." Yu Sheng paused, pondering. "Aren't we friends?" "We've only known each other for a few days," she pointed out. "And if you don't count that mess in the valley, we've basically collaborated once. Does that really make us friends?" "Kid, don't take everything so literally. I'm older than you, so I get to pick and choose who I help. No special reason needed," Yu Sheng said with a slight laugh. And let's not forget your shadow wolf bit me. I'm tied to the Black Forest whether I like it or not. He could sense her wavering. Finally, she sighed again, a gentle hiss of static in the phone's speaker. All right, let's meet tomorrow. I'll send you an address. It's where we live. You can come visit us. Sure. She hung up. Yu Sheng set down his phone and spent a moment in silent thought. Then he exhaled, grabbed a big bowl of noodles, and called out, Dinner's ready. Foxy, mind helping me carry this? Coming, Foxy called happily. In another corner of the city, Little Red Riding Hood lowered her phone, staring at it until a tap on her shoulder made her jump. Hey, what are you standing around for? Asked a short-haired girl. It's time for dinner, come on, help out. Little Red Riding Hood turned to look at the long dining table. The younger children were already seated, while the older ones bustled around, bringing out dishes and straightening utensils. At the far end, by a steaming pot of soup, Cinderella and Dorothy ladled out portions and kept a watchful eye on a few troublemakers trying to crawl under the table. Night had fallen. By policy, the staff sent by the council left before sunset. As the evening darkened, the fairy tale's influence grew stronger, and while the staff were trained, they weren't required to remain at the orphanage after hours. Taking a slow breath, Little Red Riding Hood moved to help the youngest children with their chopsticks. Her gaze lingered on a timid, silent girl near the edge of the table. The girl looked about 6 or 7, with dark, slightly wavy hair framing her small face. She wore a faded dress and sat stiffly among the others, her lips clenched, her tiny body tense and watchful. Little Red Riding Hood hadn't gone to school that afternoon. She'd taken a half-day off. A new child had arrived at the orphanage, and as one of the parents, she was responsible for making sure everything was ready for the newcomers' first night in their care. Chapter 126, Nightfall and Childhood. The night was deep and still. From the orphanage's front courtyard, the glow of a street lamp shone faintly through the side windows, casting pale light into the dim hallway. The daytime clamor felt far away, and tonight's silence brought a quiet sense of safety. Little Red Riding Hood walked slowly along the corridor, pausing every now and then at each door. She glanced in through the small observation window, checking the rooms to make sure everything was in order before moving on. As the parent on night patrol, she had to complete 2 rounds like this. Later, someone else would take over, patrolling 3 more times until morning finally chased away the darkness. She heard the soft tread of footsteps approaching from the opposite end of the hallway. Looking up, she recognized a petite figure coming toward her, short, chin-length hair and clearly a bit younger than she was. It was the girl who had spoken to her at dinner earlier, Snow White. Snow White? Little Red Riding Hood asked, surprised. Tonight isn't your turn to patrol. Why aren't you asleep? I couldn't sleep, so I figured I'd walk around, Snow White replied. Then I remembered you'd be patrolling this side of the East Wing, so I came to see you. Little Red Riding Hood nodded. All right. Without another word, she continued her rounds, Snow White falling into step beside her. By the organization's rules, everyone under 14, or who hadn't yet awakened, had to go to bed by 10 o'clock. But Snow White, considered a parent within the fairy tale group, was an exception. She understood her responsibilities, and Little Red Riding Hood wasn't one to lecture. You don't sleep very much anymore, do you? Snow White asked after a short silence. Little Red Riding Hood merely answered with a soft hum. As we get older, sleep gets harder. Just 2 or 3 hours a day can feel like enough, Snow White went on quietly. And those 2 or 3 hours become really dangerous. Peaceful dreams vanish, and it's almost guaranteed we'll enter the fairy tale at night. Every time we sleep, it's a risk. She hesitated before adding, I heard from the king that you only started having trouble this month, right? Last month was still okay. Little Red Riding Hood's voice stayed calm. My birthday is next month, it's normal. Snow White pressed her lips together, then asked in a low voice, Are you scared? A little, but I have my wolf with me, Little Red Riding Hood replied, meeting Snow White's gaze in the weak light. But why the sudden questions? You're usually not this chatty. They continued along the hallway for a moment without speaking. Then Snow White said, Did you notice the new child today? I did, Little Red Riding Hood answered. She doesn't talk much and seems very tense. The people who brought her said she was at a public orphanage in the North District. She'd been having nightmares, and those nightmares triggered strange events. That got the Special Affairs Bureau's attention, so they sent her here. Why? Did you see something odd about her? Matchstick was with her earlier, Snow White explained. She told me the child can't remember her dreams very well yet, but when they looked at picture books, she freaked out at anything about wolves, pictures, words, the lot. Little Red Riding Hood hesitated for a split second before carrying on. Snow White continued, "That child might turn out to be the next Little Red Riding Hood." "Then we need to take good care of her," Little Red Riding Hood said solemnly, "just like I took care of you." Snow White immediately puffed up in annoyance. "You're only 2.5 years older than me." "And yet I've been your parent for 2.5 years, Little Red Riding Hood teased, eyeing her friend. "You really need to eat more. You're so small that soon the younger kids won't listen to you." "I do eat, I just don't gain weight, okay?" They walked on, chatting lightly until they both fell quiet. Eventually, Snow White spoke again. "Adults have made it in the organization before, you know. There's no reason to lose hope. The king's over 40 if you count human years, and the Cinderella before last managed to see her 26th birthday. We've even had 2 Little Red Riding Hoods alive at the same time." Little Red Riding Hood listened silently. She'd often heard these words. Dr. Lin had told her similar things, and she'd tried to comfort herself with them. But it never really eased her fears. Still, there was something different tonight. Hearing Snow White's encouragement, Little Red Riding Hood felt a new idea stirring in her thoughts, one she'd never fully allowed before. Her mind wandered back to her call with Yu Sheng and the things he'd said. "Maybe," she began suddenly. Snow White was busy thinking of more ways to cheer her up and didn't catch the quiet word at first. She rattled off another sentence or two before pausing. "Huh, did you say something?" Little Red Riding Hood took a steady breath, then looked at Snow White. "Maybe things won't be as bad as we think. Maybe something good can happen." Snow White blinked in surprise. She wasn't sure why, but there was a hint of hope in Little Red Riding Hood's calm eyes, something she'd never seen in them before. "Well, I hope you're right," Snow White said, nodding. "Tomorrow I'm having a friend over," Little Red Riding Hood said seriously. "A friend?" Snow White echoed in shock. "You rarely invite anyone here, someone from school. Is he going to stay in the East Wing?" "He's an adult," Little Red Riding Hood clarified. For a moment Snow White stared, speechless. "He'll arrive around noon," Little Red Riding Hood went on. "That way we avoid the more dangerous times in the morning and evening. He already knows about me, some of my situation anyway. There's no school tomorrow, so I'll show him around the orphanage." "You should have told us during dinner," Snow White exclaimed. "We'll need to rearrange a few things in the morning, move some of the riskier kids to the West Wing." "There's no need," Little Red Riding Hood reassured her. "He's a spirit realm detective. We've worked together. He already knows some details about Fairy Tale. Remember me mentioning him before? Yu Sheng. The one who eats entities raw." Little Red Riding Hood nodded. "He usually cooks them first, actually." Snow White stared at her for a moment, speechless. Little Red Riding Hood began walking again. It took Snow White a few seconds to snap out of her daze. Then she hurried after her, peppering her with questions. "How does he know so much about Fairy Tale? Did you tell him? You're usually so secretive. What's he coming here for, just to see the orphanage? Are you thinking of dragging him into this? That's too dangerous. Does Dr. Lin know about this? Shouldn't we run it past her first?" Little Red Riding Hood waved off her worries with vague replies. After a moment, Snow White went quiet. Then she muttered under her breath, "Anybody who's ever tried to help us ended up dying." This time Little Red Riding Hood stopped. She turned and spoke with quiet resolve. "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing." Snow White bit her lip but said no more. Together they looked ahead, realizing they had passed the sleeping rooms and the dining hall. Now they stood outside a wide classroom. The lights were still on. "Someone forgot to switch off the lights in the activity room again," Snow White grumbled. "It's a waste of electricity." Little Red Riding Hood pushed open the door and peeked inside. The room was big, divided into a few sections. The northeast corner held rows of worn desks and chairs. In the northwest corner, shelves brimming with picture books and toy sets lined the wall. Closer to the entrance, a small blackboard displayed colorful sketches the children had drawn earlier, still not erased. Around the edges of the board clung bits of colored paper, wish cards the kids had created during class. Each slip held a simple wish: a slice of cake, a new toy, a pretty outfit, a day out, or an entire afternoon to watch cartoons. The writing was clumsy, with some pinyin sprinkled here and there. Some weren't much more than rough drawings. Children's dreams could be so silly, yet so wonderful. Little Red Riding Hood smiled a little. Then, out of the corner of her eye, she spotted one card torn off and crumpled in a corner of the supply box. She reached over and gently smoothed the paper flat. "I want to grow up," it read in shaky handwriting. "The lights are off now," Snow White called behind her. With a soft click, darkness swallowed the room. The card and the wish scrawled on it vanished into the shadows. Chapter 127, The Orphanage. That night Yu Sheng slept deeply, though not peacefully. Maybe he was just exhausted after everything that had happened. He drifted off fast, but his sleep was filled with strange, jumbled dreams. Sometimes he dreamed he was back in the museum. At other times he walked through memories of his hometown. A few were even about the Black Forest. More than once he thought he woke up, only to see Irene muttering in her sleep. Yet each time he slipped into another bizarre dream. This uneasy sleep went on until late in the night. Suddenly he felt a calm presence settle over him. The frantic, foggy dreams died down, replaced by a shallow, quiet rest that lasted until late morning. When he finally opened his eyes, he found a peculiar sight. 2 Irenes, one on each side, both sprawled across his arms. His arms felt completely numb. It took a while before he managed to wiggle free. As soon as he did, painful tingles shot through his arms, making him grimace. Rubbing her eyes, Irene, her hair sticking out in all directions, mumbled, "Good morning, Yuan. You were super restless last night. What were you dreaming about?" Still shaking out the numbness, Yu Sheng paused, then turned to her with a sudden realization. "Wait, did you do something about my dreams last night?" "They were too loud," both Irenes complained in unison, their voices overlapping. They sat up together, smoothing their bed-tousled hair. "It was annoying, so I had to step in and quiet them down." Yu Sheng blinked. Surprise flickered across his face, followed by appreciation. After a beat, he coughed awkwardly. "Well, thanks." "No big deal, now help me brush my hair." "Are you serious?" Yu Sheng protested, trying to get blood flowing back into his tingling arms. "I could barely move my arms just a minute ago. I bought those little combs for you, did I? They're on the nightstand. You've got 2 bodies now, can't you brush each other's hair?" "Oh." Both Irenes scrambled over to the nightstand, snatched up the small combs, and started brushing one another's hair. "Humans are so fragile," they griped while working. "A bit of pressure and boom, dead limbs. We dolls can crack in half and not make a peep." Yu Sheng let most of their chatter wash over him, mostly amused. Sunlight poured in through the window, lighting up the 2 nearly identical Gothic dolls as they carefully smoothed each other's hair and dresses. It would have been an elegant scene, if only they'd stopped talking so much. Yu Sheng watched them, letting his mind wander. There was something oddly peaceful about the moment. Then a silly thought struck him. If 2 Irenes made his life this chaotic, what if he ended up with a whole crowd of them? He pictured dozens of Irenes swarming through his house, yammering. A shudder ran through him. Definitely not. Once he'd washed and stretched enough to revive his arms, Yu Sheng made a quick breakfast, though it was almost noon by then. Foxy, of course, appeared the moment she smelled food and happily devoured her share. After that, Yu Sheng got ready to go see Little Red Riding Hood at the address she'd given him. "Should I bring something along?" he wondered aloud as he slipped on his shoes. "It feels rude to show up empty-handed." "Good idea," Irene remarked from where she perched in Foxy's arms, trying to pass herself off as a regular doll. "Cookies or candy, maybe? I heard she lives with lots of kids." "That might be a little cliché." "Better than handing out vials of blood," Irene retorted. "Unless you want the police called on you." Yu Sheng rolled his eyes, but admitted she had a point. He left, taking Foxy plus Irene P2 with him. Irene P1 stayed behind, content to lounge on the couch and flip through TV channels. She seemed to have no trouble managing 2 bodies at once. It was a long ride to Little Red Riding Hood's address, but not too bad. After about half an hour, the taxi dropped them off. The first thing Yu Sheng noticed when he stepped out was how quiet the place was. Following Little Red Riding Hood's directions, he moved along a path that led into an older part of the city. He started in a busy intersection, but soon ventured past the bustling main road into a calm neighborhood with worn-down streets. The area looked a bit more modern than Wudong Road 66, but not by much. After walking for about 10 minutes, he hadn't seen a single passerby. Finally, the street opened up into a large compound. 2 long, attached buildings stood with a few smaller structures around them, all enclosed by a tall perimeter wall. The gray-white buildings seemed old but sturdy. The wall's paint had mostly peeled away, leaving faint outlines of one-sprite murals. A tall metal gate blocked off the entrance, but what really caught Yu Sheng's eye were the row of metal obelisks lining the wall. They were nodes, special affairs bureau equipment. The street's deserted state instantly made sense. Whatever this place was, it was hidden behind cognitive isolation, part of a larger system that kept ordinary people away. A flash of red appeared ahead of him, Little Red Riding Hood. She emerged from a small booth near the gate, then stepped forward to unlock a side door. "You're earlier than I expected," she said, greeting him with a slight smile, though she seemed a bit uneasy. For the first time, Yu Sheng saw a trace of self-consciousness on the usually calm teenager's face. "Didn't want to be late," Yu Sheng replied, peering past her at the compound. Faded letters on the wall seemed to read XX Welfare Home, though they were barely legible now. There were no other signs or plaques. So it was an orphanage, tucked away behind tall walls and protective wards. Yu Sheng wasn't surprised. He'd already guessed it might be something like this, given the address. "Come on in," Little Red said, standing aside so he could enter. "I already told everyone you'd be visiting today. I'm free all day, so I can give you a tour." Yu Sheng and Foxy walked through the gate. Inside the booth, he glimpsed a girl around Little Red Riding Hood's age, half asleep at a small desk. She blinked lazily at them as they passed. "That's Cinderella," Little Red explained with a wave of her hand. "She's always sleepy during the day, but don't be fooled. She picks up on everything. Normally, the council sends staff members to guard the entrance, but on weekends, we older kids take turns. Really, we're the parents of this place." Yu Sheng raised an eyebrow. "The council sends people here." "Fairy Tale is independent," Little Red said matter-of-factly. "But we're all still kids looking after other kids. There are all sorts of things we can't do alone. The council wants to keep an eye on us, and we need their help with funding, staffing, and, to be honest, basic paperwork. The arrangement keeps everyone safe. If a child gets targeted by a curse, it's easier and safer to keep them here together behind the wards. So the council provides the land, some money, and staff support for things like school or medical care. But we manage ourselves inside these walls. We accept children they send us and use our own methods to control, well, or at least contain, any serious incidents that come up." She gave a small shrug. "Basically, we handle the unusual parts of life, and they handle the normal ones." Yu Sheng nodded, walking with her across the courtyard. After a quiet moment, he frowned and said, "This isn't what I expected." "You only understand how things work here by experiencing it firsthand," she replied. "For us, this setup works well. We get to live how we want, and the city government can carry on without worrying too much. It's good for everyone." "No, I expected the Special Affairs Bureau to be in charge. They're the ones who handle supernatural matters, right?" Little Red paused. "They do work with us from time to time, and yes, they're the experts. But we usually solve our own problems. They only come in if things get really out of control. We have more routine contact with the council's staff because everyday life is actually pretty normal here." Yu Sheng nodded thoughtfully. "I see." She flashed a small, almost wistful smile. "Right, it's not just kids like me in this orphanage. Most of them are just children who happen to have nightmares." Chapter 128, The Children. Even after Little Red Riding Hood's explanations, Yu Sheng still found it difficult to grasp how the orphanage truly worked or what day-to-day life there looked like. He couldn't picture what the children here thought about, how they filled their days, or how the council staff assigned to this place functioned. Most of all, he had no idea how the council, which governed the entire borderland, viewed such a peculiar orphanage. After all, Yu Sheng didn't fully understand how the enormous boundary city itself operated, let alone the council. The only official group he'd worked with was the Special Affairs Bureau, and that was just one branch of the council's many organizations. The borderland seemed full of contradictions to Yu Sheng, and what he was seeing of Little Red Riding Hood's world only added to his confusion. Standing quietly next to him, Foxy, who hadn't spoken since they'd arrived, suddenly blurted out, "Why don't the Special Affairs Bureau or the Council set up a dedicated department to run this orphanage completely?" Little Red Riding Hood looked at Foxy, momentarily surprised. Foxy blinked and scratched at her ear. "Did I say something wrong?" "No, not at all," Little Red Riding Hood replied quickly, shaking her head. "Your question makes sense, but do you have any idea how many groups like ours exist in the borderland?" Foxy opened her mouth to respond, but couldn't find the words. "As I mentioned, a lot of Spirit Realm detectives and investigators ended up in these roles after getting tangled in otherworldly incidents. The children in the fairy tale organization are the same, except their lives are tied to otherworldly fairy tales. In other words, every child you see here is already a Spirit Realm detective, or will become one. And we're just one of hundreds, possibly thousands, of extraordinary groups scattered throughout the borderland. Each one has its own needs, so everything has to be handled in a way that works for all these groups." It's true that long ago, just like you suggested, the Special Affairs Bureau considered giving us special treatment by forming a single council-run orphanage. The idea was that the Bureau would manage it directly, providing full protection and guidance to every fairy tale child, so they wouldn't have to look after themselves. But something went very wrong. Yu Sheng frowned a little, conjuring mental images of horror movies and grim survival stories. Let me guess, the kids got abused and the fairy tales went berserk. No, actually it was the opposite, Little Red Riding Hood answered. The Bureau and the Council aren't stupid. They knew that otherworldly events can't be controlled by normal human methods. From the reports, they did everything right, gave the children proper care, never mistreated anyone, but they missed one crucial fact. Irene, peeking out from Foxy's arms, asked, "What fact?" "Fairy tales don't like adults," Little Red Riding Hood replied, as though stating a simple truth. Yu Sheng's expression turned thoughtful. He felt he was starting to understand. Foxy nodded after a moment, as if something had clicked for her as well. Irene, however, still looked puzzled. She tilted her head. "Wait, what? Why do you all look like you get it? I'm confused." Nobody answered her. "That's the East Building over there," Little Red Riding Hood said, pointing to a large structure in the distance. She turned back to Yu Sheng. "The orphanage has two main buildings. The East Building is where most daily activities happen. There's a dining hall and some classrooms for the younger kids. The other one is the West Building, which has safe rooms and a small medical section for when someone's condition becomes unstable." Originally, the buildings were linked by two corridors. One runs underground, but it's sealed off now because it had some issues. You can only cross between them on the upper-level bridge, although the West Building also has its own gates. That open area over there is our playground. We built the swings and slides ourselves, and we dug the sandbox, too. The Bureau helped deliver the sand free of charge. We actually underestimated how big the sandbox would be. It ended up needing way more sand than we thought, so it took 3 truckloads instead of 1. The Bureau half-jokingly accused us of hoarding sand. She gave a soft laugh, then pointed to a cluster of trees. "Those were planted by us, too. I was only 10 at the time. The guardian who showed me how to plant them isn't here anymore." Yu Sheng listened, letting her words sink in. From the corner of his eye, he noticed several faces peeking out from the East Building's main doors. A few older kids and some younger ones were watching them closely, whispering and pointing, trying to guess who these visitors might be. Then a taller girl appeared, herding the onlookers back inside. "How many kids live here?" Yu Sheng asked curiously, "including all the older ones who help out." 76, Little Red Riding Hood replied. "It's less than people usually expect." "That is a bit fewer than I thought." "It stays around that number with a little changing now and then. Some children arrive, some leave. The fairy tale accepts the ones who fit its conditions and ends the connection when they no longer do. So you'll see that a lot of floors up there are empty, especially above the 5th floor, and most of the West Building isn't in use right now. Out of those 76 kids, 16 are considered guardians. About half of the rest are between 8 and 14, and the other half are younger. Overall, it's about 3/4 girls and 1/4 boys." Yu Sheng nodded slowly. "I did notice that most of the kids I've seen so far are girls. Why is that?" Little Red Riding Hood smiled a little. "Because princesses are the ones who face the most danger, and village girls like Little Red Riding Hood are no exception. You need to see this place through the lens of fairy tales." She led Yu Sheng, Irene, and Foxy into the East Building, guiding them down a hallway to a modest guest room. Outside the door, more curious children peeked in, clearly tempted by the unusual visitors but too timid to come right up. "I brought some things for them," Yu Sheng said, lifting the bag of snacks and candy he'd purchased. "They can share these." "Thanks, that's really thoughtful," Little Red Riding Hood said, looking genuinely pleased. She waved to an older girl lurking by the door. "Hooey hooey, come here and take these to the dining hall. Pass them out at dinner." Hooey hooey, a lively teen of around 13 or 14, hurried in. A swarm of younger children followed, excitement flashing in their eyes. "I want chocolate. I want the gold wrapper. Hey, do you have gummy bears? Thanks, uncle." "Hooey hooey, Yaya just stepped on my foot." Suddenly, a small child popped out from under the table, staring wide-eyed at Irene. "I want to hold that doll." Irene bared her teeth. "I'm not a toy." The child froze, then burst into tears. Chaos broke out as the kids scattered, half screaming and half crying, rushing in different directions. For a moment, it was exactly like Yu Sheng's earlier nightmare, a house packed with tiny Irenes wreaking havoc. He stood there, stunned and helpless. Luckily, the uproar didn't last long. Little Red Riding Hood was quick to intervene, her calm words restoring order. Hui Hui efficiently gathered the children, soothed their tears, and ushered them out, closing the door behind her. Yu Sheng stared, impressed by how quickly peace had returned. Then he turned to Little Red Riding Hood. That was incredible. You get used to it, they're actually quite obedient. They might act like normal little kids, but they listen better than most. They know there are rules for a reason, she said with a small smile. We all learned that ourselves. For some reason, Yu Sheng felt a slight chill at her words. Tell me more about the fairy tale, he said, trying to focus again. That otherworld and the Black Forest I saw, how does all this connect? The Black Forest is one part of the fairy tale, she explained calmly. In that moment, Yu Sheng was reminded of the composed, knowledgeable spirit realm detective he'd met in the museum. But before I explain the specifics, do you know how many types of otherworlds there are? Yu Sheng looked stumped. I don't. Little Red Riding Hood stared at him, and for a second it looked like she was annoyed. This is literally the first lesson in the archives. Weren't you supposed to study that? Yu Sheng rubbed his neck. I've been really busy these last couple of days. Busy with what? Another assignment from the Bureau. Yu Sheng froze, mentally reviewing how he'd spent the last 2 days. Exploring that otherworld, working on his farm, fixing cracks, raising chickens, petting Foxy, wondering how to build more Irenes using concrete and metal. Yeah, that wouldn't sound very flattering. Yes, the Bureau asked for my help, he replied seriously, to discuss the Dark Angel incident. Technically, every word was true. Chapter 129, The Beginning of Fairy Tales. Little Red Riding Hood didn't seem to doubt Yu Sheng's explanation. After all, adults who were less than reliable often covered up the truth in disturbing ways, fooling people who weren't even 18 yet. Instead of pressing him further, she simply warned him to be careful dealing with the Dark Angel, and then guided the conversation back to otherworlds. Otherworlds are mainly divided into 4 types, she said earnestly. The first 3 are easier to understand and are labeled as wilderness, kingdom, and fortress, based on their scope and structure. You can probably guess what they mean just from their names. Yu Sheng shook off his casual attitude and focused. I've read a little about that. A wilderness-type otherworld is described as an open space with no clear visual borders, mostly covered in natural terrain, and you can't leave just by reaching the edge, right? Exactly. That's why the Night Valley is a classic example of a wilderness-type otherworld, she said with a nod. They're usually huge without fixed entrances or exits. You often need specific conditions or certain times to escape. Kingdoms are another type of large-scale otherworld, she continued, and they can be just as big as wildernesses. But kingdoms show major signs of human activity, things like cities, houses, maybe factories producing strange, unknown goods. Still, if you look carefully, you'll see plenty of contradictions in their buildings and machinery. One key difference is that kingdoms typically have stable entrances and exits, unlike wildernesses. This makes them a lot more manageable. She paused, as though giving Yu Sheng a chance to absorb what she'd said, then went on. The third type, fortresses, usually appear as single enclosed buildings or complexes. They're smaller than wildernesses or kingdoms, but that doesn't make them any safer. In fact, fortresses can be the riskiest of all. Their rules are complicated and often change suddenly, and unpredictability is their main feature. Some fortresses do have permanent entrances and exits, but others are like wildernesses. You have to meet certain requirements to get in or out. Her eyes met Yu Sheng's. Our little museum adventure took place in a fortress-type otherworld, and there's another fortress you know very well. Any guesses? Yu Sheng blinked, then hesitated. Could it be my house? She sighed, obviously. Well, now that you bring it up, I guess it's pretty clear, he said, a bit embarrassed. Eager to change the subject, he added, so we've covered 3 types. That leaves the 4th, which must be fairy tales, right? Little Red Riding Hood let out a deep breath, and her expression turned serious. Those belong to the anomalous category. Before Yu Sheng could speak, Irene, who had been listening quietly, blurted, just hearing anomalous sounds like a nightmare. Foxy, holding Irene in her arms, tilted her head. Why do you think that? Isn't it obvious? Irene rolled her eyes. Otherworlds are already dangerous, and now there's a type that literally screams weird in its name. That's like Yu Sheng walking into Wudong Road number 66. Nothing good can come of it. Yu Sheng flicked Irene's forehead. Stop using me in your examples. Then he turned his attention back to Little Red Riding Hood. Please go on. Ordinary otherworlds are warped pockets of space and time, she said carefully, while anomalous otherworlds exist outside of that. They're abstract, more like concepts brought to life than physical spaces. They can revolve around emotions, memories, sounds, or even a story. Yusheng, Irene, and Foxy stared at her, trying to grasp what she meant. After a few moments, Yusheng managed a baffled, "Huh." He raised a hand before Little Red Riding Hood could answer. "I think I get it, sort of, but you're saying that things like feelings, memories, or sounds can become otherworlds." "No, you've got it a bit reversed," she corrected him. "Some otherworlds manifest as these intangible forms, but it's not those forms that create the otherworld." "Right," Yusheng said, nodding uncertainly. "But still, I always assumed that no matter how strange they got, otherworlds had to be places, real locations you could physically enter or leave. This is, I can't even find the words to describe it." She blinked. "Wait, you're a writer?" Off to the side, Irene piped up. "He is, and his stories are incredibly creepy. Just ask Ren Wenwen from the Special Affairs Bureau." "That's not the point," Yusheng huffed, pushing Irene away gently, then turning back to Little Red Riding Hood. "So they're called anomalous for a good reason, and you're saying that fairy tales fit here, basically a story-type otherworld." She nodded, yes. "But the Black Forest felt very real," Yusheng pointed out. "It felt like an actual place, or maybe it was just a dream." "That's typical of anomalous otherworlds. Even though they're abstract at the core, they still pull people into seemingly physical spaces, sometimes through illusions or dreams. Some of them affect only the mind, while others drag in your entire body. Because of this, people often misclassify them at first. By the time they figure it out, it's usually too late for those trapped inside. Within anomalous otherworlds, fairy tales are a special case," she continued. "They have tons of branching subareas." She paused for a moment. "The Black Forest is just one of those branches." She looked a little uneasy, then explained. "Think of fairy tales as an invisible, intangible building, impossible to see or touch, but it can spawn endless rooms. The wolf-filled Black Forest is one. Dorothy's Wilderness is another. Then there's the tower where the long-haired princess is kept, or Cinderella's ball, repeating in an endless cycle. And there are even stranger rooms that don't match any known fairy tale." Yusheng raised an eyebrow. "Stranger in what way?" "They're not connected to any specific story, just classic fairy tale tropes, like a king's castle or a dragon's hoard of treasure. We haven't been able to tie them to any character or plot." He fell silent, mentally piecing together what she was saying. Little Red Riding Hood's calm voice seemed to pull him deeper into her explanation. "This place," she said softly, turning her gaze toward the window. Outside, children's laughter echoed by the swings. "This is where the first fairy tale took shape." Yusheng looked at her in surprise, noticing her eyes shift to the courtyard. Children were having fun, playing on the swings, their shouts floating into the room. "A long, long time ago, before these buildings were here, there was a smaller orphanage on this very spot. It was still used to care for children. After the first fairy tale outbreak, the entire area was sealed off for a while. At first, the Special Affairs Bureau treated it like a typical otherworld event and moved all the affected children to a high-security zone. But within a few years, fairy tale incidents popped up in other parts of the borderland. The relocated children began showing strange symptoms. That's when people realized that something new, a previously unknown anomalous otherworld, was spreading across the region. Ever since, the Bureau has tried all sorts of methods to rein in this fairy tale phenomenon, but it hasn't worked. Even their most skilled investigators often don't come back from those fairy tale sub-areas. Many lives were sacrificed to figure out just a handful of rules. The most important rule," she stopped and looked Yusheng straight in the eye, "is that fairy tales don't like adults. That's the foundation that allowed this child-run orphanage to form its own sort of kingdom." Chapter 130, The Fairy Tale's Story. Irene slipped out of Foxy's arms, stood on the table, and looked out at the deserted courtyard through the same window as Little Red Riding Hood, who seemed lost in thought. "This is where the first fairy tale outbreak happened," the doll murmured quietly. "But after all that, the people who were hurt ended up turning this place into their home. That's kind of strange, isn't it?" "There always has to be a home," Little Red Riding Hood answered, turning away from the window with a faint smile. "I don't know what decisions the predecessors made back then, but for the kids who live here now, this orphanage is home. For me, it's where I can feel safe, even though so much has happened here already." "Only orphans get tangled up with the fairy tales?" Yusheng asked, frowning. "Or do they send any affected kid here, too?" "Only orphans," Little Red Riding Hood sighed. "Why is that? Any idea?" "It's because their hearts have no protection," she said calmly. "We still have a lot to learn about fairy tales, but we do know its influence depends on the victim's personality patterns and social connections. Children without parents or relatives living in a long state of mental and social insecurity are easy targets, after all. She paused for a moment, then shook her head. After all, when the real world turns bitterly cold, the warmth of fantasy becomes irresistible. At the start, the fairy tale's grip isn't strong. All it needs is a thin thread to keep a child tied to reality. But a lot of orphans don't even have that thread. Yu Sheng's scowl deepened. After a moment, he pressed on. How does the fairy tale's influence even start? The squirrel said it was from reading the story. Little Red Riding Hood nodded. That's the most important factor. Then why not just ban those stories altogether? Foxy asked, curiosity shining in her eyes. I remember back in my hometown, a rogue sorcerer merged himself into a local legend before he died, nearly coming back through folks retelling the tale. That's just as scary. Irene's eyes went round. Wait, what? Your hometown sounds nuts, so what happened? Did you seal off the infected legend? Not exactly, Foxy answered with a dismissive gesture. They tried at first, but the sorcerer was well prepared and it didn't work. Then the age of social media arrived. Yu Sheng looked completely baffled. Come again. You know, memes and viral videos. The poor sorcerer ended up a laughingstock, Foxy said, waving her hands in excitement. Even his final desperate shrieks got turned into silly edits and reaction videos. By the time the Celestial Alliance noticed, he'd been laughed out of existence. Silence fell. Little Red Riding Hood, Yu Sheng, and Irene stared at Foxy, who kept going like it was perfectly normal. After that, even our clan's grand demon foxes stayed away from merging with folk tales. Now if they pick a story, it's some math or physics textbook, things people can't just meme to death. Little Red Riding Hood blinked, then looked at Yu Sheng. I think I lost track of that story. Don't worry, it happens all the time with her, Yu Sheng said with a sigh. But Foxy has a point. If reading these stories triggers the outbreak, why not just crack them like her hometown did, or stop them from spreading? Instead of giving a direct answer, Little Red Riding Hood posed her own question. Remember when we were dealing with that museum, and why we didn't just tear the building down for good? Yu Sheng's face tensed slightly. He understood what she meant. An informational, anomalous realm, the same logic applies here. That's right, Little Red Riding Hood replied. A realm that exists in information is more complicated. The stories are just the doorways through which it enters our reality. Wrecking the door could lead to worse, more unpredictable dangers. It might even make everything more threatening. And she turned to Yu Sheng, her gaze serious. Fairy tales have an even stranger quality. The story doesn't always need people to read or tell it. There's a documented case of a child dropping into a fairy tale subset after hearing the story read aloud from nowhere. That's why, even though it doesn't usually kill instantly, it's labeled level 3 or higher. It has a will of its own. Yu Sheng slumped back on the sofa, feeling the weight of her words. He stood up and began pacing, a frustrated look on his face. This feels so wrong. Don't tell me the Special Affairs Bureau has no way to fight this, he said, turning abruptly to face her. Little Red Riding Hood kept her tone calm. Have humans ever wiped out the common cold? Yu Sheng didn't answer. Think of it like a chronic disease that only hits orphans, she went on. It might help you understand and accept it better. It's not a broken machine you can switch off. It's a force woven into the world. The stable entrances you've seen are actually the anomaly giving in to us in the only way it can. Her voice stayed sure and steady, but Yu Sheng felt uneasy. He thought of one anomaly, a whole realm that he knew had been destroyed. Night Valley. Ideas raced in his mind like a storm. Could what happened there happen again with the Black Forest? Even if it could, would it fix the main problem of the fairy tale? The Black Forest was only a small part, a fleeting room in what she called the invisible building. According to Little Red Riding Hood, nobody could reach the root of the anomaly. How could he even smear his blood on a collection of stories? Little Red Riding Hood watched Yu Sheng closely, noticing the emotions flashing across his face. She didn't know exactly what the strange man from Wudong Road number 66 was thinking, but she felt his sincere desire to help. You're trying to tackle something huge, she murmured. I know you want to do something for us. Others have tried, deep divers, scholars, investigators, even a star reader from Alglade. They all failed. I'm not trying to bring you down, just warning you, it's dangerous and there's no map to guide you. But Yu Sheng seemed lost in thought, barely hearing her. After a while, he snapped his gaze up. I don't have a plan for the fairy tale's core yet, but I can start with the Black Forest. Little Red Riding Hood blinked. Wait, were you even listening? It doesn't sound so bad, Yu Sheng said with a casual shrug. Lots of things in this world don't have easy solutions. I still have no idea where my water bill goes or where the drain pipes lead from my house. And as for danger, well, all these anomalies are dangerous. She started to speak, but no words came. Just then, rapid footsteps sounded in the hallway, interrupting them. A slim girl with long black hair, who looked a bit younger than Little Red Riding Hood, burst through the door, her eyes tense and worried. "Long hair, what's wrong?" Little Red Riding Hood asked, standing up right away. The girl glanced at the strangers in the room, then took a steady breath and spoke in a low, urgent voice. "One of the kids just left. It was too sudden. We couldn't stop it." Yu Sheng saw Little Red Riding Hood's face pale. She looked like she'd stopped breathing for a moment. "Who was it?" she asked softly. "The new child." Chapter 131, The Abrupt End of Childhood. From the way Little Red Riding Hood reacted, and the look on the young girl's face as she walked in, Yu Sheng guessed what had happened right away. His expression darkened, but before he could speak, Little Red Riding Hood lifted a hand. "Stay here, all of you," she said firmly. "I'll check on things myself." "No, I'm going with you," Yu Sheng insisted, standing up. Foxy rose to her feet as well, holding Irene in her arms. "This is a fairy tale matter," Little Red Riding Hood replied, her voice troubled. "We've handled this many times before. I understand your concern, but—" "No buts," Yu Sheng cut in sharply. He knew exactly how to deal with this stubborn girl. He brought up something she couldn't argue against. "Your wolf bit me. I'm already caught up in this fairy tale situation. For all I know, I could end up back in that black forest during my next dream. I need to understand what's going on." Little Red Riding Hood hesitated, clearly thrown off balance. After a tense moment, she let out a sigh and gave a small nod. The long-haired girl who had come to fetch them looked uncertain, glancing from Yu Sheng to the others. She had questions, but stayed quiet when Little Red Riding Hood shot her a quick look. Instead, she turned and opened the door. A knot of children stood in the hallway outside. Some were just 6 or 7, others closer to 13. At an age when kids should be bursting with noise and laughter, they stood there in silence, as though something heavy weighed them down. A tiny girl in a blue dress approached Little Red Riding Hood. She tugged on her sleeve and asked in a trembling voice, "Teacher Su said, is it true that Zio is graduating today?" Little Red Riding Hood bent down to gently pat the little girl's head. "Yes," she said softly. "She's leaving today, going somewhere else." "Will she still come to class this afternoon? I made her a card." The girl's voice trembled and her eyes shone with worry. "You can give the card to Teacher Su," Little Red Riding Hood replied. "She'll make sure Zio gets it. Graduation happens very quickly, so there usually isn't time for goodbyes, but I'll tell her you said farewell." "Oh," the girl murmured, lowering her gaze. Little Red Riding Hood straightened and hurried down the hall, Yu Sheng and the others following close behind. Once they'd left the children behind, Yu Sheng leaned in and spoke quietly. "You said this has happened more than once." "More than once," Little Red Riding Hood answered with a small nod. "Some children arrive at the orphanage already at risk. Others develop problems over time, mental issues that the fairy tale makes worse. It's not only adulthood that's dangerous here. Childhood can end suddenly, too." Irene, tucked against Foxy's shoulder, lifted her head. "The little ones don't know the truth, do they?" "No," Little Red Riding Hood said. "They're too young. Fear feeds the fairy tale, and keeping them in the dark helps. But around 13 or 14, they start uncovering the truth through their dreams. That's when they begin to awaken, the point where they gain whatever power the fairy tale grants them. We call those kids guardians. We have a system to guide them along." Irene hid her face again, muttering, "It's the first time I've heard of a mature system that feels so bleak." Yu Sheng said nothing. His lips pressed into a tight line, and his eyes blazed with determination. Irene noticed but chose not to comment. They crossed through a corridor linking the east building to the west building. The moment Yu Sheng set foot inside, he sensed a change. The air felt strangely thick, almost pressing down on them. Although the hallway lights were bright, the corners were filled with lurking shadows, like nothing could chase them away. Every shape looked unnaturally divided, as if the building contained unseen barriers that cut up the space. "This building is equipped with special seals and isolation zones," Little Red Riding Hood whispered, catching Yu Sheng's tense expression. "It's where we confine and study the powers and conditions of children in crisis. We follow a set of safety procedures here before sending them elsewhere." Yu Sheng nodded silently, staying close to her and the long-haired girl as they walked through the eerie corridor. Sunlight streamed through windows, scattering patches of light on the walls. At last, they reached a heavy iron door. Leaning against the wall next to it was a woman who looked to be in her 20s, her face weary and hollow. An adult, Yu Sheng wondered. Then he remembered what Little Red Riding Hood had said. Some staff here belonged to the council. This is Teacher Sue, the long-haired girl explained softly. She looks after the youngest kids, those under 7. The children adore her. Teacher Sue snapped out of her daze as soon as she noticed them. Her gaze rested on Little Red Riding Hood. It happened in class, she said, guilt weighing down her voice. If I'd only realized sooner. There was nothing you could have done, Little Red Riding Hood said gently. It was probably too late before she even got here. Let's see what's happened inside. Teacher Sue paused, eyeing Yu Sheng, Irene, and Foxy with confusion. Who are they? They're with me, Little Red Riding Hood replied in a brisk tone. Friends. Still looking puzzled, Teacher Sue watched as Yu Sheng offered a brief nod. Yu Sheng from the hotel, he said. Foxy followed, holding Irene. Foxy also from the hotel. I'm Irene from the hotel too, Irene chirped. Before Teacher Sue could do more than blink, they slipped past her. The heavy door clanged shut behind them. The room was starkly lit, yet it felt as though the darkness in the air had only grown heavier, seeping from the walls themselves. In the center stood a narrow bed. A small figure lay under the blankets, still as a statue. Yu Sheng stepped closer, his heart tightening with an odd dread. The child's face appeared calm, as if asleep, but her chest never moved, no breath passed her lips. Faint red lines crisscrossed her neck, arms, and legs, like veins of dried blood. It was as if her body had broken and been pieced back together. Yu Sheng flashed back to the moment he'd seen Little Red Riding Hood's arm morph in the valley. She turned into a wolf in her nightmare, the long-haired girl whispered. It happened too fast, we didn't have time. At least she looked like herself again in the end, Little Red Riding Hood said softly. We can let her go as a person. Hold on, Yu Sheng said, realization dawning. Are you saying she had the same symptoms as you did, shifting into a wolf? Yes, Little Red Riding Hood nodded. The long-haired girl glanced at the tiny still form on the bed. She might have been the next Little Red Riding Hood. She paused, then finished in a subdued tone. But now, I guess it doesn't matter anymore. Yu Sheng stared at the girl, then at the unmoving child. His fists clenched as if he were wrestling with his own thoughts. Suddenly he moved. He reached out and touched the trace of dried blood on the child's neck. What are you doing? The long-haired girl demanded, rushing forward. I want to see if I can sense what she experienced in her last moments, Yu Sheng said quietly. Maybe I can speak to her. The long-haired girl froze, unsure what to do, but Little Red Riding Hood signaled her to wait. Yu Sheng closed his eyes, concentrating hard. He stayed that way for several seconds, barely breathing, then let out a sharp exhale as he opened his eyes again. She's not dead, he said in a shaky voice. His gaze swept over everyone in the room. I think she's still alive. Chapter 132, The Essence of Death. Little Red Riding Hood and the long-haired princess stared at Yu Sheng in disbelief. She's been dead for an hour, the long-haired princess exclaimed, her wide eyes reflecting her alarm. Her organs, her heart, her brain, everything is shut down. We've already checked. There's no sign of life at all. No, Yu Sheng insisted, shaking his head. His initial confusion had hardened into certainty. She's not dead, not yet. I can't fully explain it, but I can sense her presence. She hasn't crossed to the other side. He placed his hand on the faint bloodstains near the girl's neck. For an instant, a flurry of black, white, and gray images flickered across his mind, strange visions he couldn't pin down. They vanished as swiftly as they had come, leaving him with a feeling of water slipping through his fingers. Little Red Riding Hood's voice broke into his thoughts. You can't speak with her soul the way you did back in the museum, can you? Is that why you think she's still alive? Yu Sheng hesitated, then nodded. Her eyes widened in doubt, but behind that uncertainty he caught a trace of fragile hope. But Yu Sheng raised a hand to stop her, and the long-haired princess from speaking. Listen, it's not just that I can't talk to her spirit. I can feel her here. As he spoke, he examined the girl's wounds. Then before anyone could intervene, he pulled a small knife from his pocket, quickly cut his own palm, and pressed his bleeding hand against the lines of cracks on the girl's arm. Little Red Riding Hood and the long-haired princess tensed, alarmed by his sudden action. She's not dead, Yu Sheng murmured, smearing his blood across her injuries. She's asleep. She's stuck in a dream that's hovering on the brink of death. Irene, sensing his urgency, jumped from Foxy's arms and hurried over. You saw something, didn't you? She asked. Yes, Yu Sheng's voice sounded distant, as though he was speaking to himself. I saw something, or maybe I understood it, just for a heartbeat. He looked up sharply, meeting the uneasy gazes of those around him. Move back, he said firmly. Just a little, she's close to slipping away. Reluctantly, Little Red Riding Hood and the long-haired princess stepped half a pace backward, sharing worried glances. Yu Sheng broke the tense silence with an odd question. Do you know how bees recognize death among their own? The two young women exchanged confused looks. What? Pheromones, Yu Sheng answered without waiting for a reply. When a bee is about to die, its body releases certain chemicals. The other bees pick up on the scent and carry the corpse out of the hive to keep the colony safe. It's efficient. He let the thought settle for a moment. But there's a flaw. Those death chemicals don't always mean real death. He glanced at them, his tone calm but strangely intense. If you coat a perfectly healthy bee with those chemicals, the others will treat it like a dead body. It doesn't matter if it's squirming and alive, they'll still drag it out of the hive. For them, anything that smells like death must be dead, even if it's moving. Little Red Riding Hood and the long-haired princess listened with mounting unease, eyes darting between Yu Sheng's bloodied hand and the frail girl. You're suggesting, Little Red Riding Hood whispered, her voice shaking, that we're like those bees. Yes, Yu Sheng's gaze was steady but disconcerting. We're just like them. He gently brushed his red-stained hand across the girl's forehead, leaving a faint smear behind. Our idea of death is limited, he went on. We rely on signs, no heartbeat, no brain activity, no breathing, cooling blood, decaying cells. We see those and declare someone dead. But what if not all those signs mean true death? Yu Sheng himself had died before, or so it seemed. His heart had stopped, his brain had gone dark. Anyone would have thought he was gone, yet he was. In some way invisible to others, he had been waiting, caught in a death-like state until it passed. Sometimes, he muttered under his breath, I wonder if I've ever really come back. The girl still lay motionless as Yu Sheng's blood seemed to thread through her wounds, searching for something. It reminded him of his own uncanny experiences with death. Suddenly, he realized he understood what her death was, because it was so much like his own. Silence fell. Yu Sheng glanced up to see Little Red Riding Hood and the long-haired princess watching him with the same mixture of dread and hope. Irene stood close by, confusion flickering in her eyes. Foxy alone seemed entirely unsurprised, nodding as though everything made sense. Our benefactor is grasping the great Tao, she said casually. Irene stared at Foxy in disbelief. How can you be so calm? Yu Sheng spoke before Irene could say any more. We have 3 hours, maybe less. Little Red Riding Hood frowned. 3 hours for what? To bring her back, Yu Sheng said, pointing to the still figure on the bed. She's drifting, and my blood alone won't be enough. She needs someone to reach out and pull her back. Irene, I need your help. The little doll blinked. Help how? She's dreaming, Yu Sheng explained. It's a dream beyond her physical mind. Remember how you found me in the Black Forest? We'll do that again. You find her, and I'll follow you. Oh, Irene's expression brightened. Right, just lie down or sit, whatever, I'll sort it out. Little Red Riding Hood stepped forward, her eyes resolute. I'm coming too. I know the Black Forest better than either of you. Yu Sheng turned to Irene. Is that okay? Can you bring one more person? Irene considered briefly, then nodded. She's already tied to the forest, so yes, I'll guide both of you. Yu Sheng settled onto the floor beside the bed, crossing his legs. He patted the spot next to him, and Little Red Riding Hood wordlessly sat down as well. The long-haired princess hesitated, doubt tugging at her. Are you sure this is a good idea? It doesn't sound like a standard procedure. Little Red Riding Hood caught Yu Sheng's eye. We'll try, she said, steeling herself. Dark, thread-like strands unfurled from Irene's small hands, weaving together into a shimmering net that spread out around them like the tentacles of some deep-sea creature. The threads slipped gently into the girl's body. From a short distance away, the long-haired princess watched, uneasy. Does everyone at your hotel do stuff this strange? Foxy merely admired Irene's work, commenting with a pleased smile. Irene could be a great weaving immortal one day. Yu Sheng heard her words dimly as his awareness started to blur. His last clear thought before slipping away was that Irene really had grown stronger. Then the dizzy sensation of falling overtook him. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself standing in the endless darkness of the Black Forest. Chapter 133, Deep in the Forest. When Yu Sheng stepped into the Black Forest, he didn't immediately set off in search of the missing child. Instead, he stayed where he was, carefully tuning in to the atmosphere around him. So far there was no sign of any wolves. The forest felt strangely peaceful, disturbed only by the occasional whisper of leaves or a faint stir of hidden creatures. The sky still held the last light of dusk, and for now the looming darkness of the forest did not feel hostile. It seemed the Black Forest had not fully awakened to his sudden arrival. Yet Yu Sheng couldn't help wondering about Zio, the little girl who had wandered in ahead of him. Where was she? Was she lost in a different part of this enormous wood? Did the Black Forest appear differently to each Little Red Riding Hood, or was it separated into different zones? All these questions spun through his mind, but before he could puzzle over them further, he caught the sound of light footsteps nearby. When he turned, he saw another figure in a deep red coat, a girl with a tense, shadowy outline. Several black wolves emerged from the surrounding shadows, creeping around her and sniffing at her uncertainly. These wolf shapes born of the forest looked more skittish than normal wolves. Their bodies flickered unsteadily, as if ready to come apart at the edges. Even the girl's shape wavered. A thin, dark mist clung to her, and something about her red coat blurred in the gloom, hinting at another form lurking underneath. Yu Sheng watched her in silence, noticing how worn out she looked. "You don't seem to be doing too well," he said gently. She froze for a second. Then, as though spooked by his sudden voice, she swung her head around and stared at him. Her reaction startled Yu Sheng. "Sorry," he added, raising his hands. "Didn't mean to scare you." "Oh no," Little Red Riding Hood said awkwardly, turning her face aside. "I'm just not used to another person talking in here. Usually it's just me and the squirrel." "Right, I get it," Yu Sheng replied. "You actually followed me into the forest?" she asked, eyeing him with disbelief. "I've never seen anyone else make it in." Yu Sheng shrugged as if it were no big deal. "I told you I would. I'm not the sort to lie about these things." Then he focused inward, calling out to Irene through their mental link. "Irene, we're inside. Can you hear me? Are you following or staying out?" "I'll stay outside and keep everyone updated," Irene answered briskly, her thoughts slipping into his mind. She seemed used to the eerie psychic link the Black Forest offered. "I have to watch over you three in the real world. Last time was an emergency. Let's not risk it again." Yu Sheng agreed. "That makes sense. Also, Foxy might start tearing the place apart if anything goes wrong," he added, half-joking. "What are you scheming now?" Irene asked suspiciously. "Picturing a cyber fox immortal dropping into a dark fairy tale," Yu Sheng teased. "I knew it," Irene huffed. "Anyway, it's not that simple. The Black Forest has its own rules. You and Little Red Riding Hood have a direct connection to it, and I can navigate dreams, which is why we can get inside. But for Foxy or anyone else, you'd need a specific ritual. It can't be forced." She paused a beat before adding, "Besides, can you imagine the mess if Foxy did get in here? She'd blast the whole forest with rockets the second she saw a wolf." Yu Sheng could almost picture it, and it was quite an image. Still, he ended the link with Irene and stared thoughtfully into the air. He held out a hand, and a faint doorframe shimmered into being. When he nudged the door open, there was nothing beyond it but a thick, impenetrable darkness. It seemed possible to create a portal even here, though where it might lead was uncertain. At least it was clear that the Black Forest's selection wasn't perfect. There were cracks in its defenses. He made a mental note, then waved a hand and let the door vanish. Little Red Riding Hood had been watching this entire display with a mix of curiosity and confusion. At last, she couldn't hold back. "What are you doing?" she asked. "Planning my strategy against sinister fairy tales." Yu Sheng closed the phantom door. "But that can wait. We need to find Zio first." He glanced around the murky path, frowning. "This place is completely new to me. Given you're the expert, do you have any clue where she might have gone?" She shook her head. "Even for me, it's a mystery. This forest changes, and I've never come here with another Little Red Riding Hood, let alone one who's accompanied by a friend," she added, gesturing to him. "You know how the story goes? She walked the path alone." "Alone," Yu Sheng echoed, recalling how that squirrel had repeated it. Then he asked, "Speaking of the squirrel, where is it? Isn't it usually the first one to appear?" "That's what I was thinking," Little Red Riding Hood muttered. The wolves around her sniffed at the ground uneasily, as if they, too, were searching for a certain scent. "Normally, the squirrel pops up pretty quickly." "Maybe it met Zio first," Yu Sheng guessed. "She's been here longer than us, so the squirrel might be guiding her." Little Red Riding Hood gave a reluctant nod, as though the idea both worried and reassured her. But before she could say anything else, there was a rustling in the undergrowth. A small creature appeared, unmistakably the squirrel. It froze when it caught sight of them, eyes going round in shock. Then it squealed "Gah-oh" and toppled over into a pile of leaves. Yu Sheng jumped. Did it just die of fright? But the squirrel sprang up in the next instant, screaming, "The squirrel's going mad! Going mad! This can't be! Little Red Riding Hood is here with a friend all at once. You scared the squirrel! You scared the squirrel!" It tore back and forth in the bushes, shrieking in agitation. This went on for nearly 2 minutes before it suddenly stopped and scurried up to Yu Sheng. It stared at him for a brief moment, then dashed over to Little Red Riding Hood, gazing up at her with an almost comical look of panic. "Ah," Little Red Riding Hood said, blinking, then gave it a gentle nudge with her foot. "Calm down." With a startled squeak, the squirrel flipped backward and vanished into the foliage again. Yu Sheng stared. "Don't you think you were a bit rough on it?" "It's the only way to get it to settle down," she explained. "If I don't give it a good jolt, it'll keep panicking forever." True to her word, the squirrel soon reappeared, looking perfectly fine, though now it clutched a thin, smoking stick in its paws. Leaning against a rock, it took a slow drag like someone savoring a cigarette. "That was crazy," it mumbled. Little Red Riding Hood gave Yu Sheng a sidelong glance. "See." He shook his head, speechless. One thing was certain: the squirrel had composed itself. After finishing its squirrel's smoke, it seemed to accept the absurd idea of Little Red Riding Hood and her friend appearing together and settled into a more normal state of chatter. "We're looking for someone," Yu Sheng told it. "A little 6-year-old girl named Zio who came in before us. She's probably the next Little Red Riding Hood," Little Red Riding Hood added quickly. "But she's definitely lost by now. We really need your help." The squirrel's tiny eyes shone as it took in their words. It spat out the remains of its smoke, chewed it up with a nasty crunch, and swallowed. After a long pause, it sighed. "You might be too late. The kid already went to the deepest part of the Black Forest, the place where not even lamplight from the path or candles in the little house can reach. She walked there all on her own." Chapter 134, The Cabin in the Darkness. Once the squirrel finally calmed down, it started explaining what had happened in the Black Forest to Yu Sheng and Little Red Riding Hood. "She came in a few hours ago. At first, I didn't even notice her. She didn't cry or panic like most kids do when they first arrive," the squirrel said, perched on Yu Sheng's shoulder. It let out a weary sigh. "Maybe it's her first time physically entering the Black Forest, but I'd bet she's been having nightmares about it for ages." "Which way did she go?" Little Red Riding Hood cut in, her voice firm. "Show us." "This way," the squirrel pointed with a tiny paw, then shook its head. "But it won't help if you chase after her. That path leads too deep. No trail, no warm cabin lights, no protection. You'll just run into packs of wolves." Little Red Riding Hood didn't even pause to listen. She was already walking ahead. "We'll see for ourselves," she said coolly. "Hey, wait," the squirrel squeaked, bouncing nervously on Yu Sheng's shoulder before lowering its voice. "You do realize your own condition, right?" Little Red Riding Hood stopped briefly, turning her head a fraction. "I'm aware." Then Yu Sheng followed her into the deeper woods. The squirrel couldn't stay silent. It hopped between Yu Sheng and Little Red Riding Hood, chattering anxiously. "This is madness, marching straight into darkness without any light. The wolves'll snap you up the moment they smell you. Even the big bad wolf might show. At least take a breather, or try to find the path or a lit cabin. Pull yourselves together first, especially you, Little Red Riding Hood. You're not stable yet." It suddenly stopped, staring at Yu Sheng. "What about you, grown-up? Aren't you supposed to be her friend? Why aren't you stopping her? Can't anyone spare a thought for a poor squirrel? Nobody listens to squirrels anymore. Why is everything so hard for squirrels, especially adorable squirrels like me?" It threw its tiny paws into the air, screeching in frustration. Before it could get completely hysterical, Little Red Riding Hood plucked it off her shoulder, holding it fast. "You're too loud," she said bluntly. "Keep it up, and I'll toss you into those thorn bushes." That made the squirrel snap its mouth shut. After a moment, it muttered, "You can't just give up on yourself like this." "I'm not giving up," Little Red Riding Hood replied, her tone calm and measured. "Honestly, I'm more in control than I've been in my recent dreams." The squirrel's eyes flicked nervously between her and Yu Sheng, like it wanted to ask something but didn't know how. Meanwhile, Yu Sheng stayed at Little Red Riding Hood's side, quiet and alert. He was sensing the forest around them, feeling for small shifts in the air, for hidden blood connections, for the wolves' movements, and especially for the big bad wolf's presence. Faint howls drifted from deeper in the forest, echoing around them. The last pale glow of dusk was long gone, replaced by a heavy darkness. Still, it wasn't complete blackness. A thick, uneasy gloom draped the trees, carrying a cold, watchful air. "They've noticed us, they've noticed us," the squirrel whispered, twisting a dry pine needle nervously between its paws. This is insane, will be devoured in the dark. It's a nightmare, a total nightmare. Yu Sheng narrowed his eyes, ignoring the squirrel's panic. In the howling wind, he sensed something observing them. He could almost feel its gaze brush over him, like a hidden watcher peering through the trees. But it stayed concealed. The big bad wolf was waiting. Yu Sheng kept track of that ominous presence, but he also noticed Little Red Riding Hood slowing her pace. She was trembling. "You okay?" he asked. "I'm fine," she said evenly. Her voice and face were steady. "You have to be on guard in the deeper parts of the forest." Yu Sheng studied her closely. That unseen gaze in the woods lingered on her too. He could feel the fear rising from her, a deep, powerful fear rooted in her childhood, magnified by the endless darkness. It seemed to saturate the air around her, feeding into the forest itself. Yu Sheng moved closer, gently taking her hand. She jerked in surprise. "What are you?" "Don't be afraid." She stiffened in embarrassment. "I'm not scared." "You can't hide it from the wolf," Yu Sheng warned, locking eyes with her. "It sees your fear, it's watching you." She blinked, her eyes widening. After a moment she asked quietly, "How do you know?" He sensed her fear settle a bit at those words. The big bad wolf seemed to hesitate as well, staying out of sight. Yu Sheng focused, still tracking that distant presence. "Because my blood stained its teeth, it's only a matter of time before I turn it into my prey." Little Red Riding Hood stared at him, stunned. She didn't fully understand. She wasn't entirely convinced, but her fear subsided, if only by a little. That was enough. Yu Sheng released her hand. He couldn't really blame her for being afraid. In the Black Forest, fear went far beyond normal emotion, especially for her. It had become a curse tied to her earliest memories. The giant wolf haunting her here was nothing less than an embodiment of that terror. No wonder the children, cursed by these fairy tales, struggled so hard to break free. From her shoulder, the squirrel looked at them both with a complicated expression. At last it said quietly, "She's been to the depths before, you know. Most Little Red Riding Hoods face that darkness. That's where it usually begins." "Shut it," Little Red Riding Hood muttered, her voice oddly subdued. "Did the lures off the path trick you?" Yu Sheng asked, his curiosity piqued. She walked on, head lowered, without responding. "What else could it be?" the squirrel sighed. "Flowers, mushrooms, weird shiny trinkets, at first they look harmless, but end up being bait for the wolf's claws and fangs." Little Red Riding Hood glared and raised the squirrel threateningly. "I'll throw you into a thorn bush." "Don't feel bad," Yu Sheng said quietly. "I've been tempted off the path before. Grown-ups aren't immune to these traps. Just last time I nearly wandered away if the squirrel hadn't warned me." She glanced at him in surprise. You got lured away." It was the same tone she'd used when she first learned he ate normal food, like it was beyond her imagination. He suspected she was thinking something rude about him, but had no evidence. "It's normal," he said, shrugging. "What was it that tempted you?" She kept her mouth shut, as though she'd rather not remember. Even the squirrel, normally bold, decided to say nothing. "Fine," Yu Sheng said at last, "if you don't want to talk about it." He stopped in mid-sentence. Little Red Riding Hood stopped too. Up ahead, a shape loomed in the thick forest. It wasn't the child they were hunting. It was a cabin. "No, don't go near it," the squirrel gasped, its fluffy tail shaking. "Something's wrong, this can't be right." "It looks just like the cabin I saw before," Yu Sheng said softly. "The shape is exactly the same." "It might look the same, but it is," the squirrel cried, voice quivering with fear. "There are no lights. A real cabin in the forest would glow with lamplight or a hearth. It should fade away if it's pitch dark. This is wrong. Really, really wrong." Yu Sheng and Little Red Riding Hood exchanged a glance. Then, moving with caution, they took their first steps toward the dark, unlit cabin. Chapter 135, Found. As soon as Yu Sheng and Little Red Riding Hood took their first steps toward the silent, unsettling cabin, the squirrel gave a loud squeak of terror and fainted, tumbling off Little Red's shoulder. It would have hit the ground if Yu Sheng hadn't caught it by the tail at the last second, moving with lightning speed. His reflexes came from countless hours of practice warding off Irene's mischief. The little doll could leap at him faster than a snake when she wanted a bite. "You can't drag me to my doom," the squirrel wailed, flailing in Yu Sheng's grasp. "I'm just a squirrel, this is so unfair." "Quiet," Little Red said in a low voice that hinted at danger. "If you really don't want to die." The squirrel instantly went still. Yu Sheng stopped a few steps from the cabin door, the squirrel still dangling from his hand. Even in the forest's dim light, he could see the building clearly. It was identical to the shelter cabin he'd seen once before. The same old, dark wooden walls, the same fading red roof, a narrow wooden door and small windows. 2 steps led to the door, their planks speckled with rot. But there was something missing: life. It looked abandoned, a place left to decay for decades without quite collapsing. Red scraps of cloth and strings still hung from the door and windows, but they were tattered, stained a darker shade, as though drenched in dried blood ages ago. "Have you ever seen anything like this?" Yu Sheng asked Little Red. She shook her head. "Never. This is my first time getting this deep." "What's the deal with these cabins?" Yu Sheng asked, eyeing the squirrel in his hand. The squirrel refused to answer. It trembled so hard Yu Sheng could feel its tiny heart hammering in its chest. The closer he got to the cabin, the more desperate and panicked it became. "Squirrels don't like this place. Squirrels don't like this place," it muttered, voice shaking. "Hey, calm down," Yu Sheng said gently, trying to soothe it. Something about its reaction felt wrong. "We'll be safe. I can open a door and take us out any time. I'll make sure you're out of harm's way. We just need a quick look." Then, spotting something in the squirrel's panicked eyes, he narrowed his gaze. "You know something, don't you?" "Know something? No, squirrel doesn't know a thing." The squirrel struggled even harder. Its motions turned wild, like it was losing its grip on sanity. "And nobody has ever seen this place. You shouldn't have, either." It froze, twisting its head as if listening for something. "Do you hear that?" it whispered, voice trembling. "You must hear it." Yu Sheng didn't hear anything in particular. He was about to speak when pain flared in his hand. The squirrel had bitten him. Startled, he loosened his grip. The squirrel tore free, screeching, "Run! Run! All the wolves are here! Hurry, you run too!" With that warning, the squirrel vanished into the dark, its shrill cries fading quickly among the trees. "It ran off," Little Red said, still caught off guard. She'd never seen it so scared. "At least it told us to run before bolting," Yu Sheng mused. He glanced back at the cabin. "Its panic got worse the closer we came. It didn't freak out that much when we first saw the cabin. Any idea why?" "No," she said, looking uneasily at the dark windows. "The squirrel's always been odd, and I don't really know more about it than you." She took a breath, trying to steel herself. "Let's go inside." Even now, she showed no sign of hesitation. "I'll go first." Yu Sheng stepped toward the door. The squirrel seemed more terrified than usual, which means this cabin could be more dangerous than anything else in the Black Forest. "Your condition isn't great. Stay behind me." He laid his hand on the doorknob. Little Red seemed about to protest, but she stopped herself. She gave him a silent nod instead. Yu Sheng inhaled and held the breath for a moment, bracing himself. Staying on high alert, he pushed the door open. It swung in quietly, without a hint of resistance. But there was no sudden rush of foul air or swirl of dust. Yu Sheng waited by the threshold for a couple of seconds, watching for any movement inside the cabin or outside in the forest. Nothing changed. Slowly, he edged a bit closer, peering into the gloom. His low-light vision was good enough that he could see clearly, but what he saw made him step back in surprise. Little Red must have noticed. "What's wrong?" she asked, moving to look inside. Yu Sheng blinked, trying to shake off his shock. After a moment, he nodded. "Come in, you need to see this." They entered together. The first thing Little Red noticed were the red cloaks. Dozens of them. They hung on the walls, lay in ragged piles on the floor, or dangled from the rafters. It was hard to guess exactly how many, 10, maybe 20 or more. They were torn and stained, some barely recognizable as fabric. In the dim cabin light, their crimson looked so dark it could have been old, dried blood. The soft creaks of the floorboards as they walked made the quiet cabin seem even more unsettling. Yu Sheng moved a bit deeper in, then glanced at Little Red. "Stay close." She gave a shaky nod and followed, pressing nearer to him. After a moment, she spoke in a hushed voice. "This place probably explains why the squirrel freaked out," Yu Sheng said, sighing as he glanced from the tattered cloaks to the red hood on her own shoulders. "Don't be scared." "I'm a little on edge, sure," she admitted. Her attempt at a smile fell flat. Gently, she stepped over one of the fallen cloaks, grimacing at the sight of the shredded cloth hanging from the walls. "So, this is what's left after everything ends, right? No wonder it's hidden so deep." Yu Sheng looked at her red coat. He remembered a question he'd had for a long time. "Your coat, you always wear it, even outside. Is it just part of looking like Little Red Riding Hood?" "It keeps me stable," she said softly. "Once you accept the Red Hood in the Black Forest, you can't stray from being Little Red anymore." "Why not?" She lowered her gaze. Fairy tales don't like adults, and they don't like unruly kids, either. Yu Sheng's frown deepened. This is all too twisted, he muttered, annoyed. After a second, he tried to soften his expression and looked over at her. You sure you're okay staying here? If it's too much, go wait outside. She shook her head. I'm managing. Honestly, it's better in here than out in that black forest. All right. They searched the small cabin from corner to corner, but the child, Zio, was nowhere to be found. She's not here, Yu Sheng muttered, frustration creeping into his voice. I thought for sure she'd be inside. The forest goes deeper, Little Red said quietly. Further in, it only gets darker. Yu Sheng didn't respond. He turned in a slow circle, scanning the cramped space. No, he was certain she had to be here. Wolves prowled in the darkness, still waiting. He could sense it. They were hunting for something, for someone. Then he felt a faint tug, a connection through his blood. Narrowing his eyes, he let that sense guide him. He was seeing through the wolves' eyes, through the forest shadows, feeling something that wasn't entirely his. Then it clicked. Little Red watched in surprise as Yu Sheng crossed to a narrow bed in the corner. He ran his palms over the wood and worn blanket as if looking for something. What are you doing? She asked. He didn't answer right away. Instead, he pulled a small knife from his pocket. Its blade flashed in the faint light. Yu Sheng kept his calm, careful expression as he continued exploring. Suddenly, without warning, he slashed at the air near the bed. His blade connected with something solid, a sound like flesh splitting. A sharp tang of blood hit the air. Ah, there you are, he said, voice almost gentle. A quiet satisfaction curled in his tone. You've been hiding so well, Granny Wolf. Chapter 136, Traces of the Old Days. Wolf Granny lay on the bed in the little house, keeping its claws, ears, and tail hidden. It swallowed Little Red Riding Hood whole, and then. The hunter didn't come. Instead, it was a cook. Yu Sheng sensed a sudden, fierce struggle in the air. The invisible Wolf Granny let out a piercing shriek. Where Yu Sheng's knife slashed through the air, fresh blood appeared from nowhere. Skin, fat, and muscle peeled back, curling away midair along the blade's path. A moment later, Yu Sheng felt a blast of pressure and an unmistakable warning by his side, a raised wolf paw and a snarling head. But this wasn't the towering monster lurking in Little Red Riding Hood's deepest fears. It was only the big bad wolf imagined by a 6-year-old, powerful but not more powerful than Yu Sheng, swift but not swifter than a grown man. It was vicious, but Yu Sheng had battled far worse things in his time. He lunged forward, grabbing the invisible wolf's head and pinning its neck against the small bed. With his other hand, still gripping the knife, he kept slicing through the wolf's hide. Blood gushed out, and the wolf's horrified howls grew louder, taking shape as it began to materialize in front of them. It was huge, much larger than an ordinary wolf, big enough to devour a child in one gulp. Its skinny body was wrapped in a ridiculous apron and drooping hat. Its face looked twisted beyond reason, and its swollen belly bulged grotesquely. But now it was dying. Those cruel eyes grew dim, its rasping throat gave out in weak gasps, and its limbs shook in their final, futile struggle. SHH, it's almost over. Yu Sheng leaned in, his gaze calm as he peered into the wolf's eyes, his voice low and reassuring. I have to cut carefully, don't thrash around too much, you'll only make it harder. They're all finished. With the wolf's belly fully opened, Yu Sheng used his blade to slice through a strange membrane, and a small girl tumbled out from inside. Her eyes were closed, and there was no blood on her at all. She looked as if she was fast asleep, caught in a dream she couldn't leave. Little Red Riding Hood hurried over and caught the girl before she fell. Her gaze flitted between the wolf's half-gutted body, still twitching on the bed, and Yu Sheng, who was casually wiping his knife clean. How did you even see it? She asked, her voice trembling. Why couldn't I see it at all? It's complicated, Yu Sheng replied, rubbing the wolf's fur with the blade to clear away the blood. Then he turned to her. I have a few extra senses now. Things wolves in this forest can sense, I can sense too. Maybe you didn't see it because this wasn't your wolf granny. Little Red Riding Hood froze, her expression clouded with conflicting thoughts. Before she could speak, a chorus of howls erupted outside, shattering her focus. 7 or 8 shadow wolves appeared around her, snarling in response to the calls from outside. Their rough cries echoed through the house, as if they were rushing to defend their master. They're upset, Yu Sheng noted, turning briefly toward the door. Then he looked at Little Red Riding Hood, who was coiled like a spring, ready to fight. You should take the child and go. Now that she's out of the wolf's belly, all she has to do is return to reality and she'll wake. But it's not time yet, Little Red Riding Hood protested, voice quick and urgent. The Black Forest has rules. You can't just leave before the dream runs its course. Yu Sheng frowned and called out in his mind. Irene, do it now. Use your specialty and get them out of here. Understood, Irene answered. Aren't you leaving too? I'll stay a while longer. I want to see if anything changes in this place. Don't worry about me. All right, but if you die, at least warn me first. Wow, try being a bit more encouraging, will you? Little Red Riding Hood saw Yu Sheng's lips moving but couldn't catch what he was saying. Suddenly, she felt a powerful force tugging at her, breaking her link to the Black Forest. Something from the outside was dragging her away. The unfamiliar sensation made her blurt, "What are you?" Irene's bringing you both out, Yu Sheng said calmly. It might feel weird, just don't throw up on me when you wake. What? Before she could ask another question, she and the little girl, Zio, vanished from the small house. The 7 or 8 shadow wolves vanished, too. Outside, the howls didn't die down after Little Red Riding Hood left. In fact, they grew louder and angrier, and the forest bristled with tension. They've come for me, Yu Sheng remarked without surprise. He understood that he was a break in the story, a presence that didn't belong. Fairy tales weren't fond of anyone who broke the rules. Especially not adults. Fairy tales loathed adults the most. Yet after a few seconds, Yu Sheng noticed something strange. Though the wolves circled closer, they seemed unwilling or unable to cross an unseen line around the cabin. They prowled and snarled outside but didn't attempt to break in. Puzzled, Yu Sheng studied the gloomy, silent house. The red cloaks everywhere, the long-dead hearth and the extinguished candles gave a bleak impression, as if the house had been abandoned. He recalled the squirrel's words about how a house with no lit fire or lights would disappear, consumed by the forest just like all those vanished paths. These safe places existed only as fleeting illusions shaped by their light. But somehow this place was still standing. Maybe, as Little Red Riding Hood had speculated, it was the final place of the story, spared from being swallowed, but left abandoned in the forest's darkest heart, the place where all Little Red Riding Hoods came to rest. Ignoring the chaos outside, Yu Sheng set about exploring the cabin. The child was already rescued, so he felt more at ease. He turned over each red cloak, searched the cold ash in the fireplace, then pushed the wolf's remains aside and flipped the bed itself. And there he paused. Carved into the floorboards beneath the bed were strange, looping marks. Yu Sheng crouched down, leaning close. In the dim house it was tough to see, but his eyes flashed like a wolf's in the dark. The marks were messy and random, almost like a jumble of letters, but so broken and scrambled that he could barely read them. By straining his eyes, he managed to pick out a few words. Alive dreaming, hidden in all. His frown deepened. The writing was too fragmented to make sense. Instead of guessing, he ran his fingers over the rough grooves, trying to picture how they were made. They felt like scratches from someone with sharp nails. Human nails, but hardened like a wolf's. He followed the marks to the end, noticing that they got lighter and shallower as they went. Cold, hungry, can't remember, wolves outside. I am. The final scratches were too faint to see clearly, as if the person making them had run out of strength. The carving stopped after I am. Slowly Yu Sheng stood, his face grim. He guessed these scratches were left by some previous Little Red Riding Hood. Who else would have carved such messages? But which one, why here, and what had she discovered? His gaze fell on the very first words. Alive. Something here was alive. What was dreaming, what was hidden? He raised his head. The wolf's body lay motionless on the bed, most of its blood drained. Yu Sheng briefly wondered if the meat might be worth cooking. A faint starlight trickled in through the dusty window. The howling outside had disappeared. Now the space beyond the little house felt deathly quiet. Chapter 137, The Hunter. Yu Sheng suddenly realized how quiet it was around the little house. The invisible wolf pack had faded away, slipping into the black forest without a sound. The silence was absolute, yet the most dangerous wolf, the one bound to this generation's Little Red Riding Hood, still hadn't appeared. Even so, Yu Sheng could feel its eyes on him. That wolf, the one that had devoured him before, was watching from a distance. It knew he was here, yet it made no move. Why? What was it studying? Waiting for? Could it be? Was it scared of something? Yu Sheng cautiously stretched out his senses, trying to figure out the wolf's intentions through that watchful stare. The moment he concentrated, he saw a shadow through the wolf's gaze. Outside, on a patch of ground near the house, a figure appeared, human-shaped. Yu Sheng's nerves went on high alert. Almost right away, he heard footsteps in the yard. They were human footsteps, steady but unhurried, rustling the leaves and the soft, decaying earth. They were heading straight for the door. His heart clenched with alarm. Something clicked in his thoughts, and he ducked into a corner to hide. Just seconds later, the door opened with a quiet creak. A tall figure stood there. Under the dim starlight, Yu Sheng could see that the stranger wore green-brown hunting gear and a thick hood that hid their face. They carried a long hunting rifle and leaned forward, stepping inside with an odd, unsteady gait. The hunter had come. But the big, bad wolf here, Wolf Granny, was already dead, taken down before the hunter arrived. Not even 2 steps into the house, the tall figure stopped. They must have spotted the wolf's gutted body on the floor. The usual story, in which the hunter arrives just in time to save Little Red Riding Hood, had fallen apart. This character, also spawned by the Black Forest, looked stuck, as if a program had crashed. The hunter didn't move. Yu Sheng, crouched in his hiding place, didn't move either. The silence felt uncomfortably tense, almost embarrassing. Then Irene's voice rang in Yu Sheng's head. "Hey, Yu Sheng's still alive. What's going on? Why aren't you back yet?" "I'm fine, but there's a complication," he answered quickly, keeping his eyes on the motionless hunter. "What about your side? Did Little Red and the kid return all right?" "No problem here," Irene replied, sounding casual. "Little Red is next door puking her guts out, and the kid woke up and joined her. Honestly, I'm stunned. That kid was totally gone, no heartbeat, no breath, and now she's breathing again. How did you do that? But anyway, you killed that Wolf Granny, right, so?" "Yeah, I killed Wolf Granny. That's why the hunter's stuck," Yu Sheng said, cutting her off. "You know how the hunter is supposed to show up at the last second to rescue Little Red? Well, I stole its scene." Irene went quiet, probably trying to make sense of it all. After a few seconds, she said, "Wait, did you say stuck? That's possible." "What else do you call it?" Yu Sheng groaned. "They're standing there like a statue. I'm hiding behind them, and neither of us knows what to do. If this thing's part of the Black Forest, there might be all sorts of weird rules." "So you're both just standing there. Why not leave? I can yank you out any time." "No, don't," Yu Sheng said sharply, imagining how disorienting it would be if Irene pulled him out unexpectedly. He remembered how jarring waking up had felt. "I want to see what the hunter really is." With that, Yu Sheng moved out from his corner, stepping slowly toward the tall figure in hunting gear. The hunter showed no reaction. They stayed completely still, stuck in place next to the dead wolf. Growing bolder, Yu Sheng approached until he was almost face to Hood. He leaned forward to see beneath it. "Hey, can you see anything? You didn't get smacked in the face, right?" Irene teased in his mind. Yu Sheng stared for a second before responding. "There's nothing inside these clothes." Under the hood, the hunter was just emptiness, a hollow outfit. No head, no body, only shadowy emptiness. And yet Yu Sheng felt a prickling sense of being watched. Some invisible gaze followed his every move. He slid to the side. The hunter stayed still, but that unseen stare shifted with him. Hi," Yu Sheng said awkwardly. "I'm Yu Sheng, just, passing through." Irene snickered. "Great introduction." "Shut it," he muttered. The hunter remained silent, though Yu Sheng still felt it watching him. Feeling a bit foolish, he gestured at the wolf's corpse. "I, killed it. Sorry for taking your part in the story." He noticed a slight shift in the hunter's hood folds, almost like a nod. It understood. Yu Sheng took this as a good sign, though he kept himself calm. Softly he said, "The kid who got swallowed by the wolf is safe now. Rescued." Another gentle nod. "So you're not here to fight, right?" he asked with a cautious smile. He extended a hand. "We're both on the same team against the wolves, I guess." At that, the hunter suddenly backed away. Yu Sheng froze, startled. The hunter kept retreating with that strange, awkward stride, moving faster and faster until it reached the door. Then, in a single instant, it disappeared into the night. "Wait," Yu Sheng called, stepping forward, but it was already gone. Irene's voice piped up. "What happened?" "The hunter took off the second I tried to shake its hand," Yu Sheng said, bewildered. "I don't think I offended it." As he spoke, he noticed a scrap of paper on the floor, right where the hunter had stood. He bent down, picking up the worn piece. It was small and yellowed, with layers of stains, ink, oil, maybe even blood, so thick that any words were unreadable. "I found something." "What is it?" "A scrap of paper left behind by the hunter, but it's basically impossible to read." "Think you can bring it back?" Irene asked. "I only pulled your consciousness out before. Want me to drop in and check? I'm no artifact expert, so don't hold your breath." Yu Sheng snorted, amused at her honesty. Carefully, he slipped the brittle paper into his pocket, then looked down at the wolf's remains. I'll try opening a door here to carry it all back. Never tried this from the Black Forest, so who knows how it'll go. Let Little Red and the kid wait outside, okay? You and Foxy keep watch. Got it. After double-checking with Irene, Yu Sheng inhaled slowly. He pulled out his phone, noticing it had no signal. Of course there wouldn't be. He tucked the phone away, grabbed the wolf's hind leg, and raised his other hand. A bright, shimmering door began to form at his touch. Chapter 138, After Waking Up. The phantom door creaked open, revealing only swirling darkness on the other side. Unlike doors in the real world or more ordinary, otherworldly realms, this one didn't lead anywhere obvious. Yu Sheng stood there, staying cautious and refusing to step through. Instead, he examined the door, focusing on the flow of its energy. Up to now, he'd only confirmed that the phantom doors could appear in the Black Forest. He hadn't actually crossed one. But with the wolves momentarily gone, the hunter vanished, and everything around him so eerily still that even the squirrel was absent, Yu Sheng finally had a chance to test the door properly. As he'd guessed, the door inside the Black Forest behaved differently. The Black Forest, a branch of the fairy tale otherworld, followed strange rules of time and space. It allowed consciousness to become unusually strong. Though his real body stayed in the orphanage's west wing, his mind roamed freely here. Any door made in this place couldn't be tuned with the same precision as in other realms. He realized this door led to just one destination, his physical body, which remained asleep in the real world. This finding cleared up a question that had nagged him. If his consciousness entered the Black Forest and he opened a door to some far-off place in reality, would his mind return to his sleeping body, or would it pop up elsewhere, a wandering spirit? Now the answer seemed obvious. In a realm as abnormal as this one, any door his mind created simply connected back to his actual body. That was the limit of his power for now. Lowering his eyes, Yu Sheng noticed he still held the wolf's leg. Only one question remained. Could things he'd taken hold of in the Black Forest be brought into the real world? He took a careful breath, steadied the door, then hauled the big gray wolf's body alongside him and stepped through. Instantly, he felt the dizzy rush of waking from a dream, like falling from a great height. A moment later, he sensed his real body again and the soft mattress underneath him. He opened his eyes, to find himself staring straight at a mass of silvery tails. And Foxy's ears. Somehow he'd ended up buried beneath a pile of warm, fluffy tails, with two of them draped over him like blankets. Foxy peered out from the mound, smiling brightly. "Benefactor, you're awake. I was worried you'd get cold," she said. Yu Sheng, still a bit groggy, took a second to gather himself. Then he shoved the tails aside, struggling to sit up. "Cold, more like I was roasting under there," he muttered, shaking his head as he slid free. "Now I get why you use your tails every night. They're like giant heaters." Foxy beamed, clearly proud of her fluffy warmth. Just then, Irene appeared. She launched into her usual chatter the moment she was close enough to speak. "She was about to pluck off all her tails and dump them on you, you know," Irene said. "I had to remind her that might not scare you, but it could suffocate you. Besides, you should have seen it, one huge furry heap with you lying there like a statue. I almost added a sign that said strange exhibit, but I couldn't find one." Right then came a thunderous crash. A giant shadow fell from above, slamming Irene flat on the floor. It was the wolf, big, gray, and very much the same one Yu Sheng had cut apart in the Black Forest. "It worked," Yu Sheng murmured, a deep crease lining his brow. Quickly he checked his pockets. Yes, there was the same stained scrap of paper the hunter had dropped. He felt relieved but all the more curious. "How in the world does this function?" An arm flailed beneath the wolf's hulking body, and a muffled voice snarled. "Yu Sheng, you jerk, help me out, I'm stuck." Finally, he laughed and dragged the doll out from under the wolf. He was tempted to go slow, just to tease her, serving a little payback for her endless commentary. Irene, outraged, tried to give his knee a furious kick the moment she was free. He calmly dodged each time, leaving her pouting with frustration. "You're so childish," she snapped. But her pique vanished the instant her attention switched to the huge wolf corpse. "That's Wolf Granny?" Irene gaped, staring at the giant body sprawled on the floor. "It's gigantic. No wonder it could swallow a 6-year-old, and look at that weird shape, it's horrifying." Foxy crouched beside it, studying it with curious eyes. "Benefactor," she said, glancing up, "I've never eaten one of these." "Neither have I," Yu Sheng answered thoughtfully. "We'll have to try some cooking methods. The ribs look tender, maybe stir-fry or grilling. The legs probably taste good smoked or marinated. Worst case, we can pressure cook it. Not sure about the organs, though. By the time he finished, Foxy was practically drooling. Meanwhile, Irene was so shocked she couldn't form words. When Yu Sheng and Foxy started talking about the wolf's brains, she finally burst out. "You can't be serious right now." Sobered by her reaction, Yu Sheng handed Foxy one of her own tails to wipe her mouth. "Right, sorry," he said, clearing his throat. "Irene, bring Little Red and the rest in." Still looking wary, Irene eyed him. She took a step toward the door, then paused again, eyeing the wolf. "Isn't it going to spook Little Red and that kid, Zio? They've been through enough. They might freak out." Yu Sheng frowned. It was a fair point. Little Red might handle the sight. She'd dealt with her share of nightmare wolves, but Zio was still fragile. "You're right," he said. "Foxy, stash it for now, and no nibbling, this is still raw." She blinked and tapped her storage tail. With a quick flick, the wolf's huge body disappeared. Only then did Irene fetch Little Red, the long-haired princess, and Zio, a small, anxious girl hovering close to them. All hints of death were gone from Zio, who looked perfectly fine, as though her body had never been ravaged. Her heart and brain were fully restored, and Yu Sheng could sense the steady beat of her pulse through the faint bond in his blood. When she noticed him watching, Zio stopped, staring up at him. Then her gaze slid to Foxy and the many swishing tails. Wonder filled the girl's face. "Everything's taken care of," Yu Sheng said, turning to Little Red with a casual smile. "How are you two doing?" "If you want the short version of how it felt waking up," Little Red answered wryly, "I kind of wanted to die all over again. That jolt was way more than I expected." Yu Sheng chuckled. "Hey, if you can joke, you're fine." He shifted his attention to Zio. "How about you? Are you feeling all right?" The girl hesitated, shrinking back, then stepped forward. She lifted her head, meeting his eyes. Her voice was almost a whisper. "No pain." "That's good," Yu Sheng said gently, ruffling her hair. "No pain is a good sign." "It's still hard to believe," the long-haired princess murmured. All the injuries vanished like nothing ever happened. Then she opened her eyes and talked about a dream. "A dream," Yu Sheng repeated, turning to Zio. "What did you see?" She hesitated, then spoke in a soft voice. "There were lots of people. They all wore red cloaks. They told me to run, but I couldn't move. Then I can't remember." Chapter 139, The Mysterious Paper Fragment. The little girl's brief description of her dream made both Yu Sheng and Little Red Riding Hood go quiet. They had just returned from the depths of the Black Forest, and the images she recalled caused a shared sense of unease. Neither spoke for a few moments, both lost in thought. At last, Yu Sheng broke the silence. "Could you see their faces clearly?" he asked gently. "Besides telling you to run, did those people in red cloaks say anything else?" Zio shook her head, looking worried. "That's fine," Yu Sheng said at once, raising a reassuring hand. "Don't push yourself. If you remember anything later, just let us know." Zio blinked, then gave a shy nod, though it wasn't obvious how much she truly understood. Turning to the long-haired princess, Little Red Riding Hood said, "Take her to the classroom in the East Building and let Teacher Sue know what happened. Let her rest this afternoon instead of attending classes." "Understood." With that, the long-haired princess took Zio's hand, and the two, one tall, one small, left the room. Once they were gone, the silence settled again. Little Red Riding Hood stared at the closed door for a while, her lips pressed in a tight line. Then she spoke softly. "That child is the first one to leave this place alive." She turned to Yu Sheng, her expression solemn. "Thank you. Fairy Tale owes you a debt. From now on, I'll stand by you no matter what." "This is only the start," Yu Sheng replied seriously. "My goal is to dismantle the fairy tale subset entirely. The first step is tackling the Black Forest." "Is that really possible?" she asked, sounding uncertain. Her eyes flickered with a hint of doubt, as though a lifetime of belief had just been shaken. After all, Yu Sheng had saved someone who was already dead, and that alone challenged everything she'd assumed about the Black Forest. Yu Sheng didn't give a direct answer. Instead, he held her gaze for a moment before saying, "Explaining with words won't help much. You'll see soon enough. Once we're sure that girl is recovering well, I want to show you something." She looked puzzled but nodded. Reaching into his pocket, Yu Sheng pulled out a grimy scrap of paper. "This fell from the hunter. Recognize it." Her face grew thoughtful as she took the worn fragment. After studying it closely, she shook her head. "I'm not an expert on artifacts. I've never come across anything like this in the Black Forest." Yu Sheng didn't seem surprised. He carefully put the paper away again. How much contact do you have with the hunter? Very little, she explained. The Black Forest is usually about wolves, hidden cabins, and long winding paths. The hunter only appears alongside the wolf granny, and even then it's never for long. She paused, sighing. Honestly, calling it contact is too generous. Most of the time when I'm in the forest, I'm not as aware as I am now. Not aware, Yu Sheng repeated curiously. What do you mean? It's like pieces of separate dreams, she said, her voice tinged with exhaustion. I can't always control what I'm doing, and I'm not always Little Red Riding Hood. Sometimes I'm a wolf sprinting among the trees. Other times I see the forest through the hunter's eyes, watching wolves. It's like I keep jumping between these different roles, human, wolf, granny, hunter. And lately I'm the wolf more and more often. The hunter shows up more too. It was the first time she described her experience so clearly. Yu Sheng frowned. It reminded him of a single word, entrapment. By scattering her dreams and juggling her perspective, the forest was eroding her sense of self bit by bit. It wasn't just giving her wolf-like traits, it was swallowing her whole. That sounds like a total nightmare, Irene blurted. It is, Little Red Riding Hood agreed with a wry laugh. But that sort of chaos is normal when you're stuck in the Black Forest. Being this lucid while crossing the forest and returning is rare. Honestly, I haven't felt this human since I was a child, before the curse took hold. She shook her head and turned back to Yu Sheng. Sorry I can't be of more help. I know next to nothing about the hunter. Most encounters with him end the moment his gun fires. I do have a suggestion, though. Let's hear it, Yu Sheng said. You might try asking the Special Affairs Bureau to examine that paper, she said. They don't really understand the hunter either, but their equipment might find details we can't. Didn't you also say you had a metal piece from Wudong Road number 66? You could have them study that too. Good thinking, Yu Sheng agreed. I'll call Bai Li Qing and have her set it up. At that, Little Red Riding Hood paused. Wait, Bai Li Qing is the Bureau's director, right? There's no need to go straight to the top. You could call Su Jiali or someone else. Yu Sheng's phone abruptly buzzed. He glanced down, saw Bai Li Qing's name, and grimaced. Little Red Riding Hood blinked at the display, looking torn between shock and resignation. Yu Sheng gave her a sheepish smile and picked up. Good afternoon, Director Bai. Please just call me Bai Li Qing, came a familiar, calm voice. We detected some odd spatio-temporal fluctuations earlier but couldn't pinpoint the cause, so I'm checking in. Was that you? Yu Sheng cringed. Yeah, I opened a door while I was in a subset, didn't get a chance to notify you. A pause, a new test of your improvements. Not really. I was just returning from the Black Forest, part of the fairy tale anomaly. The silence on the other end seemed to sharpen. Why were you in a fairy tale subset? Yu Sheng hesitated, then said, I was visiting. Her tone went cool. Visiting, who would you? I was looking for a missing child, Yu Sheng cut in, and I found them. Another silence. When Bai Li Qing spoke, her voice sounded measured but firm. Did you rescue the child? Yes, they got taken by a wolf, but they're safe now. I see. What do you need from me? I found a fragment of paper. It might be tied to the hunter in the Black Forest. Also, there's a metal piece from that situation at Wudong Road number 66. I'd like a thorough analysis of both. She paused again. All right, I'll handle it. A complete report will take until tomorrow. Thank you, Yu Sheng said. When the call ended, he gave Little Red Riding Hood a rueful shrug. Looks like the director's handling things after all. She studied him for a long moment before murmuring, I guess those of us regular folks don't have much to offer you. Chapter 140, The Unspoken Message. Bai Li Qing sat at her desk, her gaze distant, though it seemed her mind was even further away. After a while, she murmured, How does he always manage to do something so completely unexpected? Song Cheng, seated across from her, pretended not to hear and focused on imaginary paperwork. But 2 seconds later, Bai Li Qing repeated herself. How does he always manage to do something so completely unexpected? Well, he's that sort of unpredictable person, Song Cheng finally said, forcing a small smile. At least we now know what caused the strange temporal misalignment. Our tech department can update their recorded parameters, so that's good, right? Yes, it's good, Bai Li Qing agreed, though she shook her head as if to clear lingering doubts. And we've learned something else. He can open portals even in unusual realms. She sighed and waved the matter aside. Let's get back to our earlier conversation. How did the sample analysis go from last time? At those words, Song Cheng straightened and passed a file across the desk. Here's the report on the fox hares. We sent them to 3 different labs and shared the data with major groups, including the Academy. The results? Well, you'll see. Bai Li Qing flipped through the file, her expression growing more somber with each page. So, there's no known species in the universe that matches these hairs? She asked, looking up. It's not just that there's no match, Song Cheng explained, pointing to a highlighted section. They couldn't even find a microscopic structure that's even close. If we didn't know these hairs came from a living, thinking person, the researchers would have assumed this was some elaborate prank. He continued, the main part of the hairs is organic, but there's also a weird mix of inorganic materials we can't explain. These impurities don't show any obvious biological purpose, and, Song Cheng made a face, we still can't identify the elements that make them up. Bai Li Qing pressed 2 fingers to her temple and whispered, he always manages to do something completely unexpected. Song Cheng wiped some sweat from his brow. Technically, this wasn't his doing. He's the one who brought that person into our world, Bai Li Qing said, sounding weary. What about Thousand Peaks Spiritual Mountain? Have they reported anything? Song Cheng nodded. Yes, they teamed up with Top Sex to do a massive investigation, checking every fox-like race with any spiritual power. Considering the chance this fox might have traveled through time, they cast a very wide net. They even looked back thousands of years, or forward in case we're dealing with different timelines. So far, no one matches. He pushed another document across to her. This lists all the fox demons, fox-type subhumans, and even people with minor fox traits, fox ears, tails, or fur. The envoy said they were so thorough that if someone smelled vaguely fox-like, they had to fill out a form. Still, no match. Bai Li Qing froze mid-page. Why such a big show of effort? They've never been this eager to help before. Well, Song Cheng said with a shrug, there's a rumor. A whole clan of foxes managed to ascend to a higher realm, which is something that's normally unheard of. People are desperate to figure out how they pulled it off without sharing any secrets. You know how these sects can be, always competing to see who's more advanced. Even now, in our interstellar age, the idea of an entire fox clan mastering ascension is a huge deal. It's a big deal to us too, Bai Li Qing said with a sigh, putting the files aside. We'll mark this as a long-term inquiry. If that fox really came from outside. She paused and gave Song Cheng a meaningful look. You understand? I do, he said quietly. What? On the walk from the orphanage's west building to the east, Yu Sheng told Little Red Riding Hood about his search of the dark little house. He recounted the carvings beneath the bed, as well as his strange encounter with the hunter. Little Red Riding Hood listened, eyes widening. All these years in the Black Forest, and I've never experienced anything like that. Usually so much stays hidden. Every Little Red Riding Hood before me, they were swallowed by the story without ever uncovering any of these details. Maybe some of them discovered something, Irene piped up from her perch on Yu Sheng's shoulder. But they couldn't take that knowledge out of the forest. Like those words under the bed, you said they looked like a message from another Little Red Riding Hood, right? It bugs me, Yu Sheng admitted. I bet there are other clues, other carvings out there, maybe even beyond the Black Forest. You mean, Little Red Riding Hood began. Other subsets, Yu Sheng said, stopping in his tracks. Cinderella's ball, Rapunzel's tower, all those places might have their own hidden records, just like that cabin of red cloaks. The ones who figured things out never had the chance to share them. Little Red Riding Hood fell silent, mulling over his words. Yu Sheng sighed. When you think about it, it's kind of like childhood. How so? She asked, confused. You write secrets in a diary as a kid, Yu Sheng explained. Then you lose the key or forget the password when you grow up. All those childhood memories get stuck in time, never reaching the adult you become. It's not too unusual. Little Red Riding Hood looked startled. Is that really how it works? Pretty much, Yu Sheng said lightly. That's why someone else, maybe an annoying grown-up, sometimes has to break the lock and read what's inside, or you end up doing it yourself. But since it sounds like most of you can't grow up, I'll play that meddling adult role for now. She smiled faintly. You sound like a villain. To these fairy tales I am, Yu Sheng agreed. They don't like me. At that moment, loud voices echoed from a hallway nearby, followed by a group of kids running past. A few older children were among them, looking worried. Little Red Riding Hood reached out and stopped one of them, her tone urgent. What's happening? The girl's eyes were wide. Teacher Sue fainted. They took her to the infirmary. Yu Sheng blinked. Teacher Sue fainted. Why? I'm not sure, the girl said quickly. It happened in the activity room. Zio went in to say hi and Teacher Sue just collapsed. Yu Sheng and Little Red Riding Hood exchanged uneasy glances, while Irene muttered, Well, that's unfortunate. I guess I should have warned her first. Little Red Riding Hood said, looking grim. I got so excited I forgot that Teacher Sue didn't know. No point blaming yourself now, Yu Sheng said, spreading his hands. Let's see how she's doing. What? They arrived at the infirmary to find the long-haired princess ushering out a group of curious kids. Inside, Teacher Sue lay on a bed, pale but conscious. Nearby, Zio sat on a chair, head low. She looked miserable, and tear streaks marked her cheeks, hinting she'd cried when Teacher Sue fainted. It's all right, the long-haired princess told them. The doctor says it's just shock and overstimulation. She'll be fine after a bit of rest. I should have been more careful about letting Zio see her. I'm fine, Teacher Sue insisted, waving from the bed. She still looked shaky but managed a smile. I was just so surprised at first, but now I'm really happy. She glanced at Yu Sheng with bright, eager eyes. You're Yu Sheng, right? Could we talk for a moment? Chapter 141, Teacher Sue fainted again. Yu Sheng wasn't entirely sure what Teacher Sue, whom he had only briefly met, wanted to say, but he asked everyone else to leave the room so they could talk privately. Now it was just the two of them. Yu Sheng pulled up a chair beside the bed, regarding the young council staff member who had been assigned here in the role of teacher. So what did you want to discuss? He asked. Leaning back against the headboard, Teacher Sue looked a bit better than before. I just wanted to thank you for bringing Zio back safely, though I still can't quite wrap my head around how you managed it. Yu Sheng offered a small smile. It was nothing. Under the circumstances, I couldn't just stand aside and do nothing. She paused, then asked rather bluntly, Are you investigating the fairy tale situation? That is, the other world that's affecting this place. Yu Sheng blinked in surprise, unsure why she'd suddenly bring that up. But she didn't seem to notice his reaction. Continuing as though she were talking to herself, she said, I've been working in this orphanage for 5 years. Though anything supernatural is usually handled by the Special Affairs Bureau, the Council also has teams for these sorts of issues, and I'm one of their members, sent here under the guise of a teacher. After a brief pause, her voice softened. Strange things happen in this orphanage all the time. Children vanish without warning, sometimes while they're sleeping, sometimes right in the middle of class. A moment earlier, they might have been happily sharing a story from a picture book or asking if they could have ice cream, and then out of nowhere they're gone, as if an invisible hand just snatched them away. Sometimes they get a second to scream or cry, but more often, it all happens too fast. Her gaze shifted far away. For children under 10, these episodes strike suddenly, no warning at all. My training says I'm supposed to notice the signs within 10 minutes and move the child to an isolation room, telling the others not to panic. At first, it scared me half to death, but fortunately, some of the older children acting as guardians were there to help. Yu Sheng listened quietly, not interrupting. When I teach, Teacher Sue went on, I'm constantly on guard, trying to read any shifts in their expressions or moods. If one child is unusually quiet, is it a sign of an imminent attack from the fairy tale? If another frowns, are they feeling unwell? If one of them shows up to class late, does that mean something's already happened? Maybe there are 12 students here today, but will it still be 12 tomorrow? She let out a long sigh. A lot of my colleagues don't last long in this environment. They come with good intentions, wanting to protect the orphans and give them enough warmth to break free of the fairy tale's hold. But as I mentioned, few can endure for long. Yu Sheng began to wonder if she'd strayed from her main point. Catching herself, Teacher Sue managed a sheepish smile. I'm sorry, I probably sound like I'm complaining about my job. It's fine, Yu Sheng assured her, waving a hand. It helps me understand what it's like here. She nodded, took a moment to collect herself, and finally said, Actually, I wanted to tell you that if you plan on investigating this fairy tale further, you should start with the Special Affairs Bureau's archives, especially the ones from around 70 years ago. Yu Sheng leaned forward, suddenly alert. Why those in particular? I'm not sure if Little Red Riding Hood mentioned this, Teacher Sue began slowly. But decades ago, the Council and the Special Affairs Bureau tried solving the fairy tale problem by directly taking in all special orphans. She did mention something along those lines, Yu Sheng said with a nod. She told me it failed pretty quickly because fairy tales are hostile to adults and the situation got ugly. Teacher Sue nodded. Yes, it ended in disaster. Many people died, including top investigators from the Special Affairs Bureau and some very skilled deep divers. But all that effort did produce a large amount of data. For a while, many adults had direct encounters with the fairy tale realm at its most active. These records contain the only real, adult-centered observations of the fairy tale's otherworld. That perspective might help you more than Little Red Riding Hood's viewpoint. His eyes shone with interest. That's definitely worth seeing, but the archives date back 70 years, right? Teacher Su took a breath. Yes, the trouble is those files are highly classified. Normal detectives can't just walk in and request them. My own department isn't linked to the Special Affairs Bureau, so I can't help either. But you brought Zio back from the forest. That might grab their attention. Yu Sheng shrugged. No need to worry, I know someone who might be able to give me access to those archives. He pulled out his phone. Give me a minute. He didn't mention Bai Li Qing by name as he dialed, but the call connected almost at once. Hello, Yu Sheng. The voice on the other end sounded composed, but Teacher Su's expression hardened. Yu Sheng heard her mutter the words iron-faced bureaucrat. He had the phone on speaker. Is there someone else with you? Bai Li Qing asked, sounding faintly curious. Yu Sheng silently angled the phone so Teacher Su could see the screen, revealing the caller's name. She shut her eyes in resignation, her expression anything but relaxed. I'll explain later, Yu Sheng said hurriedly, hanging up before Bai Li Qing could ask more. Then he rushed to the door and hollered, somebody come quick. Teacher Su fainted again. A minor uproar followed, and the infirmary doctor came back to ensure Teacher Su had a chance to rest. After that, Yu Sheng met up with Foxy, Irene, and Little Red Riding Hood in the corridor, and explained what had happened. She fainted twice in one go, Irene exclaimed, perched on Yu Sheng's shoulder. And we think she's okay. Yu Sheng scratched his head. Why does everyone act so scared of Bai Li Qing? I mean, sure, her staff might be, but apparently even people from unrelated departments. Little Red Riding Hood gave him a wry smile. First, she's known to be quite strict. Second, she's not just the head of the Special Affairs Bureau, she's one of the Council's top 5. Didn't you know that? No, Yu Sheng admitted. Little Red Riding Hood glanced back at the infirmary, seeming concerned for Teacher Su. Well, hopefully she can calm down. Someone that high up won't waste her time being mad at a junior employee. But you, she eyed Yu Sheng suspiciously. Why was your phone on speaker? It wasn't on purpose, Yu Sheng objected. And Teacher Su was loud enough that speaker or not, Bai Li Qing would have heard anyway. He trailed off, clearly wanting to drop the topic. Anyway, remember what I said before. Once we confirmed Zio was stable, I wanted to take you somewhere. Little Red Riding Hood blinked and then nodded, recalling his earlier promise. I'm finished here, Yu Sheng said, glancing at the evening sky through a window. It's not too late, are you up for it now? She hesitated, looking over at the long-haired princess and Zio standing at a distance, obviously curious. I'll be back soon, she said to them, then she turned to Yu Sheng. Let's go. Chapter 142, When Tomorrow Suddenly Feels Worth Waiting For. Without hesitating, Yu Sheng opened a shimmering door right there in the corridor, visible to the long-haired princess and Zio. Of course, he tapped a button on his phone to file the appropriate alert. A glowing, ghostly doorway appeared out of thin air, showing a glimpse of some unknown land beyond. Whoa, the long-haired princess's eyes went wide, her face full of astonishment. What is that? Yu Sheng kept one hand on the door's edge, holding it steady. He grinned casually. It's my ability, didn't Little Red mention it? She did, but I never imagined something like this, the long-haired princess stammered, still gawking at the strange sight beyond the door. What's on the other side? Interested, you're welcome to come, Yu Sheng said with an inviting smile, then turned to Zio. How about you? Want to take a look? It's not easy finding open spaces in Boundary City. Zio looked uncertain, glancing at the long-haired princess for guidance. Little Red Riding Hood hesitated. The scene beyond felt oddly familiar, though she couldn't quite place it because the angle looked off. But seeing Yu Sheng's relaxed yet confident manner, she sensed it must be safe. After a moment, she gave the long-haired princess a nod. Let's all go. If Yu Sheng says it's fine, we can trust him. Okay, let me just tell the others. I'll be right back. The long-haired princess dashed away, returning within minutes with a small backpack. I'm ready. Yu Sheng noticed her bag and raised an eyebrow. Why the backpack? It's got a water bottle, tissues, snacks, bandages, the basics, she explained, adjusting the straps on Zio's shoulders. Oh, I forgot the yellow safety cap. Wait, We're not exactly going on a field trip, Yu Sheng said, half amused. And there aren't any cars or crosswalks out there. Worst case, I can just open another door and bring us back. All right, sorry, the long-haired princess mumbled, looking a bit flustered. Where exactly are we going? Just some farmland, Irene answered dryly, perched on Yu Sheng's shoulder. The long-haired princess looked like she wanted to ask more, but Little Red Riding Hood had already stepped boldly through the door. Irene followed and Foxy slipped through next. Yu Sheng beckoned for the others. Come on, you'll be surprised. They all felt a brief wave of dizziness, as though they were weightless, and in less than a second, the orphanage corridor vanished behind them. They found themselves in a vast, open valley. The long-haired princess froze, speechless, surrounded by bright blue skies and towering mountains. Below lay a huge, sweeping valley. Next to her, Zio's eyes widened at the grand sight. This shy little girl, usually withdrawn and afraid, was now beaming, her excitement shining on her face. Well, Zio breathed, laughter bubbling out as she pointed to the distant mountains and the softly tinted green wilderness. It wasn't clear what she found so funny, but her joy was unmistakable. Meanwhile, Little Red Riding Hood had gone completely still, her eyes locked on the mountains circling the valley. Her expression changed from puzzled to stunned, then became subtly tense. She knew this place. Yes, it looked very different, but the shape of the valley was the same. Yet before she could fully grasp what she was seeing, something else drew her attention. In the valley's center, she recognized a large, flat platform where they stood now. Around it were neat rows of vegetable fields, definitely man-made. She spotted an unfinished irrigation ditch on one side, and near the edge an odd makeshift toilet. The entire setup looked so random that it left her mind spinning. At last she turned toward Yu Sheng, who was watching her with a knowing look. Remember how I said I'd figure out the Black Forest and the whole fairy tale problem? He said, stepping closer. You insisted it was impossible, that fairy tales can't be wiped out, but look around. This is proof. Little Red's voice came out unsteady. This is Night Valley. She could hardly process the implications. It used to be, Yu Sheng corrected, gazing at the valley's perimeter. But I've been thinking about renaming it. Ever since that giant eye disappeared, there's no more endless night. Actually, my problem now is figuring out how to make it dark sometimes. I can't plant everything in perpetual daylight. I have no clue how to build greenhouses, either. Little Red Riding Hood felt her thoughts tangling. Dealing with Yu Sheng and his strange companions often left her feeling outmatched. She finally managed to refocus. Wait, what happened to the hunger entity that ruled this place? Gone, Yu Sheng said with a casual shrug. We cooked it. Remember that dish you saw at dinner last time? That was all that was left of it. She gaped at him, utterly confused. You're telling me this valley doesn't spawn the hunger entity anymore. Yu Sheng nodded. Exactly. I'm planning to use this place as our hotel's main source of produce, but it's still a work in progress. Ignoring his talk of farmland, Little Red Riding Hood stared sharply at him. You're saying the old rules just vanished, so the subset itself is, but the valley's still here. Bai Li Qing explained it best, Yu Sheng said, raising a hand to calm her. Think of this valley as a hollow shell. The rules and creatures that once filled it were destroyed in the process. Now it's harmless. He paused before adding, Oh, and it's also connected to Wudong Road number 66, but I'm still figuring out the exact layout. Basically, it's like this whole place is now my house's backyard. Little Red Riding Hood said nothing for a long while. She watched the serene valley, the clear sky, and the gentle green shoots on the slopes. This was no longer a realm of hunger and despair. Suddenly, rapid footsteps grabbed her attention. Zio came running over, smiling as she offered a handful of weeds. Red Hat, sister, look, flowers. Little Red Riding Hood blinked. Only then did she notice the tears on her own cheeks. Zio's voice trembled with worry. Why are you crying? Does it hurt? Are you breaking? Quickly wiping her face, Little Red knelt down and gently took the weeds from Zio's small hands, ruffling her hair. I'm fine. The cold wind made my eyes water. And these aren't flowers, they're just leaves. They blew away, Zio giggled. You can pretend they're still there. All right, Little Red agreed with a soft smile. Thank you for the flowers. Standing up, she spotted the long-haired princess climbing up onto the big platform. She was inspecting something near that odd-looking, ramshackle toilet. Red Hat, the princess called over, waving excitedly. There's a flock of chickens behind the toilet. Little Red squinted under the bright sunlight, a surprising warmth filling her chest. She found herself smiling. Somehow, tomorrow felt worth waiting for. Yu Sheng, however, looked miffed. That's not a toilet, he hollered, jumping in annoyance. It's phase 1 of my future clubhouse. Chapter 143, Stories Through an Adult's Eyes. Yu Sheng stood in the valley, his hands moving animatedly as he shared his ambitious plans with Little Red Riding Hood and the long-haired princess. He spoke passionately about the grand temple he envisioned at the valley's center and the additional buildings he intended to construct around it. Although he hadn't yet decided their exact purposes, his approach was straightforward. Build first, figure it out later. He also felt the need to clarify why the rectangular structure beside the platform wasn't actually a toilet. The two girls listened carefully, at least until he reached the part about the toilet. That's when giggles erupted. Yu Sheng sighed, accepting the situation. He had to admit, even to himself, that the structure did resemble a bathroom. Embarrassed, he quickly shifted the conversation. "These are the chickens Foxy is raising," he said, pointing toward the coop. "Once the ecosystem here recovers, we can let them roam freely." Little Red Riding Hood's reaction mirrored Irene's initial surprise. Her eyes widened in disbelief. "You let a fox raise chickens?" "Well, she's a fox demon," Yu Sheng explained, trying to sound serious. "Big difference, and honestly, she takes excellent care of them." As if on cue, Foxy appeared, diligently refilling the chickens' water and feed. She inspected the chicks with careful attention before skipping over cheerfully, her tail swishing behind her. With a flick of her tail, she pulled out 2 fluffy chicks and presented them to the girls. "These 2 are boiled and salted," she declared proudly. "I'm grooming them to be the leaders of the flock." Little Red Riding Hood stared, mouth agape, until she realized that boiled and salted were their names. Before she could comment, Yu Sheng eagerly led her to another part of the valley. "This area," he said, pointing to a patch of land, "is for growing vegetables. See that water channel? It leads down from the mountain and will irrigate the fields. Over there," he added, gesturing farther away, "I'm planning to build a reservoir in one corner of the platform. That patch will eventually be for pigs, but I haven't gotten to it yet. And over there, did you notice the empty space? That's where I want to set up a permanent gate. It's just an idea for now, though. I still need to work out the details." He beamed, clearly proud of his plans. "Right now, most of my focus is on planting crops and constructing buildings." The girls could only nod blankly as Yu Sheng continued outlining his vision. Little Red Riding Hood, in particular, struggled to reconcile her memories of this place as a terrifying subset plagued by hunger. Every new project Yu Sheng mentioned made her feel like her worldview was flipping over and over again, like a restless spirit in its grave. Oblivious to their inner turmoil, Yu Sheng grinned and asked eagerly, "What do you think? How's the valley shaping up?" The long-haired princess opened her mouth, paused, then blurted out, "What kind of valley is this? It's like Star X Valley or something." Yu Sheng considered her words. They weren't inaccurate, but he decided against borrowing the name. It wasn't worth the copyright trouble. A fresh breeze swept through the valley, carrying the scent of grass, soil, and the distant sound of laughter. Zio Zio dashed across the meadow, her voice ringing with joy as she played tag with Irene. "Can someone control this wild kid?" Irene shouted, half joking, half exasperated. "What about doll rights, huh?" The long-haired princess chuckled and stood up. "I'll take care of it," she said, slinging Zio Zio's little backpack over her shoulder. She walked briskly toward the pair. "Zio Zio, take a break and have some water." Yu Sheng sat down at the edge of the platform, watching the scene unfold with a smile. He glanced at Little Red Riding Hood, who stood silently beside him, gazing into the distance. "Do you think tomorrow will be worth looking forward to?" he asked. She didn't respond immediately, her eyes fixed on the children playing. Finally, she murmured, "Could the Black Forest and other subsets of the fairy tale become like this?" Her voice was soft, as if speaking louder might shatter a fragile hope. "I'm not sure how to confront the core of the fairy tale yet," Yu Sheng admitted. "But at least we can start with the Black Forest. For now, it seems to follow the general rules of a subset, even though it's an awareness space. The entities it creates, mostly wolves, aren't invincible and can be influenced by my blood." He paused, looking thoughtful. "The key question is how to find the Black Forest's core, its essence. I don't think it's just a wolf." Little Red Riding Hood's eyes widened. "Not a wolf." "What's so special about a wolf in Little Red Riding Hood?" he asked calmly. She blinked, momentarily thrown off. "Little Red Riding Hood with quotation marks," he clarified. "If the essence of a fairy tale is its collection of stories, then no single element can represent the whole tale. Not the wolf, not the hunter, not even you, and the Black Forest itself. It doesn't represent Little Red Riding Hood either." Understanding dawned on her face as she began to grasp what he meant by essence. "The Black Forest is different from this valley," Yu Sheng continued. "Here, hunger is the sole core. Every rule, every feature of this environment revolves around that concept. That's typical for most subsets, but the Black Forest, its rules are far more complex. Every character, you the big bad wolf, Granny, the hunter, even that quirky squirrel, is just one piece of its system. They're surface-level manifestations." He gestured in the air, and the ground near the platform shifted. Stones and dirt rose to form a crude stage, where clumsy stone figures rolled and tumbled about. Some crumbled, only for new ones to emerge and repeat the same aimless, meaningless movements. It was Zio's experiences that made me think of this, Yu Sheng said, watching the makeshift stage. You're bound by the perspective of Little Red Riding Hood, so it's hard for you to see beyond the wolf. From the outside, though, I realized that the wolf isn't the real enemy. He paused, then added, or to put it another way, I already killed the enemy once, the wolf that devoured Zio's granny. It was her final boss. But when I defeated it, the Black Forest didn't change. The wolves remained, the forest persisted, and I knew Zio would fall into it again. A new wolf would take the last one's place. The story didn't lose its script. The silence stretched between them as Little Red Riding Hood stared at the stone figures. Finally, she spoke, her voice tinged with resolve. So, the real enemy is the story itself. Exactly, Yu Sheng said. Not necessarily to kill the story, though stories might not die, but maybe we can control it, rewrite it, even dismantle it. To do that, we need to focus on its weak points, not just its surface-level characters. He gestured to the crude stage. What do you think the essence of this stage is? Little Red Riding Hood hesitated, frowning in thought. The answer's right in front of you, Yu Sheng said with a grin, tapping his temple. It's me. With a wave of his hand, the stage collapsed, crumbling back into earth and stone. Little Red Riding Hood's breath hitched as a realization struck her. You're saying there's a storyteller behind the Black Forest? Maybe not a person, but definitely a source, Yu Sheng replied. It could be the core of the fairy tale or just an extension of it. Ever since my first trip into the Black Forest, I've been searching for it. I thought we'd found it in that special house deep in the woods, but it was. That house was just part of the stage, a corner of the set. Whatever's shaping the Black Forest is hiding backstage. I never thought about it like that, Little Red Riding Hood admitted, her eyes wide. I've never seen the Black Forest this way. Yu Sheng chuckled. That's because I'm a meddling adult. Meddling adults ruin kids' stories with rational thinking. Our favorite line is, it's all made up. She blinked, then broke into a laugh. No wonder fairy tales don't like adults. Good thing I'm not trying to make them like me, Yu Sheng said, standing up and brushing off his hands. All right, field trip's over. Time for the kids to go home. Chapter 144. This door can't be opened from this side. Little Red Riding Hood looked unusually cheerful. For anyone who truly knew her, this relaxed expression on her face would have been shocking. She hadn't looked this way in a very long time. Still, she couldn't resist retorting to Yu Sheng. I'm turning 18 next month. You can't treat me like a kid anymore. Yu Sheng raised an eyebrow, his tone teasing. Under 18, you're still a child. Once you're 18, I'll reconsider. Just don't forget to save me a slice of cake. Before he even finished, Foxy, who had been intently watching a group of chicks, immediately perked up. Me too, she said eagerly. Apparently, while Yu Sheng and Little Red Riding Hood had been chatting for a while, this was the only part the fox girl had been paying attention to. Little Red Riding Hood's grin widened mischievously. She bared her teeth playfully at them, looking every bit like a mischievous wolf pup. Fine, even if knives rain down from the sky, you'd better show up for my birthday. Whoever doesn't come is a little puppy. Yu Sheng chuckled and pulled out his phone, casually hitting the one-touch report button. Then, with a flick of his wrist, he opened a shimmering, phantom-like door. The doorway revealed a quiet hallway in the west wing of the orphanage. Zio, long hair, time to go home, Little Red Riding Hood called out, standing at the edge of the platform. She shouted to the two figures playing on the grassy field below, one big and one small. It's getting dark soon. The long-haired princess led Zio back to the platform, though the younger girl looked reluctant to leave, her gaze lingering on the open field. I'm not done playing yet, Zio pouted. Can we come back next time? Of course, Yu Sheng replied with a nod. I might even set up a permanent door at your orphanage one day. There's no need to be that serious about it, the long-haired princess said, looking a bit awkward. That sounds like a lot of trouble. It's no trouble at all. It's actually part of a project I'm working on, Yu Sheng replied casually. If your orphanage ever wants to organize outings, whether for the little ones or the older kids to paint or sketch, feel free to reach out. This valley has plenty of space. Those so-called parks in the city don't even compare. Little Red Riding Hood thought about it for a moment. The idea of outings and subsets being mentioned in the same breath struck her as oddly unsettling, but she was used to it by now. The visitors departed. I don't like human kids, Irene grumbled, stomping over in a huff. She adjusted her dress and started climbing up Yu Sheng's pant leg as she muttered. "They're noisy, always talking about boring things, doing boring stuff. I don't see what's so fun about running around on the grass." "But you seemed to enjoy yourself with them earlier," Yu Sheng teased, glancing at Irene, who had already climbed onto his shoulder. "And you're one to talk about being noisy." Irene paused, then started gnawing on Yu Sheng's head, only to be swatted down with one hand. "What's next? Are we heading home?" Irene asked lazily, dangling by the collar as Yu Sheng held her in midair. She looked completely unfazed. "It's not even dinner time yet." "Not yet, I've got some experiments to run first," Yu Sheng replied. He pulled out his phone and after a moment's thought dialed a familiar number. The person on the other end picked up quickly. "Hello, Yu Sheng." "Cough, yes, it's me," Yu Sheng said, clearing his throat. "Sorry, things have been chaotic on my end today. I just remembered to call you." "No problem, what's on your mind?" Bai Li Qing's tone was calm, as though she'd forgotten calling him a steel-faced stoic during their last conversation. "Two things. First, I mentioned before that I needed the Special Affairs Bureau to help identify something. One of the items I found in the fairy tale Black Forest," Yu Sheng said, recalling a suggestion from Teacher Su. "I'd also like to request access to some records about fairy tales." The line went silent for a moment before Bai Li Qing's voice returned. "You mean the early archives about the initial victims and the Bureau's exploration of the fairy tale subset, correct?" "You guessed it," Yu Sheng admitted, exhaling. "Specifically, the records from around 70 years ago." "I had a feeling this would come up after your recent activities," Bai Li Qing replied evenly. "Though I'm curious, what sparked your sudden interest in this? Is it because of the spirit realm detective known as Little Red Riding Hood?" "She was the starting point, but the real reason is I want to take responsibility," Yu Sheng said firmly. "I can't let this subset remain as it is. It's bothering me badly. Is that reason good enough?" "It's sufficient," Bai Li Qing answered without hesitation. "I'll make the arrangements. Someone will meet you tomorrow. In the meantime, the lab and archives will be prepared." Yu Sheng had expected her to agree, but was surprised at how quickly she did. "Ah, thanks." "Don't mention it. What's the second thing?" "The second thing, well, it's not difficult, just a bit of a hassle," Yu Sheng admitted, feeling slightly awkward. "I'm planning to conduct some experiments." "Experiments?" "Yes, door-opening experiments," Yu Sheng said, clarifying. "There might be multiple attempts, unconventional methods, unpredictable scales, and uncertain durations. I figured the one-touch reporting feature on my phone might not suffice, so I thought I'd give you a heads-up." The line went quiet. Irene, now perched on the ground, started muttering. "She's definitely cursing at you in her head." "No problem," Bai Li Qing said finally. Her voice remained steady, but thanks to Irene's dramatic commentary, Yu Sheng couldn't help imagining her gritting her teeth. "I'll notify the monitoring team to disable the automatic alarms and switch to manual recording. Just call me when you're done." The call ended, and Yu Sheng looked down at the tiny doll standing defiantly with her hands on her hips. "She was totally cursing at you. My spiritual intuition told me so." Then, tilting her head curiously, she asked, "What are you experimenting on?" Yu Sheng exhaled slowly, raising his hand. "First, I'll see if I can open a door into the Black Forest from the outside." A phantom-like door shimmered into existence before him, glowing faintly. The plain, glowing portal trembled as Yu Sheng focused on the frequency he had recorded in the Black Forest, imprinting it onto the door. Carefully, he pulled it open. The next second, the door shattered silently into fragments. Irene and Foxy gasped in unison. Then, without warning, a wave of dizziness hit Yu Sheng. He clutched his head and staggered back a step. "Benefactor?" Foxy rushed over, wrapping her tail around Yu Sheng for support. "Was it a backlash from your immortal technique?" "I'm fine, just a bit dizzy," Yu Sheng assured her, steadying himself as the sensation began to fade. He waved off Foxy and Irene. "The experiment failed my first time." "Doors can fail," Irene exclaimed, wide-eyed with concern. "Are you really okay?" "Really?" Yu Sheng said with a faint smile. He pulled himself free from Foxy's tail and stared at the spot where the door had shattered, deep in thought. "This doesn't make sense," he muttered. "You can open doors from the Black Forest to the outside world. Why can't it work the other way around?" Irene pondered for a moment, mumbling, "Because this door can't be opened from this side." Yu Sheng shuddered. "Don't say that, it gives me the creeps." "Could it be because this valley is part of your immortal dwelling?" Foxy suggested hesitantly. "This isn't exactly part of the normal mortal realm, is it?" Irene's eyes lit up. Wow, Foxy, you actually had a good idea. She might be onto something, Yu Sheng agreed. Let's test it outside. With that, he opened another door, this time leading to an empty alley near Wudong Road, number 66. Moments later, Yu Sheng sat on the curb, head spinning, seeing double of everything, including a slender shadow by the streetlight that appeared to have two heads. It turned out the failure wasn't due to the location. Any attempt to open a door from the outside into the Black Forest seemed doomed to fail. Defeated, the group returned to the valley. It looks like it's impossible, Irene declared, sitting on Yu Sheng's shoulder with her chin in her hands. You can only open a door to leave the Black Forest, not enter it. To get in, you'll have to use the dream route. I think it's because the Black Forest is fundamentally a consciousness space. You can wake up from a dream, but physically walking into one, that's just not realistic. Yu Sheng stayed silent, turning Irene's analysis over in his mind. It made sense, but something about it didn't sit right. The Black Forest's one-way nature, was it really because of this? Was it truly just a consciousness space? If so, then how had he brought back Wolf Granny and that strange piece of paper from within? Chapter 145, New Theories and Speculations. Hearing Yu Sheng's question, Irene looked a bit puzzled. If the Black Forest is purely a space of consciousness, how did I manage to bring out that wolf's corpse? Yu Sheng spread his hands in frustration. Right now, Wolf Granny's body is still stored in Foxy's tail, isn't it? Plus, Little Red Riding Hood mentioned before that some anomalous subsets don't just trap people's consciousness. They can even transfer physical bodies into these other spaces built on stories or emotions. So I think the boundary between consciousness and matter might not be so clear when it comes to subsets. The reason we can't open a door to the Black Forest from this side might be something else entirely. Irene blinked repeatedly, trying to follow. Yeah, that makes sense. She then turned her head and saw Foxy, who had been calm and collected the whole time. Irene was instantly taken aback. Wait, you understood all of that, Foxy? Foxy replied coolly, of course. Really? Turning the intangible into the tangible and vice versa, Foxy nodded as if it were obvious. Everything in this world is connected at the fundamental scale. There's no actual division between consciousness and matter. The immortals say the whole world is like a set of complex waves. What we call intangible and tangible are just different waveforms of the same energy at varying frequencies. The mortals call it information unification. The immortals call it the return to the void. Irene stared blankly, as if listening to an alien language. After a long pause, she finally blurted out, "What the heck? Who even taught you this stuff?" Foxy's expression turned serious. The compulsory education immortal. Irene turned to Yu Sheng, her face blank. Did you understand any of that? I think so. Yu Sheng nodded hesitantly. But this is the first time I've heard of this theory. His gaze shifted back to Foxy, filled with growing curiosity. What kind of place was this Fox girl's hometown? She hadn't even finished elementary school, yet these were her lessons. What do they even test in her middle school? Building warp engines by hand. But there was no time for answers. Yu Sheng refocused on the Black Forest. This time he couldn't help but incorporate the knowledge Foxy had just shared. Deep in thought, he raised his hand again, gripping an invisible doorknob. The phantom door reappeared, slowly materializing as he carefully began to open it. He moved painstakingly, as if trying to feel every detail of the door's formation and dissolution. All his attention poured into the process. At one moment, he felt the faint breath of the Black Forest, as if the pathway had been established. His connection to the wolf seemed to strengthen, so close that he thought the door might fully form at any second. Then suddenly the connection jolted. It felt like the Black Forest had abruptly moved away. The pathway collapsed, leaving Yu Sheng reeling with dizziness once again. Displacement. The question flashed in his mind as his knees buckled briefly, but he had grown used to this kind of disorientation. The door collapsed again, Irene remarked, watching the dissipating fragments in the air. She turned to Yu Sheng, whose expression had turned dazed. Are you okay? Maybe we should stop for today. I don't want you throwing up yesterday's dinner. I'm fine, Yu Sheng cut her off, his brow furrowed in thought. After a moment of contemplation, he suddenly looked up. I think I know what's wrong. There's an issue with the coordinates. Coordinates? Irene tilted her head. You mean like a position? Exactly, that's it. Yu Sheng nodded, his excitement mounting. He turned to Irene with a gleam in his eyes. Wait a second, Irene. How do you locate the position of the Black Forest and send my consciousness and Little Red Riding Hoods into it? Section. Caught off guard, Irene answered quickly. Well, it's simple. I just traverse dreams. It's second nature for me. That's it, dream traversal. That's what I've been missing when determining the coordinates, Yu Sheng exclaimed. Without warning, he scooped Irene up, spinning her in excitement. "Irene, you're amazing." The doll-like girl froze midair, wide-eyed and stunned. But when she heard the praise, she puffed up proudly. "Of course I am. I'm from Alice's little house. I'm full of talent. But what does that mean exactly?" Yu Sheng put her down gently, holding her at eye level on his arm. "I've been calibrating the frequency of the door using space-time structures. That's all I know how to do. But to enter the Black Forest, you have to determine its location on the dream layer, because it doesn't have a fixed position in space-time. Dreams exist outside reality, constantly shifting." He continued, "The door collapses, not because it can't be opened from this side, but because the Black Forest's location changes the moment I open it." Though Irene still looked confused, Yu Sheng patiently explained. "Think of the Black Forest as a moving train on a track. The real world is like solid ground. When I leave the Black Forest, it's like jumping off the train onto the ground. But to enter from the outside, it's like trying to jump onto a train speeding past. The moment you leap, it's already moved ahead." "Oh, I get it now," Irene interrupted, waving her hands to stop him. "So how do you fix this? You can find space-time coordinates but not dream locations, right?" Yu Sheng grinned, his eyes bright. "I can't, but you can." Irene blinked. "What?" "I'll open the door and you'll navigate," Yu Sheng said confidently. "Use your magical, mysterious powers like you always brag about, the ones Alice's little house gave you." "Are you sure this will work?" Irene muttered, her entire body stiffening. "Not that Alice's powers aren't reliable, of course. I mean your plan. What if the door eats you alive?" Yu Sheng shrugged. "We'll see." Irene gaped at him for a moment before sighing. "Why are you so obsessed with opening a door to the Black Forest from the outside? I can use dream powers to send your consciousness in, can't I?" "Sure, but you can only send my consciousness. What about the future? There's Cinderella's ball and the long-haired princess's tower. Being able to open doors is just more convenient. Plus..." He trailed off, glancing at Foxy. His voice dropped. "I still want to see a Cyber Fox immortal beat-up children's literature." Irene smacked her forehead. "What's wrong with you?" "Just admit you want to see it, too." "Okay, fine, I do." "Then let's try it." "All right," Irene sighed again, giving in. Though she rolled her eyes, Irene couldn't help but find Yu Sheng's stubbornness endearing. His boundless curiosity and persistence were pure and childlike. She didn't mind indulging him most of the time. "All right," she said, climbing onto Yu Sheng's shoulder. "When the door appears, don't open it right away. Just hold it steady and clear your mind. I'll guide your consciousness, similar to how I do during dreams, but this time I'll need to borrow part of your spiritual intuition to influence the door." "Got it." Yu Sheng nodded enthusiastically. Irene paused to look at him, then gently embraced his head. "Now let's become one in thought." Chapter 146, Exploiting the Bug to Enter the Map. To be honest, when the doll, Irene, mentioned the phrase, unity of mind and thought, Yu Sheng immediately thought it was going to be tough. Most of the time, his interactions with Irene involved mutual exasperation, each thinking the other was completely nuts. Then again, wasn't their shared belief in each other's insanity a kind of unity of mind in itself? His thoughts began to spiral in that peculiar direction, veering so wildly off course that even he couldn't recognize where they'd started. Finally, Irene bonked her head against his with a sharp thud. "I told you to clear your mind, not let it wander all over the place. Focus on opening the door," she scolded. "Oh, right, okay," Yu Sheng replied, snapping back to the task at hand. He pulled himself together and focused on the steps required to open the door. This time, he summoned an empty void door, a doorway leading nowhere. As he stabilized it, he began to relax his mind bit by bit. He felt Irene's small palm press against his temple. Her other hand lifted and pointed toward the door. From her fingertips, fine black threads began to grow, silent and eerie. They twisted and wriggled like living creatures, weaving together in the air. The threads split, multiplied, and shifted shape, some burrowing into Yu Sheng's flesh and mind. A chilling sensation slithered down his spine, making him shiver. Had this been his first time encountering Irene's threads, Yu Sheng might have instinctively thrown the little doll away. These ghostly, ominous threads seemed like they belonged in a horror story, perhaps one where a cursed doll finally seizes her chance to betray her master and steal his place of power at Wudong Road, number 66. But by now, he was used to it. This was just how Alice's dolls operated. Some of the threads extended toward the void door, merging at their tips like a strange tentacle. They cautiously touched the door before probing deeper inside. The connection was established. At that moment, Yu Sheng felt a sudden disorientation. The sound of wind in the valley disappeared. A heavy, dark curtain seemed to fall over the scene, filling his vision with endless fog. In the distance he saw a golden-haired doll, broken and fragmented, lying quietly amidst ruins consumed by darkness. Shadows loomed large, collapsed alongside the doll in the depths of the wreckage. The dead doll's eyes were open, and for a fleeting moment, Yu Sheng had the uncanny sense that those eyes were watching him. The vision vanished as quickly as it had appeared. Yu Sheng didn't even have time to confirm whether the doll he'd seen was the same one he'd once glimpsed in the mirror. Hey, the door's open, Irene's excited voice broke through his daze. I think it worked. Yu Sheng, check out my handiwork. He blinked and found himself staring at the now open doorway to the Black Forest. Black threads wreathed the door, forming chaotic, thorn-like patterns around its frame. Beyond the threshold lay the shadowed forest, shrouded in mist and menace. The door to the Black Forest had been successfully opened. Yu Sheng stared at the doorway in a mix of awe and unease. The dark, thorny embellishments were strange, sure, but undeniably impressive. What lingered in his mind, though, was the vision he'd seen. Irene, he called. Huh, she responded. Did you see anything just now? Like during our connection, any visions or hallucinations? Nope, Irene said after a moment's thought. I was focusing on stabilizing the door's position. Why, what did you see? Yu Sheng hesitated, then decided not to keep it from her. I saw that golden-haired doll again, he admitted. Which one? Irene tilted her head. You've got other doll friends now. The one I told you about, Yu Sheng reminded her. The one I saw in the mirror shattered, lying in ruins. You said we'd help her get home someday. Oh, her, Irene's expression shifted as she remembered, her brow furrowed. Why are you seeing her again? What was it this time? The same as before, Yu Sheng said slowly. But this time I felt like she was looking at me. Though they puzzled over it together for a while, neither of them could make sense of it. Yu Sheng's mind was full of theories, but without evidence they remained little more than wild speculation. BS. Pushing the mystery aside for now, Yu Sheng turned his attention back to the door. Foxy approached, gripping his arm with a hint of worry. The door to the Black Forest is open, Yu Sheng said, rubbing the fur behind the fox demon's ears to reassure her. You'll come with me this time. She nodded firmly. Okay. Irene, you'll stay here, Yu Sheng instructed. Keep an eye on things while we pass through. We'll only stay on the other side for a few minutes and come straight back. If all goes well, we should reappear at this exact spot. Are you sure you don't need me in there? Irene asked, looking uncertain. What if you get lost and need my expertise? Getting back from the Black Forest doesn't require your navigation, Yu Sheng explained. It's safer if you stay here as our backup. All right, Irene agreed, hopping down from his shoulder. But only a few minutes, okay? Don't go dying in there. Foxy clenched her fists with determination. I will protect my benefactor with my life. That won't be necessary, Irene quipped, waving dismissively. Just make sure you protect yourself. Yu Sheng's life isn't worth much anyway. Yu Sheng opened his mouth to protest, but couldn't think of a good comeback. To his dismay, Foxy didn't object either. I must have owed you two in a past life, he muttered with a sigh before stepping through the door with Foxy. A wave of dizziness and sensory disorientation washed over him, and then they were standing in the Black Forest. The distant howls of wolves echoed through the trees, the hollow whistle of the wind threading through the dense forest. The sky hung in a murky twilight, and shadows pooled in every corner, the underbrush bristling with unseen menace. It was exactly as he remembered. The Black Forest was unchanging. Foxy, on the other hand, looked around wide-eyed. Her tail bristled like a row of swords, her ears twitching at every sound. This was her first time here, and her wariness was palpable. After a quick survey of their surroundings, Yu Sheng called out silently, Irene, we're in. I see you, Irene's voice came back. The door vanished just like usual. Everything looks normal on this side. Our bodies made it through, right? We're not just projections. Nope, you're here physically, Irene confirmed. Satisfied, Yu Sheng glanced at his hands, solid and real. They had done it. By exploiting the bug, he had physically entered the Black Forest and brought along a cyber-enhanced fox. All right, Foxy whispered. What do we do now? Hunt the wolves. Wait for that squirrel you mentioned. The wolves are invisible and the big bad one has specific conditions to appear, Yu Sheng replied. We're not here to fight or to find the squirrel. He stretched out a hand and opened another door. This time, the view on the other side wasn't dark chaos, but a clear glimpse of the valley they had just left. Irene stood on the other side, her wide eyes locking onto his. Hey, Yu Sheng, I can see you. Looks like entering physically lets us open proper doors in here, Yu Sheng said, grinning. Then to Foxy, time to go, but before we leave we'll greet the forest properly. Greet it, Foxy asked, confused. How? With 20 drumsticks, Yu Sheng replied with a smirk. Got it. Chapter 147, A Wild Feast. A thunderous explosion rocked the black forest, sending a burst of fire and smoke into the sky. The light and heat quickly vanished into the forest's endless darkness, swallowed whole as if they'd never existed. But the blast's shockwave was enough to silence the howls of wolves scattered across the forest, if only for a moment. Yu Sheng knew the quiet wouldn't last. Soon the howls would resume, the forest would heal, and the black forest would continue its endless cycle, following its own rules and script. The dream-weaving source lurking behind the stage would whisper on in its nightmares. Let it whisper, Yu Sheng thought. He wasn't interested in it at the moment. He had already stepped through the gate with Foxy, leaving the black forest behind and returning to the valley. I saw a huge commotion through the gate just now. Irene darted toward them, scrambling up Yu Sheng's leg to perch on his shoulder. Her small voice chattered away as she climbed. You didn't set the forest on fire, did you? Yu Sheng chuckled as he steadied the doll. If only it were that easy. But no, a little firepower like that isn't nearly enough to burn the black forest. Don't worry, it's not time for a full-scale attack yet. I haven't dragged out the thing hiding behind the stage. But soon, he added, his tone darkening. Very soon. Foxy tugged on Yu Sheng's sleeve, her expression sheepish. Benefactor, she murmured, I'm a little hungry. Can we go home and eat? Yu Sheng had been deep in thought, planning the next stage of his Cyber Fox Smashes the Children's Horror Book scheme. Foxy's comment jolted him back to reality. He pulled out his phone and checked the time. You're right. It's already mealtime. This place has no day-night cycle, and I completely lost track of time. You're not running any more experiments? Irene asked, tilting her head curiously from his shoulder. Wasn't opening the gate just the first test? Yu Sheng sighed, rubbing his temple. I was going to work on building a gate that could stay open without me maintaining it, but those failed attempts to open the Black Forest's gate gave me such a headache that I think I'll leave it for another day. Well, that's rare, Irene said with mock amazement. You actually have a limit to how much you'll mess around. Ignoring the doll's jab, Yu Sheng pulled out his phone and dialed Bai Li Qing. Yeah, it's me. I'm done here, thanks for covering the watch. I'll let you know in advance next time I plan something like this. Oh, and you might get another signal spike or two. It's just me opening the gate to head home. No other issues. All right, bye. Irene's tiny mouth gaped in mock shock. Wow, look at you, so smooth now. You didn't even give them a chance to curse at you under their breath. Yu Sheng tousled her head without a word before turning to Foxy. We'll cook something fresh tonight. Let's start by dealing with that big gray wolf you've been carrying around. It's too big to process in the kitchen at home. Foxy's eyes sparkled at the idea and her mouth practically watered. Without hesitation, she reached into her storage tail and pulled out the enormous wolf's carcass. Along with it, she produced a kitchen knife, a cleaver, a frying pan, 2 soup pots, 2 spatulas, a cutting board, cooking wine, soy sauce, peppercorns, star anise, and a whole barrel of peanut oil. Yu Sheng, who had been about to open a gate to fetch supplies, froze at the sight. It took him a long moment to process what he was seeing. When did you start carrying all this around? Foxy lowered her head bashfully. I grabbed it when we left. You grabbed the whole kitchen? Yu Sheng exclaimed. No, I did. Foxy waved her hands defensively. I didn't take the stove. Well, no kidding, it's attached to the gas line. Yu Sheng found himself laughing out of sheer disbelief. And then another thought struck him. Wait a second, every time you've gone out with me, have you always carried the kitchen with you? Foxy nodded earnestly. Mem. And when we get back home, you rush into the kitchen ahead of me to put everything back. Menel. Yu Sheng's face went blank. Why? Foxy twirled a strand of her hair, mumbling, I just thought, what if we needed it? What if we had to cook something outside, like for a picnic? See, this time it came in handy. Yu Sheng opened his mouth, ready to tell her this was the wildest idea of a picnic he'd ever seen. But as he looked around the valley, lush green fields under a clear blue sky, gentle hills rolling into the horizon, he found himself reconsidering. It wasn't a bad idea at all. All right, he said, let's do it. We'll roast the wolf grandmother for fun. With that, he used his power to raise a temporary table and stove from the rocky ground. He directed Foxy to set up the portable kitchen. Taking up the knife and cleaver, Yu Sheng began butchering the oversized wolf carcass, muttering to himself, Too bad Little Red and Zio went home already. They'd love to try this. You're not afraid of scaring them out of their wits, Irene called from her perch atop the makeshift stove. What better way to conquer fear than to face it head-on? Yu Sheng shot her a glance. And what's more head-on than eating it? Whatever, Irene huffed. Just don't let me fall into the pot. Moments later, Foxy cheerfully announced, Don't worry, benefactor, I have fire. She plucked a silver-white tail from behind her, rubbed it against the stove like striking a match, and a vibrant flame flared to life at its tip. Yu Sheng stared. Wait, you can use that for cooking. Of course, Foxy grinned. Turn the power up and it can smelt steel. Keep it low and it's perfect for cooking. Fine, stick it under the stove and boil some water. Got it, Foxy chirped, heading toward the pot. Then she paused, turning back with a sheepish smile. Oh, should I get Irene out of the pot first? Yu Sheng spun around and saw the tiny doll, soaking wet, clambering out of the soup pot. He was stunned. When did you fall in? Just now, Irene snapped, shaking herself off. Don't laugh, you two, I mean it. It was a rare, peaceful night, a calm and restful evening that felt almost foreign. Little Red Riding Hood hadn't slept this well in a long time. As adulthood approached, her sleep had been dwindling. Now she barely managed 2 hours a night, and even those hours were haunted by the Black Forest horrors. She had lost track of how long this had been her reality. The forest's erosion had warped her sense of time. Some nights it felt like her life had always been this way. But tonight she fell into a deep, dream-filled sleep. For once the dreams were light and pleasant. She wandered through familiar scenes, her old school, the orphanage's corridors and courtyard. No looming shadows, no echoing howls. Occasionally she spotted wolves, their forms comforting rather than threatening, walking beside her as if sharing her respite. Then in one dream she entered an alley. It was in the old city, vaguely familiar, as though she'd been there recently. She didn't know why she had come, but she saw her wolves grow uneasy, growling low as they moved deeper into the alley. At the end of the alley, she saw blood. And a face. She froze, staring at the body on the ground. It was Yu Sheng lying still, his chest torn open. The rain frog had taken his heart. Fear and confusion gripped her. She stood there, unable to move as the dream shifted. Now she was back in the Black Forest, watching Yu Sheng fall again, this time to the hunger entity. Blood spread out from him, reaching her feet. Little Red jolted awake, gasping for breath. Sunlight streamed through the window. From the top bunk, the long-haired princess peered down at her. You slept all night. You haven't done that in ages. Little Red didn't reply. She stared at the ceiling, her breathing slowing but her eyes still wide with shock. Did you have a nightmare? The princess asked, concern creeping into her voice. Was it the Black Forest again? No, Little Red murmured after a long pause. Not exactly. I just remembered something strange, something unbelievable. What do you mean? The princess pressed. Little Red hesitated, her voice barely a whisper. Things are getting weird. Chapter 148, A Chaotic Morning. Yu Sheng was jolted awake by the shrill ring of his phone. Groggy and disoriented, he squinted to see the two Irenes sprawled in their usual bizarre sleeping positions, one hanging precariously off the foot of the bed, the other draped awkwardly over the nightstand. His phone buzzed insistently beside his pillow. Answering it, he barely had time to say a word before Little Red Riding Hood's panicked voice blurted out on the other end. Yu Sheng, you're dead. The statement shocked him into full consciousness. His first thought was about the declining politeness of today's youth. His second was wondering how on earth he might have offended her enough to warrant such an early, cryptic call. The accusation carried more weight than the sandbox in the orphanage courtyard. Before he could respond, Little Red Riding Hood scrambled to correct herself. Wait, no, that's not what I meant. My mind's all jumbled. What I meant was I saw you dead. No, that's not it either. I remembered you were dead. Wait, that's not, yes, that's it. I just remembered. Her frantic explanation only solidified Yu Sheng's hunch. Suppressing a chuckle, he cleared his throat to cut her off. Okay, stop. I get it. No need to explain anymore. You get it. Her confusion was almost palpable. How are you so calm about this? Well, it's not the first time, Yu Sheng replied, sitting up in bed. Anyone who's been exposed to my blood eventually remembers certain things. Irene and Foxy both went through the same process. I figured you'd get there too. It's just that the wolf barrier added a delay for you, quite the delay, actually. The line went silent. Yu Sheng imagined Little Red Riding Hood staring at her phone, utterly baffled by his calm demeanor. Finally, her voice returned, soft and hesitant. You, how can you sound so nonchalant about it? Because I've been expecting it, Yu Sheng explained. Good news, next time you visit me at Wudong Road number 66, you won't need me to open the door, you'll be able to see the house yourself. Bad news, if you see me die right in front of you, it might be startling. The forgetting mechanism won't work on you anymore. There was another pause before she responded. You're seriously okay with all this? Sure, Yu Sheng replied lightly. Irene and Foxy have adapted and I've adapted. You will too, it gets easier. The two Irenes, awakened by the commotion, groggily stretched and mumbled greetings. Morning, yawn, they said in unison, just before both tumbled off their precarious perches onto the floor. Yu Sheng scooped up the one from the nightstand, who rubbed her head in a daze. You and Foxy went too far yesterday, she grumbled. You ate barbecue while I had to watch, and then you roasted me with the meat. That was to dry your clothes, Yu Sheng said, rolling his eyes. You're the one who fell into the soup pot. But you didn't have to skewer me on a stick, she huffed. Yu Sheng shrugged. What's done is done, let's move on. Before the doll could escalate the argument, he waved his phone. By the way, Little Red Riding Hood's like you and Foxy now. Irene blinked, processing his words, then hesitantly asked, It just activated. Just now, Yu Sheng confirmed, and it seems like it scared her. This generation of high schoolers, Irene muttered, so bad at handling surprises. The phone crackled with Little Red Riding Hood's voice again. It's not about handling surprises. Anyone would be like this dealing with you. Yu Sheng chuckled, feeling better now. Sort of, she sighed. How many people know your secret? It's not really a secret, just an odd mechanism that causes people to recall, Yu Sheng explained. So far, it's you, Irene, and Foxy. In theory, Zio could know too. She shared my blood, but she hasn't seen me die yet, so she doesn't. Don't scare her, Little Red Riding Hood snapped. Relax, I'm not going to stage my death in front of a kid for fun. But what if you're tempted? Yu Sheng groaned. Was that really how she saw him, a reckless lunatic? His musings were interrupted by another call. The Special Affairs Bureau is calling, he said quickly. Anything else on your end? No, just the shock of realizing you were dead. Go ahead. Yu Sheng hung up and answered the new call. This is Yu Sheng. Bai Li Qing's composed voice greeted him. I hope I'm not disturbing you. Not at all, I'm awake. Is the lab ready? Yes, the analysis lab is set. The expert team is on standby, and your requested materials are prepared. A car will pick you up in 30 minutes. Understood, I'll be ready. After hanging up, Yu Sheng leaped into action, dressing and washing up in record time. Tossing 2 combs to the Irenes, he said, Get ready, we're going to the bureau today, and wake Foxy, there's no time for breakfast otherwise. One Irene replied, No need, she's already in the kitchen, I heard noises downstairs. Yu Sheng froze, the stew in the fridge. It's probably gone, the doll said dryly. You left half a wolf carcass in her tail, what did you expect? Yu Sheng sighed in defeat. Sure enough, when they reached the kitchen, Foxy sat at the table, groggy but satisfied, an empty pot before her. At least she'd saved him a neatly plated breakfast, which she offered with a proud smile. 20 minutes later, they stood outside the house, waiting for their ride. Irene looked around. Does this count as the entire team moving out? Not really, Yu Sheng replied. You left half of yourself behind to watch TV. Soon, the rattle of an old engine echoed down the street. A beat-up car pulled up, and its window rolled down to reveal Su Jiali. Why is it always you? Yu Sheng sighed. Our original car broke down, Su Jiali admitted sheepishly. I was nearby, so I got sent. Squeezing into the cramped backseat with Irene and Foxy, Yu Sheng muttered, For such a big organization, you're awfully short on resources. Su Jiali sighed. What can I say? The machine's soul isn't cooperating. Yu Sheng quipped, Could you describe it more elegantly? Different regions have different styles, Su Jiali explained. At the academy it's gothic, machine soul displeased. Here it's more buddy-like. Yu Sheng raised an eyebrow, and at the borderland. More like a pal. Yu Sheng groaned. This day was off to a fantastic start. Chapter 149, The Incredible Special Affairs Bureau. To be honest, while the ride in Su Jiali's old, creaky car left much to be desired, listening to his steady stream of obscure facts along the way was surprisingly entertaining. His lively delivery brought a vibrancy that the dry, rigid entries in the Frontier Communication database couldn't even begin to match. Outside the window, the scenery raced past as the battered Xyli wove its way through the worn streets of the old city district. The car eventually reached the bustling main roads of the city center, with its towering skyscrapers and sprawling malls. Foxy, perched eagerly by the window, watched the scenery flash by with wide, curious eyes. Though her ears and tail were carefully hidden, Her excited demeanor made it easy for Yu Sheng to imagine a bushy tail swishing energetically behind her. "So how long does it take to get to your Special Affairs Bureau?" Yu Sheng asked, breaking the silence. "Are we heading to your headquarters, or should I call it the main office?" "It's the headquarters," Su Jiali confirmed with a nod, glancing at Yu Sheng through the rearview mirror. "It won't take long, about half an hour." "Half an hour?" Yu Sheng exclaimed, clearly astonished. Considering the city's sprawling size, he found it hard to believe the trip would be so short. "Is your headquarters near the old city district?" Su Jiali chuckled and shook his head. "No, the Special Affairs Bureau headquarters is actually very far away, but no matter where you are in this city, you can reach it in half an hour." Yu Sheng blinked, baffled. "Wait, what?" "That's because we use a shortcut," Su Jiali said with a satisfied grin, clearly enjoying Yu Sheng's confusion. With a deliberate turn of the steering wheel, he veered off the main road, guiding the car along a quiet lane at the edge of the commercial district. They entered an unassuming area behind a shopping mall. "Our bureau has a few tricks of its own." Ahead, an underground parking garage entrance came into view. Su Jiali drove the car down the ramp into the lot. The first level appeared normal enough, filled with parked cars and signs directing visitors to various shops and supermarkets. But then, with several sharp turns, Su Jiali maneuvered the car into an obscure section at the back of the garage. Yu Sheng stared in confusion as a seemingly empty stretch of ground transformed before his eyes. A shallow puddle reflected dim, shifting lights, and then as they approached, a sloping passageway materialized from the shadows. Pale, cold lighting illuminated a long, downward path that felt distinctly off. The further they drove, the stranger it became, as though the car were descending into the earth itself. The walls of the tunnel glowed with a faint, icy blue light. The air grew eerily still, muting even the sound of the car engine, which now seemed distant and muffled. Yu Sheng's spiritual intuition began to hum with warning signals, an incessant prickling that refused to be ignored. Before he could figure out what was happening, Irene, ever quicker to sense danger, voiced her alarm. "Wait, are we entering a subset?" "Technically, we're just passing through one," Su Jiali replied casually, sparing a glance back. "Depth level L1, it's a subset shortcut that overlays the entire borderland. It doesn't produce entities, and aside from a slight risk of getting lost, it's harmless. The Special Affairs Bureau is located at the central junction of this shortcut, and we've, well, borrowed a bit of its unique power. Anyway, here we are." Just as Su Jiali finished speaking, Yu Sheng felt the strange, jittery sensation in his spiritual core abruptly fade. The car emerged from the tunnel into a bright, well-lit parking lot. A security gate swung open as they passed through, and Su Jiali smoothly pulled into an open parking space. "Let's get out," Su Jiali said as he unbuckled his seatbelt and opened the car door. "We'll take the central elevator up." Hoisting Irene onto his shoulder, Yu Sheng followed Su Jiali through the sprawling parking garage. Foxy trailed behind, her wide-eyed curiosity and uncontainable excitement making her seem almost giddy. The group wound their way through the maze-like underground space until they reached an elevator lobby. Su Jiali swiped a card against the elevator panel, and the doors slid open. Inside, Yu Sheng noticed several notes taped to the walls and near the buttons. The signs were covered with strange warnings and instructions. "The elevator does not stop at the 13th floor. On floor 4, lighting is restricted. If you find yourself in a brightly lit area, return to the parking lot or proceed to security on floor 12 immediately. Saturday is elevator maintenance day. If the screen displays maintenance outside these hours, press the blue button and leave. You may use elevators 2 or 5 instead. If you are an upper-level employee, use this elevator only for floors -1, -2, and ground levels. If the elevator stops at level or deeper, greet any D-player staff politely but do not leave the cabin." The list continued with similarly bizarre instructions. Reading the notes, Yu Sheng felt his confusion mount. "Your work environment is risky, to say the least. Do you have to memorize a set of rules just to clock in?" "You get used to it," Su Jiali replied, unfazed. "The headquarters building has a lot of unique nodes that connect to different places. Some floors are even set in alternate spaces. They're not as dangerous as people think, though. Most areas are perfectly safe, and there are systems in place to help anyone who gets lost, like emergency assistance devices or guides to return to the shortcut paths." He paused for effect before adding, "We even have a peaceful work department. They partner with security to bring lost employees back to their desks." "Peaceful work department?" Irene muttered, her tone dripping with incredulity. "What, do they drag you back to your workstation if you sneak off to take a break?" Su Jiali shrugged. "It's a necessary precaution. If someone's gone for more than 30 minutes, we have to check whether they're slacking or got swallowed by something in a neighboring office. The elevator dinged and stopped at floor 54. As the doors opened, a bright corridor stretched before them. Walking through, Yu Sheng noticed uniformed staff moving briskly, their expressions stern. On one side of the hallway were closed doors, on the other large windows offered an extraordinary view. Beyond the glass lay an enormous cavern, its dark, jagged rock formations interspersed with snow-covered trees bathed in sunlight. "What kind of place is this?" Yu Sheng muttered, stunned. Su Jiali grinned. "Oh, it's just the view outside floor 54, nice weather today. It's been snowing here for months." Foxy blinked in wonder. "Do all the floors have their own worlds?" "Not all," Su Jiali corrected, amused. "Most floors are normal, only about a third have unusual features." Yu Sheng sighed. "Just a third, huh? This place gets weirder by the second." Su Jiali's explanation continued as they moved. "Think of our headquarters like a giant temporal spatial rift sampling needle. Each floor intersects with different special locations. Since the borderland serves as this world's spatial hub, our building sits at the busiest intersection. That's why we even have customs checkpoints and border transit stations." "And how did you even build something like this?" Yu Sheng asked. "Some magical construction techniques, I guess," Su Jiali replied with a shrug. "Now you see why things get chaotic whenever you open a gate." Chapter 150, The Peculiar Borderland. Truth be told, as Su Jiali described the intricacies of the Special Affairs Bureau's operations, Yu Sheng couldn't help but feel a twinge of guilt. It even prompted him to reflect on the frequency and timing of his recent calls to Bai Li Qing. After some deliberation, he resolved to redirect a few calls to Song Cheng to ease the pressure on the ever-watchful director. After all, sharing the burden seemed fair, though stopping his experiments with gate opening was, of course, out of the question. But alongside his self-reflection, Yu Sheng grew increasingly intrigued by the Bureau's astonishingly complex headquarters. This was his first time observing the borderland so closely, seeing firsthand how peculiar this place truly was, especially as Su Jiali led him down a corridor and pointed out an office at the end. "That room," Su Jiali explained, gesturing, "shifts to an anomalous space every night after 10. Fascinated, Yu Sheng followed as Su Jiali elaborated, his tone patient yet brimming with pride. "There are many unique rooms and zones here. The layout of the Bureau's headquarters isn't fixed. Certain areas move on a schedule, sometimes even linking to territories belonging to other species. We use these shifts to transfer supplies or rotate staff between outposts." "What's even more interesting," Su Jiali continued, "is that the borderland itself, despite being the hub of this world, isn't directly connected to the outside." "Not connected directly?" Yu Sheng echoed, puzzled. "What do you mean?" "You can't leave here using normal transportation," Su Jiali said with a knowing grin. "Whether you try by air or underground, you'll find it impossible. If you leave this city, you'll encounter vast plains, then unstable zones. Beyond that, when you cross the boundary marker, space folds in on itself, and you'll be sent right back to the city's edge. The borderland's time-space curls inward, that's what I mean." Yu Sheng's eyes widened as his heart skipped a beat. For the first time, he was learning about the borderland's edges and its baffling spatial structure. The borderland wasn't continuous with the normal universe. His mind immediately flashed to the valley he'd seen, to the seemingly endless barrier of mountains at its end, and to the teleportation phenomenon he'd experienced after crossing them. Astonished, he blurted out, "This sounds like some kind of subset?" "Exactly," Su Jiali agreed. "It feels like a subset, but the borderland has a depth level of 0, generates no entities, and operates under the mathematical laws of the outside world. Except for occasional supernatural phenomena, this place is classified as a normal region." Su Jiali stopped walking, turning to Yu Sheng with a smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. "Scholars have many theories about the borderland. The mainstream view is that it's a space with unique properties. More extreme theories suggest that the borderland is a depth 0 subset, functioning under the rules of the normal universe but creating human society as an entity." Su Jiali's imposing frame, nearly 2 meters tall, leaned in as he delivered these unsettling ideas in a deliberately ominous tone. After a pause, he added, "Others propose a middle ground theory. The borderland itself isn't a subset but is encased by one, a 0-thickness membrane that isolates this space from the universe." Irene raised an eyebrow. "That theory doesn't sound any more provable." "True," Su Jiali shrugged. "It's just another guess. The borderland is full of mysteries, and people love using it to pad their research papers. Do you know how many apprentices and interns visit Boundary City every year? Half of them are here to scrape together last-minute research credits. Yu Sheng gawked, feeling that the conversation had taken a bizarre turn. Still, he refocused on the critical question. Wait, if the borderland isn't continuous with outside space, how do people get in or out? Ah, that's where the channels come in, Su Jiali explained. For example, the special floors and offices in this building. Normal transportation doesn't work, but the borderland has many natural portals. These portals are tightly controlled by the council and are the only official way in or out. Su Jiali paused, giving Yu Sheng a strange look. What? Yu Sheng asked, feeling uneasy. Well, Su Jiali said with a wry smile, it's not the only way anymore. It took Yu Sheng a moment to understand. Then it hit him, his gates, the doors he could open to all sorts of strange places. His abilities had introduced a brand new pathway, one that bypassed the borderland's natural portals entirely. Su Jiali broke the silence, his voice gentle but serious. If you ever want to study those gates of yours further, or if you want to explore faraway places, come to us. The Special Affairs Bureau has been managing this place for years. We could offer you some valuable insight. Yu Sheng nodded slowly. Whatever their hidden motives, he couldn't deny the practicality of their offer. Thank you, he said sincerely. As they walked, they finally reached the door at the end of the hallway. Su Jiali gestured toward it. Here we are. Yu Sheng looked up at the room, instantly recognizing its significance. This wasn't just any laboratory. The reinforced door, the space between it and the adjacent rooms, the layers of security equipment, and the prominent warning signs all pointed to its high-security status. Above the door, a glowing plaque read, High-Risk Advanced Sample Analysis and Containment Laboratory No. 2. Su Jiali stepped forward, swiping his deep diver credentials and temporary guide clearance through the door's access panel. After a brief exchange with someone inside, the heavy isolation door groaned and began to open, revealing 2 staff members in full white protective suits standing behind a glowing red isolation line. Yu Sheng stared at the scene, then turned to Su Jiali. I'm just here to drop off a paper fragment and a piece of metal. Isn't this overkill? Director's orders, Su Jiali said with a chuckle. It's the only lab available right now. Every lab has its own safety protocols, and once you're assigned a lab, the procedures are strict, no exceptions. Even if you brought a button, they'd suit up to handle it. Yu Sheng sighed and reached into his pocket, pulling out a tattered paper fragment. Following instructions, he placed it on the transfer tray. This is from the Black Forest. It belonged to Entity Hunter. The staff solemnly retrieved the fragment. Next, Yu Sheng pulled out a crinkled plastic bag, unwrapped a bundle of old newspaper, and revealed the metal lump he'd found in the strange room at Wudong Road, No. 66. The rustling of the plastic and newspaper echoed awkwardly in the sterile, silent lab, and Yu Sheng broke into a nervous sweat. Glancing at Irene, he muttered, Should I have put this in one of those fancy cases with locks, like in the movies? Irene groaned, covering her face. Honestly, shoving it in your pocket might have been better. Well, I didn't want it tearing my clothes, Yu Sheng grumbled. This outfit's new. He placed the metal lump on the tray, trying to ignore the absurdity of the situation. This is another sample, he said. Recovered from my house, Wudong Road No. 66, subset. Moments later, 2 staff members in even bulkier suits emerged, one carrying a silver-white alloy container covered in engraved symbols. They carefully secured the metal lump inside. Another staff member politely asked, May we have the carrying materials as well? Yu Sheng blinked, then handed over the plastic bag and newspaper, watching as the workers collected them with as much care as they had the metal. Turning to Su Jiali, he asked, This is standard procedure. Su Jiali rubbed the back of his neck. Director's orders, he repeated.